Agricultural Prices Transcriber's Note: New original cover art included with this ebook is granted to the public domain. Agricultural Prices by Henry A. Wallace, Associate Editor of Wallace's Farmer. Logo: Wallace Publishing Company, 11th and Walnut Sts, Des Moines, Iowa. Publishers of Wallace's Farmer. Copyright 1920 by the Wallace Publishing Company, all rights reserved. Preface: This book is written for all those who may be interested in the matter of prices of agricultural products, but more especially for the farmers of the Corn Belt states, students of agricultural colleges, county agricultural agents, and leaders of farm organizations. Its purpose is to promote a better understanding of the factors which influence prices of farm products and stimulate an intelligent interest in statistical economics. Aside from a rather small number of specialists at the larger terminal markets, few of the people who buy or sell farm products have any very definite ideas concerning the legitimate price-making forces. A better understanding of such forces by farmers generally should in itself gradually bring about prices which will approach more nearly cost of production, and tend to reduce the violent fluctuations above and below the compensatory average. A careful study of the facts herein set forth should aid leaders of farm organizations to avoid costly mistakes which too often result from hasty and ill-considered action. While not written primarily for economists, I trust many of them may find something of practical value in the matter herein. They may, perhaps, feel that at times I have not been as respectful as they would like toward many of the ideas of the classical school, but I have no apologies to offer on this score. In anticipation of possible criticism of my treatment of cost of production, I shall ask them to remember that I use cost of production as a ratio concept, if need be, a shifting ratio, and not as a cost accounting concept. I may say, also, that I hold to no particular philosophy of economics unless a very firm belief in the utility of thorough mathematical price studies might be considered as constituting the basis of a philosophy. While the book is frankly written from the farmer's point of view, there is no bias whatsoever to the mathematics used, and it is believed that so far as it may influence opinion and practice, the results will in the long run benefit both farm producer and city consumer. Students who may take up this book for serious study will get the greatest good from it by following prices of agricultural products from day to day and month to month, and noting when the relationship is normal and when abnormal. In this way they will acquire habits of intelligent observation of price trends that should prove of very great value to them when they get into business for themselves. If this book is used as a college text, it is hoped that it will be by classes which are especially concerned in applying statistical laws to agricultural prices. Such classes should have free access to calculating machines, multiplying tables, etc., and should make a serious effort to work out various ratios and also to work out supply and demand laws for various farm products by means of correlation coefficients, lines of regression, etc. The tables given in the appendix should be of some value as a source of raw material. For further material, it is suggested that the yearbooks of the United States Department of Agriculture, the monthly crop reporters of the Bureau of Crop Estimates, and the reports of the Chicago Board of Trade be consulted. A good book on correlation coefficients, etc., is Yule's Theory of Statistics. The teacher of the suggested class in agricultural price statistics should simplify the mathematics to mere method, not concerning himself or his pupils with the theory back of it all. Wherever possible, the teacher should study very carefully the January and April, 1919, volumes of the Review of Economic Statistics, published by the Harvard University Press. The methods as exemplified in these volumes can very profitably be applied to the field of agricultural prices. Acknowledgement is made to Professors J. M. Mivard and E. G. Norse, of the Iowa State College, and to Professor F. A. Pearson, of the University of Illinois, for criticisms and helpful suggestions. Henry A. Wallace. Table of Contents Part 1. Our present price registering system. 7. The three price-making forces. 11. Criticism of our price-making system. 15. Supply and demand. 20. Can price make supply and demand? 22. Cost of production. 26. Ratio method of determining cost of producing hogs. 30. Supply and demand versus cost of production. 36. Cattle prices and the ratio method. 39. Packer prices and the ratio method. 41. Milk price determination. 44. Cost of producing crops. 49. Consumers ratios. 52. Technique of the ratio method. 57. Limitations of the ratio. Method 60 Retail and Wholesale Prices 62 Pork Exports The Barometer of Corn Belt Prosperity 64 Corn Belt Land Values and the Cost of Producing Corn 72 Price Stability and Soil Fertility 74 Measuring Total Crop Production 75 Part 2 Mathematical Study of Supply and Demand in the Hog Market 81 Predicting the Future of Hog Prices 98 Limitations of the Mathematical Method 103 Conclusions based on Ratios and Mathematics of Supply and Demand 106 Appendix 113 Our Present Price Registering System 1. Prices of Corn Belt food staples are registered more promptly and more delicately on the Chicago Board of Trade than anywhere else in the world. The farmer visitor in Chicago, who has a few minutes to spare, finds it very interesting to look down from the Chicago Board of Trade galleries on the corn pit. For several minutes, the pit may be the dullest thing imaginable, and suddenly news will break. Perhaps it is the month of August, and it has begun to rain in Nebraska. As a result, certain operators are anxious to dispose of the corn for which they had contracted. Perhaps it is 9:30 on another August morning, and the temperature, even this early in the day, is 85 degrees, and the prospects are for hot winds sweeping Kansas and southwestern Iowa. Men who have sold corn short a few days before, on the strength of local rains, are now thoroughly scared, and rush into the pit to buy back before the price runs up more than 3 or 4 cents. The farmers sitting in the gallery, watching the speculators buy and sell paper corn, by shaking their fists and nodding their heads, feel that the Board of Trade is a gambling institution. So firm is this conviction that several of our largest farmers' organizations have gone on record as being opposed to the speculative system as a method for registering prices of farm products. So far as the business world is concerned, the system of buying and selling future contracts employed by the Board of Trade is in the nature of risk insurance. A feed concern may have sold to farmers 20 carloads of their feed at a price based on $1.20 corn. They have not bought this corn as yet, and do not have room to store it. They therefore buy a contract for future delivery at $1.20, in order to protect themselves against corn going up in the meantime. This feed concern is in the manufacturing game, it cannot afford to take a risk, and for that reason buys a future on the Board of Trade. When this feed concern accepts the actual corn, it sells the contract. It may make or lose money on the purchase and sale of the contract, but in either event the net result is that the actual corn cost $1.20 per bushel plus the commission charge of a fraction of a cent per bushel. The speculator takes the risk, and the spirit in which he approaches the game is often the gambling spirit, pure and simple. But, like all shrewd gamblers, he takes his risks as shrewdly as possible, and after a time becomes expert in judging the probable effects of weather, political news, transportation difficulties, etc., on corn prices. And these factors are more real than some of our agitators would have us believe. But while speculators perform a real service to society, there is nothing angelic about them. They are concerned with a profit, not with service. The professional speculator is generally either long or short of the market, that is, he has corn bought or sold for future delivery. The man who has December corn bought for future delivery at $1.20 per bushel is hoping with all his energy that the corn crop is short and price will therefore advance, that transportation difficulties will materialize, that an unusual demand will spring up from Europe for foodstuffs, that something will happen to send up the price. He is favorable to the promulgation of any kind of news which will help him to sell his corn at a profit. While the Board of Trade has regulations against the dissemination of false news, nevertheless these men at times seem to be able to color the crop news very effectively. Situations develop where most of the professional speculators are on one side of the market, and where they are apparently able to use propaganda to force prices very rapidly either up or down, at the expense of the amateur speculators. The products most traded in on the Board of Trade are wheat, corn and oats, and to a lesser extent the cured hog products, rib sides, lard, and mess pork. The smallest units traded in are 5,000 bushels of grain and 50,000 pounds of provisions. In the case of the grains, the contracts most commonly traded in are contracts for delivery in December, May, July and September. In the case of the pork products, the contracts most traded in are contracts for delivery in January, May, July and September. Before the war, trading in December corn customarily opened in the month of May. The price of December corn as quoted in May was necessarily based on the supposition that the ensuing crop would be a normal crop, neither greater nor less than the average. If there was cold, wet weather in May or June, the price advanced. If the weather was warm and rather dry, the price declined slightly. However, as a general proposition, before the war, the price held practically steady during the months of May and June. During July and August, however, corn values on the Chicago market oscillated back and forth with rainfall and drought, registering the changes in marvelously delicate fashion. Customarily, before the war, it took an average rainfall, in the 7 great corn states, of about 1¼ inches during 10 days, to hold the price of December corn futures practically stationary. A rainfall of as much as 1¾ inches in a 10-day period during July and August would ordinarily depress the price by several cents a bushel, whereas a 10-day period with no rainfall at all would customarily advance the price by 8 or 9 cents a bushel or even more if the temperature was high. Anyone who studies these things is surprised at the accuracy with which the market price before the war actually reflected crop conditions as they changed from day to day. Since the war, it has been more difficult to measure the price-making forces. Political conditions in Europe even during the months of July and August often have had as much influence as the weather in determining the price of corn. The Board of Trade has to do with both cash grain and future trading. So far as prices are concerned, the cash market is supposed to be less sensitive than the market for futures. The business of the future market is to register changing conditions as promptly and accurately as possible. Occasionally, however, artificial situations develop. For instance, in a year of a very good corn crop, a large number of speculators may have sold December corn short at around $1.20 a bushel. At the time of the sale, they may have had every reason to believe that they could eventually buy the actual grain for less than this price when the month of December finally arrived. Then gradually transportation difficulties began to grow and bad weather came on, and although there might be an enormous crop in the country, there would be very little corn in Chicago. Then certain other speculators might go to work buying large quantities of December corn futures, knowing that other men were short a long line of December corn at $1.20. These speculators might not actually want the corn, but nevertheless, by playing the technique of the market, might be able to create a squeeze and force the price of corn up to $1.50 a bushel before permitting the shorts to settle. And this might happen in spite of the fact that by January 2d there might be enough actual corn coming into Chicago to enable cash corn to be sold as low as $1.20. The object of this book is neither to praise nor condemn the speculative system as a method for registering prices of farm products. We are pointing out the strong points in the present system. Idealistic social workers, representatives of organized labor, and many farmers, would like to do away with the speculative system of registering prices. They would like to substitute therefore price-fixing legislation. These people, as a rule, are densely ignorant of the legitimate price-making forces, and it is impossible that they should be able to shape a price-registering machinery superior to that which we now have. 2. One reason for the writing of this book is the belief that organized farmers and organized labor, working in conjunction with certain idealists, will make an effort to modify our present price-registering system. We are heartily in sympathy with such an effort, for the speculative system is far from perfect. But it is such a delicate system of registering prices that we believe that even the most virulent opponents should allow the system to run unchecked for a good many years yet, in order that they may study its functions more carefully. Here is a great field of research for the economists who for some unknown reason have failed to study Board of Trade prices during the past 50 years as closely as they should. Improvement on our present system can be made only after a thoroughly scientific and dispassionate study of its strength and weakness. 3 price-making forces. 3 forces are prominent in making agricultural prices: cost of production, supply and demand, and strategic considerations. Farmers and laborers believe that cost of production should be the chief consideration. Businessmen preach supply and demand as the great price-making force, and in addition use strategic propaganda when it is to their advantage to do so. Cost of production in the long run is on the average practically identical with both the supply and demand price and the actual price. It is in the very nature of things that those producers who cannot on the average get cost of production will go out of business. In the case of the hog business, it takes about 3 years for the average man to get in and out. 10 years, which is fully 3 times the in and out cycle, is long run in the hog business. A 10-year average of actual hog prices should therefore be approximately equal to a 10-year average of the cost of production price of hogs. As a matter of fact, we find that the cost of production, as shown by the corn-hog ratio, is practically the same from one decade to the next. Decade after decade, the corn-hog ratio has remained constant at 11 to 12 bushels of Chicago corn per 100 pounds of Chicago hog ever since the Civil War. Farm management investigations indicate that for the average farmer this ratio represents approximately cost of production. As a matter of fact, this ratio is cost of production in the very truest sense of the term. This ratio represents the reward necessary to keep enough farmers producing hogs to satisfy the consuming demand year in and year out. Stated thus baldly and simply, we see how the cost of producing 100 pounds of hog weight must in the long run average the same as the actual price and also the supply and demand price. And yet hogs may sell for a year or so for the value of 15 bushels of corn, as they did in 1866 and 1910, or they may sell for a year or so for the value of 9 bushels of corn, as they did in 1908 and 1917. At any given time, the cost of production price is likely to be decidedly lower or higher than the actual price or the supply and demand price. It is only on the average that cost of production becomes identical with the actual price. Supply and demand price departs from the cost of production price at any given time because of such things as unusual weather, accidents, etc. Dry weather in July and August may cut the corn crop short, and as a result temporarily increase the number of hogs marketed. Under such conditions, the packer buyers make no attempt to pay for the hogs the increased price which the higher price of corn would warrant, but instead buy as cheaply as they can, quoting in defense, supply and demand. A business panic may come on, as in October of 1907, and as a result the demand for meats of all kinds may shrink. Corn prices, the cost of producing hogs, may stay up, as was the case in 1907 to 1908, but hog prices nevertheless are reduced. A study of the hog market for many years past reveals the fact that the immediate price-making force is supply and demand, and that cost of production has no influence whatever on prices except in the long swings. The supply and demand theory of prices is well understood by nearly everyone. Supposedly, actual prices at any given moment represent an equilibrium of supply and demand. The next day larger supplies come in, and the demand remains unchanged. Naturally the price declines to a point where supply and demand are again equal. There is a presumption in the minds of many people that supply and demand interact with almost mathematical accuracy to determine prices. In the long run, possibly this is true. The day-by-day price, however, is as much a matter of psychology as mathematics. This brings us to a consideration of those more intangible price forces which may be grouped together under the head of strategy. In January and in August of 1919, we had excellent examples of the use of strategy as a price-making force. In both months, certain powerful interests worked in conjunction with the newspapers to modify public psychology in the interests of lower prices. Day after day, the lower price bombardment was directed against the farmers by the daily press and the politicians. Prices declined in spite of the fact that the supply was greatly curtailed and the potential demand was as great as ever. In the corn market, receipts were exceedingly light at Chicago during both price raids. Hog receipts in August of 1919, when prices dropped $5 per hundredweight, were the smallest of the year. But government officials constantly talked about the vast army supply of bacon. As a matter of fact, the quantity of pork products put on the market by the government was not enough to account for much of a drop in hog prices. But the publicity which went with the government announcements, combined with determined pressure on the speculative markets in this country and abroad, sufficed to lower prices tremendously in defiance of any mathematical expression of supply and demand. Solid line shows exports from U.S. Dotted line, ocean freights from New York to Liverpool. Ocean freights are low in summer when exports are low, and high in the fall when exports are heavy. There is a strategy to the timing of a determined price drive. All farmers know that such a drive may be expected in the fall of the year. A drive in the fall is partly normal as a result of the increased supply at that time, but oftentimes strategic. In the fall of 1865, following the Civil War, there was a determined price drive, roughly corresponding to the price drive initiated in August of 1919. In both cases, strategic factors were apparently paramount. Certainly, no mathematical formulation of the law of supply and demand could account for the price changes which took place in 1865 and 1919. Solid line, U.S. exports, dotted line, British exchange in U.S. Dotted line is inverted to show how heavy exports and weak exchange go together. Chart is based on 1903 to 1913 conditions. Farmers have discovered since 1914 that such disturbances as foot-and-mouth disease, interrupted railroad service, and falling foreign exchange may influence prices without changing either potential supply or potential demand. They have suspected the interests of manipulating foreign exchange in the fall of the year to make lower price for farm products. They have known that ocean freights have generally advanced in the fall of the year, to the detriment of farm product prices in the United States, and they have suspected that part of this advance in ocean freight rates was due to England trying to get a large return on her shipping and at the same time buy her food more cheaply. The two charts presented herewith indicate the normal seasonal trends, during the decade preceding the war, of exports from the United States as related to British exchange, and to ocean freights from New York to Liverpool. It will be noted that United States prices must necessarily be weakened in the fall of the year by weak British exchange and high ocean freights. The speculative price as set from day to day is sometimes a result of technical situations altogether apart from supply and demand. Ordinarily, the speculative price is represented by futures and the cash price move in sympathy, but occasionally a scared short finds the market oversold and bids up prices unduly in an effort to cover, or a tired long finds the market overbought and sends prices down unduly in an effort to sell. And occasionally there is manipulation, interests working together to make the price temporarily higher or lower than a normal working of supply and demand would justify. Sometimes the cash markets, following the lead of the speculative markets, may get out of line with ultimate supply and demand conditions for several months at a time. Criticism of our price-making system. Prices of corn, hogs, etc., are determined chiefly by supply and demand, together with the occasional influence of strategic manipulation. The system as operated by the packers and Board of Trade speculators really reflected conditions before the war with remarkable accuracy. During the war, so many extraordinary conditions were at work that it was impossible to measure supply and demand conditions at all accurately, and it is impossible to say how efficiently the speculators did their work. But speculators and packers, in so far as they set prices, are concerned solely in making a profit for themselves. If, by manipulating the market, they can make a bigger profit than by trying to express supply and demand conditions with mathematical exactitude, then they may be expected to manipulate. The violence with which hog prices swing above and below cost of production would suggest that the packers are consciously endeavoring to send prices too low for a year or two, in order later to send them too high. They go into the low price period with a small amount of high-priced products on hand, and come out into the higher level with a large quantity of low-price products. It would seem that by laying in a stock of hog products at the low point, they hope to profit later by an advance in price. It is typical of supply and demand, as it makes prices of standard farm products, that a small crop sells for more than a large crop. A 20% decrease in the supply raises the price more than 20%, possibly 30%, or even 50%. Old Gregory King, in the latter part of the 17th century, recognized this principle when he stated, "We take it a defect in the harvest may raise the price of corn, wheat, in the following proportions: defect above the common rate. 1/10 raises the price, 3/10, 2/10 raises the price, 8/10, 3/10 raises the price, 16/10, 4/10 raises the price, 28/10." Modern statistical study indicates that this statement of King's is somewhat exaggerated, but undeniably the tendency exists among standard agricultural products for small crops to bring in a greater return than large crops. In other words, the demand for farm products is inelastic. The ultimate consumer wants just so much of staple foods, no more, no less. If farmers raise more than so much, they must accept a considerable reduction in price. If they raise less, they can command an advance out of all proportion to the shortage. The law of demand for staple farm products being inelastic, small crops bring in a greater return than large crops. 3. The classical economists, the people of laissez-faire persuasion, accept this condition as natural, as inevitable, and therefore desirable. But is it desirable? The sharp price rise which comes as a shortage becomes apparent benefits those lucky producers who have supplies on hand, and especially those keen speculators who first saw the oncoming shortage and bought in anticipation. This sharp price rise may overstimulate production. The high hog prices in 1909 to 1910 stimulated the production of too many hogs, and when this increased production reached market, the price was $6.50 instead of the expected $8 to $10. And the low prices of 1911 to 1912 in turn begot the high prices of 1913 to 1914. The question comes, would it not be to the public interest if, in price-making, more emphasis could be placed on cost of production and less on the short-time working of the law of supply and demand? Prices should rise with a short crop, but not to such an extent as to make a short crop more profitable than a normal crop. If a moderate rise in prices will not sufficiently curtail demand, then the public should be educated to the fact that there has been a drought, and that unless they curtail their demand, there will not be enough to go around. Of course, under our present laissez-faire attitude, every speculative businessman would take such a pronouncement as a bull statement, and the demand would immediately increase instead of decrease. There is danger that any attempt to make cost of production the guiding factor in price determination will amount to close government supervision of storage, speculation, and similar market phenomena. The disadvantages of government supervision are apparent to all who watched the Food Administration at work during the war. The Food Administration performed a hard job remarkably well, but farmers found that the officials were ignorant of agriculture, and that, moreover, agricultural interests could not expect a square deal except in so far as they were organized to compel a square deal, or except as the emergency itself compelled a square deal to ensure continued production. If farmers are to continue under the present laissez-faire system with supply and demand, together with strategic manipulations, as the price-making force, they must necessarily learn to play the game themselves. They will find it necessary to practice sabotage in the same scientific, businesslike way as labor and capital. They will reduce the size of their crops at strategic moments, because they know that small crops ordinarily bring in a greater return than large crops. Of course, if farmers should practice sabotage in the same heartless, efficient way as labor and capital, our society will be imperiled. The burden of the sabotage practiced by labor and capital has been borne chiefly by the farmer. When farmers also practice sabotage, labor and capital will be forced to come to an agreement with farmers on production and price matters. Is there not a possibility that capital, laborers, and farmers, by placing themselves in equally powerful bargaining positions, may come to see the futility of sabotage as a price-sustaining force? Once farmers are able to meet the other classes of society on equal terms, all three classes ought to unite on production as the source of profit, rather than on clever bargaining. This involves close-knit organizations of both farmers and laborers under the leadership of men well educated in general economics, in strategic bargaining, and in production. There must be men studying the system as a whole, men who perceive the legitimate physical difficulties which our society faces. The labor leaders must come to see that there is a point beyond which labor cannot go in raising wages and reducing hours. Farm leaders must come to see that there is a point beyond which farmers cannot go in reducing acreage and raising prices. Business leaders must come to see that the common people will not stand for curtailment of production to two-thirds factory capacity in order to secure abnormal profits, when by running the factories to full capacity the business will give normal profits. The best brains of all classes must unite in overcoming legitimate physical handicaps, not in figuring out ways in which a specific class may benefit at the expense of other classes. In the meantime, farmers must learn to use sagacious sabotage as effectively as labor and capital. Otherwise they will continue to be at the mercy of capital and labor. What is the best means of overcoming the food shortage resulting from drought? Laissez-faire economists and businessmen say, let high prices curtail demand and stimulate production. But this remedy is locking the stable after the horse is stolen. Is it practical to build government warehouses to store wheat in years when the acre yield is more than 15 bushels, and from which wheat may be drawn in years when the yield is less than 13 bushels? No scheme of this sort can be definitely laid out in advance. But statistical science will soon reach a point where it should be possible to meet our physical handicaps in the way of drought, floods and accident, in the spirit of doing what is best for society, instead of utilizing the crisis for individual or class profit. If we are to continue our present complex society, we must educate our children very thoroughly in social mathematics. Our problems are not only problems of the spirit, but also of exact measurement. What is the fair price for bacon? This involves the cost of production idea. Is bacon relatively lower or higher than hogs? Are hogs relatively lower or higher than corn? Is there a normal supply in the country? If bacon were lower in price, would the future supply be imperiled? Would an injustice be done to farmers? If bacon were higher in price, would an undue profit accrue to the packers, or would the farmers be stimulated to produce too many hogs a year from now? Possibly it will be wise for the government to provide funds to finance a price publicity committee, to be made up of economists appointed by our state universities and agricultural colleges. The duty of this commission would be to make public week by week the relevant price facts. They would point out which products are relatively high and which are relatively low, and issue index numbers of various kinds, in an endeavor to educate the public to fundamental price facts. The object of such a price publicity committee will be to furnish such constant publicity that it will be difficult for any product to sell for any length of time either above or below cost of production. And in saying this we define cost of production price as that price which is necessary in the long run to keep enough producers in the business to satisfy the demand. It is believed that adequate publicity will favor the prevailing of the long-run cost of production price as opposed to the short-run supply and demand price. Men in whom the laborers of the country have faith should have an intimate, statistical knowledge of the supply and demand forces as they make prices and as they make for the prosperity of laborers and society as a whole. Men in whom farmers have faith should have an intimate, statistical knowledge of labor and business problems in order that they may know approximately when labor and business are charging fair prices for their services. Businessmen already have a fair statistical knowledge of farming and labor conditions, but they need an even more intimate knowledge, as well as a change of heart. They must learn to operate their businesses from the standpoint of greatest service and a fair profit, not from the standpoint of greatest profit. Those businesses which do not learn this may expect to be taken over either by the government, organized labor, or organized farmers, if not in one way, then in another. Supply and demand. Both farmers and city consumers have expressed much dissatisfaction in recent years with the methods of price determination as used by the boards of trade and packing houses. The representatives of the boards of trade and packing houses have answered these complaints with the simple formula, supply and demand. During the war, many people announced that prices in the United States were no longer the result of supply and demand. For a period of 2.5 years, wheat prices were held at approximately $2.20 a bushel, in spite of the fact that both supply and demand conditions were varying constantly during this period, and in spite of the fact that under supply and demand conditions as they ordinarily work, prices might have been expected to have gone as high as $4 and as low as $1.50, at different times during this period of 2.5 years. Social workers and others of idealistic temperament who have always been pained with the rather heartless way in which the law of supply and demand has worked, were much pleased with the stabilized wheat price, and referred to it as an instance of the repeal of the law of supply and demand. Of course, the law of supply and demand never has been repealed, and never will be repealed. Instead of trying to repeal it, we should try to secure the best type of price-fixing machinery through which this law may work. Man has not repealed the law of gravitation, but has devised such machines as automobiles, airplanes, etc., through which he accomplishes his purposes notwithstanding. Our city friends who favor government attempts to repeal the law of supply and demand and to fix uniform and relatively cheap prices should direct their efforts toward the search for a new price-fixing machinery. For arbitrary interference with this law invariably brings penalties in the form of conditions which often are more severe than the condition which it was hoped to improve. What we should strive for rather is a better understanding of the law of supply and demand, in the hope that we may be able to modify the severity of its operation and thus avoid periods of feast and famine, with their unreasonably low prices and unreasonably high prices. Thousands of men in the Corn Belt, especially the leaders of the organized farmers, should be familiar with the normal, mathematical working of the law of supply and demand. They should know not only when prices are lower than warranted by the supply, but just how much too low. Exact measurement is necessary in order to perceive when unusual factors are at work. The price indicated by a mathematical interpretation of supply and demand may be $1.25 for corn, whereas the actual price, because of a purely speculative drive, may be only $1. It is wise to measure prices to some extent by purely mathematical considerations, in order that we may perceive more clearly when extraordinary forces are at work. After having arrived at a price based on a mathematical interpretation of supply and demand, the problem is to determine to what extent extraordinary forces are at work and to what extent it may be worthwhile to combat them by extraordinary measures. If corn is 15 cents a bushel below the mathematically justified price, will it be advisable for farmers generally to hold their corn and cause a shortage at the terminal markets? Will it be advisable to put out newspaper propaganda showing the public how the market price of corn is below cost of production, or put on an advertising campaign to increase the demand? These matters of larger policy are mostly outside the field of mathematics. They are largely matters of strategy. How much bargaining force do the farmers represent? To what extent will they follow directions? At what season of the year is it best to strike? Generally speaking, a farmer's drive for higher prices would best begin about January 1st, and should reach its greatest intensity about March 1st. After March 1st, seasonal scarcity begins, and no further propaganda is needed. A consumer's drive for lower prices best begins about August 15th, and reaches its greatest intensity about October 15th. After October 15th, the seasonal surplus, especially of corn and hogs, begins, and there is no further need for consumers to bring artificial propaganda to bear. It is interesting to note in this connection that the bear campaign engineered by the governments of the world in 1919 began in late July and continued until about October 15th, at which time the weight of the season's marketings was sufficient to hold prices down without additional use of newspaper space. After a mathematical study of prices, the leaders of farm organizations, insofar as they attempt to influence prices, must consider the state of the export trade, rate of foreign exchange, ocean freights, world crop conditions, business conditions at home and abroad, and, in fact, all the factors which the trained speculators take into account on the Board of Trade. They must take all of these things into account, and yet be able on occasion to act decisively. They must learn to play the game in the same fashion as a skillful whist player. They must not overbid their hand, but bid its full worth, and they must take all the tricks they can. To have even a fair chance of success in an effort of this sort, farmers must set up a very strong statistical organization, in charge of a highly competent staff of thoroughly trustworthy experts. For farmers themselves have neither the time nor the opportunity to secure the training necessary to enable them to acquire and assimilate the information needed. Can price make supply and demand? Dissatisfied farmers and city consumers have been told often that supply and demand makes the price. Economists have backed up the Board of Trade people and the packers in making this assertion. But is it not almost equally true to say that price makes the supply and demand? Is it not possible to set a price which, as can be demonstrated mathematically, is out of line with the present supply and demand, and through this price to create new and unexpected supply and demand conditions? It is conceivable, for example, that oleomargarine might be sold for several years at a price below that warranted by supply and demand and equally below a price warranted by cost of production. It is conceivable that the abnormally low price, without reducing the supply, would increase the demand and result in the formation of the oleomargarine habit among millions of people. And it is equally conceivable that later on the price of oleomargarine might be increased more nearly to a parity with butter, and that the oleomargarine eating public might continue the oleomargarine, even though it was underselling butter by only 10 cents a pound, instead of the 15 cents a pound differential which was existing when the habit was formed. A low price may be used to create a demand, which will continue even after the low price no longer exists. In like manner, a low price may be used to curtail the supply of the competing article. In the illustration, an artificially low price for oleomargarine might reduce the demand for butter, thereby reducing the supply, and increase the demand for oleomargarine, and this situation of a reduced supply of butter and an increased supply of oleomargarine might continue, even though the price of oleomargarine were later raised to its customary relationship with butter. Price may act as a cause and supply and demand may be a result. In open, competitive markets, supply and demand generally comes first and price follows after. Before the war, for instance, the dominating factor in the corn market was the supply of corn, and during the months of July and August, when the new corn crop was being made, the price of corn varied with almost mathematical accuracy with the rainfall and temperature which were making the new corn crop. The demand for corn was a fairly constant factor. The supply of corn was the price-making force. Since the war, corn prices have not been the result of supply and demand in the sense that they were before the war. During 1919, price often came first in the corn market, and supply and demand followed afterward. For example, in January and February 1919, corn prices broke 20 cents a bushel, in spite of the fact that receipts at central markets were decidedly below their customary level. Influential people had postulated the theory that the war was over, and that supply and demand, if given an opportunity, would operate to bring about a lower price level. They set a lower price level, but supply and demand refused to operate on the new level. The lower corn prices which prevailed during the spring of 1919, however, probably had a very material effect on the acreage planted. At any rate, there was about 4% less corn planted in 1919 than in 1918. According to the customary view, when the supply is smaller than usual, the price should be greater than usual, and vice versa. In the hog market this does not necessarily hold true. In November of 1907, hog prices were dropped with a terrific jerk, as a result of certain unusual conditions. The drop was so great that farmers refused to market their hogs, and receipts of hogs in November of 1907 were about one-third smaller than in the ordinary November. The price of hogs was lower than customary by about one-fourth, and the supply of hogs marketed was less by about one-third. A similar situation prevailed in August of 1919. Prices dropped about $5 per hundredweight, or faster than ever before in history. Receipts also dropped, and much fewer hogs were received than in the ordinary August. In both 1907 and 1919, the packers figured that the business world was so upset that to be on the safe side they would best buy their hogs cheaper than they had been buying them. Farmers were slow to realize just how great the disturbances had been in the business world, and failed to understand that in a situation of this sort the packers could put through their program for lower prices, in spite of reduced hog receipts for a month or two. It is in the very nature of things that the packers can outlast the farmers at such a game. The packers know more accurately than the farmers the supply and demand conditions, and they know that after a hog reaches 200 pounds, it is only a question of weeks till the farmer will let him go, no matter what the price. It will take an extraordinarily able farmers' organization to beat the packers at this game, an organization which holds as its trump card ultimate supply and demand. Prices may make supply and demand may make prices. First one has the lead, and then the other, they are constantly acting and reacting. Before the war, the relationship in some commodities might be expressed with almost mathematical exactness, but there were constant little departures. Since the war, prices have much more often taken the initiative than they did before the war. The result, of course, is a more violently fluctuating condition of both supply and demand. The problem which farmers and city consumers should put to the Board of Trade people and the packers is, what are you doing to place prices at a point which will result in a more uniform supply and a more uniform demand? Cost of production. The common man prefers to approach the question of price not from the standpoint of supply and demand, but from the standpoint of cost of production. The laboring man says that he has no quarrel with the farmer, that in fact he is glad to pay the farmer what it costs him to produce food. Most people take it for granted that the just price is cost of production. In July of 1917, President Wilson gave his scholarly definition of a just price. By a just price I mean a price which will sustain the industries concerned in a high state of efficiency, provide a living for those who conduct them, enable them to pay good wages and make possible the expansion of their enterprises which will, from time to time, become necessary, as the stupendous undertaking of this great war develops. The idea of a just price, covering cost of production and reasonable profit, is considerably different from market price or supply and demand price. The market price typically alternates considerably above and considerably below the production cost of the bulk of the people engaged in the enterprise. For instance, when prices go up and profits become larger, new people are attracted into the business and production is increased until finally there is more supply than there is demand, and then prices have to go down and profits become losses, and the people who cannot produce except at the high prices must go out of business. Both the farming world and the business world are composed of a great many different men, each of whom is chasing a profit in his own way. Many of these men are very short-sighted and are lured into an apparently profitable business just at the wrong time, and in like manner become discouraged with an apparently unprofitable business at just the wrong time. Under the competitive regime, it is apparent to any thoughtful businessman that both in business and in farming the market price or supply and demand price is almost never the same as cost of production, but fluctuates in rather rhythmical manner, now above and then below cost of production, tending to equal almost exactly, over any long period of years, true production cost. Under the market price or supply and demand price system as it has prevailed, the constant tendency is for the wealthier people, both among farmers and among businessmen, to increase their wealth at the expense of the poorer people. Poor people who embark in general business or in farming, no matter how intelligent, are likely to go into and come out of any particular enterprise at just the wrong time. The average man who is moderately well fixed and stays by a particular enterprise year in and year out, manages to secure for himself just a little better than ordinary wages. The man who is wealthy and expands his operations just as prices are starting up, and reduces operations just as prices are starting down, secures large profits. The fluctuating price system, which means great profits to a wealthy few, serious losses and wrecked lives for a few, and a bare livelihood for many, is the natural result of the laissez-faire policy of the old classical economists. Their idea was to let things alone, on the theory that, let alone, prices would sooner or later adjust themselves to the proper point. In practice, prices almost never reach a proper point, but are constantly moving either above or below cost of production. 100 years of laissez-faire policy have demonstrated beyond a doubt that under such a system the wealthy few inevitably become richer, whereas the bulk of the people get just enough to keep them going. The laissez-faire, supply and demand, speculative, or market price system, is condemned by nearly everyone except the businessmen who run it and believe they understand its beneficent workings, and the economists of the classical type who, in their careful reasoning, are unable to think of any other way of determining satisfactory prices over any period of time. The common people and the lofty idealists were greatly elated during 1917 and 1918 at the apparently successful working of fixed prices established more or less in defiance of the speculative or laissez-faire price system. Those who have given the most thought to price fixing advocate as a guide cost of production plus a reasonable profit. But what is cost of production? Even in industries so well controlled by man as coal mining, where the weather does not enter in, there are some mines that can produce a ton of coal for $2 or $3, while other mines cannot produce a ton of coal for less than $6 or $7. The North Dakota wheat farmer, in a year of rust, may produce wheat at a cost of $4 or $5 a bushel, whereas the Kansas farmer the same year may produce wheat at a cost of only $1 or $1.50 per bushel. Shall both the Dakota farmer and the Kansas farmer be paid cost of production plus a reasonable profit for their wheat? From this standpoint we see that there is no such thing as a standard cost of production. A single producer may be able to determine his personal cost of production of a given quantity under a given set of conditions. But in the general sense, as it is commonly thought of, cost of production is a will-o'-the-wisp, a creature that seems to exist but really does not. Nevertheless, there is a rough and ready method of determining cost of production or just price as distinguished from laissez-faire or supply and demand price. We refer to the ratio method of price determination. Over a long series of years, cost of production plus a reasonable profit is roughly expressed by the relationship which exists between a raw product and the finished product. In rough form, it may be most easily grasped in the case of corn and hogs. Over any long period of years, hogs sell on the Chicago market at a price per hundredweight equal to the Chicago price of 11.5 bushels of corn. When hogs have sold for 14 bushels of corn, they have sold for more than cost of production plus a reasonable profit, while, on the other hand, when they have sold for 9 bushels of corn, they have sold for less than cost of production plus a reasonable profit. All this is not saying that certain producers have not been able to make a profit when hogs have sold for 9 bushels of corn. Neither is it saying that certain producers may not have been selling at a loss when hogs sold for as much as 14 bushels of corn. It is simply saying that it has required the pulling power of a price for hogs which is equal to the price of 11.5 bushels of corn to keep enough men in the hog business year in and year out to supply the demand of this country for hog products during the past 60 years. This is what we mean by the ratio method of price determination. It is the only practical method of determining cost of production in such a business as farming, where there are millions of producers working under a variety of conditions. We have the greatest respect for the old laissez-faire or speculative method of price determination. It worked very nicely under competitive conditions, such as existed before the war. No one knows as to whether or not times now are right for adopting a different ratio method of determining cost of producing hogs. The ratio method of price determination was first publicly recognized in the United States by the Food Administration, in November of 1917. A commission of 7 swine men had been appointed by the Food Administration to determine the cost of producing hogs, and in submitting their report the commission adopted practically without change the ratio method of price determination as advocated in Wallace's Farmer during the summer and fall of 1917. The commission, composed of expert swine men from all over the United States, after a careful technical survey of the situation and consideration of the figures submitted by the author, came to the conclusion that the ratio method actually expressed cost of production more simply and accurately than any other method. In its simplest form, the hog producer of 50 years ago grasped the ratio idea. Without any statistical investigation, the swine growers of those days came to the conclusion that they could make money when they sold their hogs for a value per hundredweight of more than the value of 10 bushels of corn. For a generation or two, hog men looked on a ratio of 10 bushels of corn to 100 pounds of hog flesh as about right, although they felt that such a ratio might not cover risk. From an exact statistical standpoint, take the 10-year period extending from 1907 to 1916, inclusive. During that time, number 2 Chicago corn averaged 66.3 cents a bushel, whereas hogs averaged $7.53 per hundredweight. The ratio for that particular 10-year period was 11.4 bushels of Chicago number 2 corn to equal in value 100 pounds of Chicago hog flesh. How uniform is this ratio between corn and hogs from decade to decade may be judged from the following table, which gives the ratios as they have prevailed year by year for the past 60 years, and the average by decades. The second column shows the number of bushels of corn required each year to equal in value 100 pounds of live hog, 1858 to 1867. 1858 8.7 1859 7.1 1860 12.4 1861 14.0 1862 10.0 1863 7.0 1868 to 1877. 1868 9.5 1869 14.0 1870 11.9 1871 10.2 1872 11.1 1873 12.3 1864 7.3 1865 16.3 1866 16.2 1867 7.2 10-year average 10.6 1874 8.9 1870 511.8 1876 15.3 1877 11.5 10-year average 11.7 1878 to 1887. 1878 9.7 1879 10.3 1880 12.3 1881 12.1 1882 10.9 1883 11.3 1884 10.5 1885 9.7 1886 11.1 1887 12.4 10-year average 11.0 1888 to 1897 1888 12.3 1889 12.5 1899.9 1891 7.4 1892 11.8 1893 16.5 1894 11.6 1895 10.8 1896 10.7 1897 14.2 10-year average 11.8 1898 to 1907 1898 14.6 1899 12.0 1913.2 1901 11.8 1902 11.6 1903 13.0 1904 10.2 1905 10.4 1906 13.4 1907 11.4 10-year average 12.2 1908 to 1917 1908 8.4 1909 11.3 1910 15.2 1911 11.2 1912 10.9 1913 13.2 1914 11.7 1915 9.6 1916 11.5 1917 9.7 10-year average 11.3 To refine the method to meet market conditions, we need to know the ratio between corn and hogs at different seasons of the year. There are seasonal periods of oversupply and scarcity of both corn and hogs. In November, for instance, the 1907 to 1916 price of corn was 67.2 cents and the price of hogs $7.23, or a ratio of 10.6 bushels to 100 pounds of hog flesh, while in March of the 10-year period the average price of corn was 61.7 cents and the price of hogs $7.66. Or a ratio of 12.4 bushels of corn for 100 pounds of hog flesh. In like manner, there is a fairly normal ratio for each month of the year and for each week of the year. All this is on the assumption that hogs are simply condensed corn. It does not take into account the fact that hogs have been made out of corn at varying values during a period of about a year preceding time of marketing. Obviously, then, we must have a composite corn value. In matters of this sort, statisticians know that it is absolutely impossible to weight matters so as to represent actual conditions, but at the same time they know that absolute accuracy is not at all essential, that in fact a difference in weighting will ordinarily make very little difference in results. While the author personally recommended to the commission appointed by the Food Administration to investigate cost of producing hogs, a slightly different weighting, yet nevertheless we will use here the weighting recommended by that committee. The committee assumed that the corn going into the making of a hog was distributed over 12 months, that during the first month 2% of this corn went into the hog or its dam, the second month, 2%, third month, 2%, fourth month, 3%, fifth month, 4%, sixth month, 6%, seventh month, 5%, eighth month, 9%, ninth month, 15%, 10th month, 20%, 11th month, 17%, and 12th month, 15%, securing composite corn values by this kind of weighting. We find that as an average of the 10-year period, 1907 to 1916, the January ratio was 11 bushels, February, 11.6 bushels, March, 12.4 bushels, April, 12.7 bushels, May, 12.3 bushels, June, 12.1 bushels, July, 12 bushels, August, 11.8 bushels, September, 11.8 bushels, October, 11.3 bushels, November, 10.6 bushels, and December, 10.4 bushels. Illustrating the departure of actual Chicago hog prices from the 10-year standard ratio, corrected seasonally. For sake of example, determine cost of producing hogs for the Chicago market for the month of April, 1918. Corn values month by month, beginning April, 1917, were as follows: 144.9 cents, 163.9 cents, 170.7 cents, 200 cents, 197.2 cents, 208.6 cents, 199.2 cents, 201 cents, 173.2 cents, 180.6 cents, 174.5 cents, and 172.3 cents. Weighting these on the basis indicated, we get a composite value of corn of 182.5 cents. The historical ratio for the month of April is 12.7 bushels of such composite corn. Multiply 182.5 cents by 12.7, and we secure $23.18 as the cost of producing hogs for the Chicago market in April of 1918, under the 10-year ratio method. The actual price was $17.45, or a loss of $5.73 per hundredweight. The chart which is published herewith illustrates graphically results secured in the same manner for every month during the 10-year period beginning 1907. Ordinarily, Chicago No. 2 corn measures very accurately the changes in corn value on the farm, the corn out of which hogs are actually made. During part of the winter of 1917 to 1918, Chicago No. 2 corn ceased to be quite such an accurate measure as usual, for the reason that the quality of the crop was so poor that only a small amount of corn graded No. 2, and for the further reason that there were severe transportation difficulties. Some people have urged not using Chicago No. 2 corn values, but corn values on farms as reported to the United States Department of Agriculture, monthly, by crop reporters. This price is no doubt compiled with considerable accuracy, but is open to objection for the reason that it does not represent a uniform grade. In soft corn years, a bushel of corn as valued by crop reporters on farms is poor stuff. In such years, there is always a wider spread between the farm value of corn and the Chicago No. 2 value than in years when the quality is good. It might do fairly well to take farm values of corn and farm values of hogs if definite grades could be established. If they cannot be, it is probably best to take Chicago values of No. 2 corn and heavy hogs as a basis, making allowance occasionally when exceptional conditions arise in the way of artificial prices temporarily created by transportation difficulties, and remembering always that the true point at issue is to apply a ratio between certain grades of actual feed on the one hand and a certain grade of hogs on the other. This is a technical matter which really cannot be decided by lawyers or businessmen, however competent such men may be to run a food administration or a Department of Agriculture, or by farmers, however competent such men may be to feed hogs. It is a matter which must be handled by men who understand markets and who have had sufficient economic training so that they understand a little something of the making of index numbers, and who have had sufficient touch with agricultural conditions so that they understand a little something of the technique of feeding hogs. Soon after the report of the Commission on Cost of Producing Hogs, the Food Administration announced among other things that it would do its best to pay hog producers, for 100 pounds of hog flesh, the equivalent of 13 bushels of the corn which went into these hogs, the ratio system to apply to hogs farrowed in the spring of 1918. It was expected that there would be an urgent need for hog products during 1919, and it has generally been regarded that this announcement of the Food Administration was wise. The 13-bushel ratio was 13% over the historic ratio, and encouraged the transforming of a larger amount of corn into hogs than usual. When it came to putting the 13-bushel ratio into effect, in the fall and winter of 1918 to 1919, the Food Administration did all in its power to squirm out of living up to its guarantee. First, the effort was made, in the month of September, 1918, to make it appear that the 13-bushel ratio was based on a ratio between farm corn prices and Chicago hog prices, in spite of the fact that the pamphlets originally issued by the Food Administration to farmers of the Corn Belt in November of 1917 explained the ratio on a basis of Chicago corn prices and Chicago hog prices. By using farm corn prices, the Food Administration secured a figure of about $2.50 per hundredweight lower than if the 13-bushel ratio had been applied literally as described in the original pamphlets. The Food Administration, however, claimed that it could not live up to its original guarantee, because the export prices of pork would not justify it. In this respect, it is interesting to note that in August of 1918, just before the Food Administration took up this matter of carrying out its 13-bushel guarantee, Great Britain reduced its maximum price on American bacon by about $12 per hundredweight. It is also interesting to note that the British Food Administration was making money on its handling of pork products, although it was losing money on its wheat. Those American producers who were most familiar with the situation believed that there was a concerted effort by the American and British food administrations to buy the large American hog crop, which had been secured by the 13-bushel guarantee, as cheaply as possible, avoiding its guarantee with such chicanery and deceit as an experienced businessman knows how to use in case of emergency. The committee of some 15 men, supposedly representing the American hog producers, which met with the United States Food Administration in this matter, were not well educated along statistical or economic lines, and they went down to defeat in September 1918, scarcely realizing just what the Food Administration had done to them. Only 2 members of this committee had served on the original commission, and it was impossible for them to give the other members a full comprehension of what the ratio meant. When the facts became known, widespread indignation among the farmers of the Corn Belt compelled the Food Administration to abandon the hypocritical pretense of living up to the 13-bushel ratio and come out flatly for a $17.50 minimum, which was really a ratio of 10.8 bushels. The Food Administration was able to thus repudiate in part its definite obligation to hog producers, because there were no thoroughly organized farmers with leaders trained to think in terms of statistics and economics. The author does not care to create a prejudice against the Food Administration. It probably did its work as efficiently as any branch of the government during the war. The sole purpose is to point out to agricultural students the extreme disadvantage under which farmers labor in bargaining with other classes of society. It is hoped that as farmers learn to follow the example of keen businessmen and employ trained experts to look after their interests, and as farm leaders become better trained in statistics, economics, and business principles, this disadvantage will disappear. Supply and demand versus cost of production. What makes hour-by-hour and day-by-day prices under laissez-faire conditions is not cost of production, but that brute force which we call supply and demand. In its blind groping, this force necessarily approximates cost of production as an average of any long period of time. But it never specifically recognizes cost of production as a factor which should be considered. It approximates cost of production because it has to, not because it wants to. An illustration of the strategy of the hog market is a case in point. Imagine a Monday hog market in early March, at which season of the year prices are generally rising. Suppose that instead of the accustomed 40,000 Monday hog run, 60,000 have been received. Suppose that, owing to car shortage or some other reason, Eastern shippers are out of the market. There is a larger supply than usual and a smaller demand, and prices decline 15 or 20 cents a hundredweight, perhaps very much more. Supply and demand, say the packers and practical economists, with unction. But at that very time everyone may know that the potential supply in the country is very small, and the potential demand is very great. At that very time this wider situation may be taken fully into account by the packers in the prices which they are charging for their products to the retailers. The hog market may have broken 15 to 20 cents, but the lard, ham and bacon markets may have held steady or even advanced. The packers, in the prices which they pay for live hogs and the prices which they charge for hog products, are governed chiefly by strategic considerations. Day by day they change their prices to meet the surface indications of changing supply and demand conditions. They may sometimes exercise such poor strategy that they will be compelled to manufacture hog products at a loss for a time. The prime consideration is to buy as cheaply as possible and to sell as high as possible and yet meet the competition, which is rather more active than many farmers have supposed. Now it is obvious that a ratio system of hog prices is not compatible with the system employed by the packers, or by any typical businessman, for that matter. Big business enjoys a speculative profit which comes with fluctuating prices. But a daily fluctuating price is not consistent with the idea of a just price or a cost of production price. If the packing business were a monopoly under government control, stabilized prices under the ratio system might be paid with some degree of satisfaction, provided we assume that the governmental authorities have a real insight into market conditions and a thorough understanding of the ratio system of price judgment as related to supply and demand. Under the present regime, however, it is difficult to see much prospect of hog prices ever being stabilized, for the reason that under a laissez-faire system business profits result from fluctuating prices, those businesses profiting most which are best organized and most long-lived, and are able to take strategic positions over long periods of time. What would happen if cost of production were to be paid in the hog market day by day, year in and year out? By cost of production is meant the 11.5 bushel ratio, modified seasonally. Packers can think of many objections. For instance, they can conceive of periods of a year or two at a time when the 11.5 bushel ratio would necessitate paying the farmers more for their hogs than they could get for the meat. Equally, they can see how it might be that for periods of a year or two at a time, they would be able to get out of the consumers a price equivalent to considerably more than the 11.5 bushel ratio. Admittedly, these objections are sound under present conditions. Supply and demand price is the only price adapted to the laissez-faire situation. If farmers as a class are to secure cost of production for their hogs month after month and year after year, they must organize into powerful associations to do business cooperatively. They must control the supply of hogs with an iron hand and an intelligent head. They must be willing to play fair with the consumers and not charge more for their hogs than the ratio of the past 60 years. In fact, it is conceivable that they might be able to sell their hogs at slightly less than the 11.5 bushel ratio of the past 60 years. If the organization was really powerful enough to enforce the cost of production ratio over any period of time, the market risk, which has been a very serious factor in the past, would disappear. This risk has been such a factor that it is quite possible that farmers would be willing to produce enough hogs to satisfy the market at an 11 bushel ratio if the risk no longer existed. The author estimates that as an average of the past 60 years the consuming public has been paying at least 50 cents per hundredweight more than necessary for its hog products. This extra 50 cents has been in the nature of risk insurance. It is conceivable that both farmer producers and city consumers might organize to carry this risk between them, the city consumer cooperative organizations agreeing in advance to take a certain number of pounds of hog products, and the farmer producing organizations agreeing to furnish such a quantity of hog products on the basis of a corn-hog ratio representing cost of production. Cattle prices and the ratio method. A ratio between corn and cattle does not represent cost of production nearly as accurately as a ratio between corn and hogs. However, such a ratio, when worked out and applied over a long period of years, reveals the interesting historical fact that the swings in cattle prices above and below the ratio line are periods of about 7 years each way. A more accurate method is to take into account the fact that fat cattle as produced in the Corn Belt and marketed at Chicago are commonly made out of feeders which were bought a few months previously, taken to the farm, and finished chiefly on corn, together with a little in the way of pasture, hay, silage, and concentrated feeds, such as cottonseed meal and oil meal. As an average of the 10-year period, 1906 to 1915, ordinary 1,000-pound feeders on Chicago, in October, cost $51.20. As an average of the 10-year period, these same 1,000-pound feeders, as ordinary, well-finished fat steers weighing 1,300 pounds each, sold the following April for $98.35. During this 10-year period it seemed to take $47.15 to cover the cost of feed, risk, labor, etc., of bringing a 1,000-pound feeder to 1,300-pound fat condition. Ordinarily, it is substantially accurate to measure these things in terms of corn only. During the 10-year period under consideration, the weighted price of corn was 61.5 cents. Dividing $47.15 by 61.5 cents equals 76.7 bushels. As an average of the 10-year period it has required the value of 76.7 bushels of weighted corn to make a 1,000-pound feeder, bought in October, moderately fat for the Chicago market the following April. The corn is weighted on the theory that the steers consume 8% of it the month after they are bought, 15% the second month, 20% the third month, 20% the fourth, 20% the fifth, and 17% the last month. Applying the 10-year ratio to the specific month of April, 1918, we find that a 1,000-pound feeder in October, 1917, cost $84, and the value of 76.7 bushels of composite corn was $139.40, making a total cost of the finished 1,300-pound steer, $223.40. The actual selling price in the month of April, 1918, was $199.55, or a loss of about $23.85 per steer. Applying the same method month by month, we get the chart as herewith published. It expresses profits and losses with a fair degree of accuracy to the ordinary cattleman who buys feeders at the central market and feeds them for 5 to 7 months, largely on corn. During the winter of 1917 to 1918, the chart was not quite so accurate as usual, for the reason that the other expenses did not mount at this time as rapidly as corn. While heavy losses were incurred by cattle feeders, they were not so great as indicated in the chart. Illustrating the departure of prices of 1,300-pound native steers at Chicago from the 10-year ratio. The profits and losses of the big cattlemen of the far western and southwestern states are not to be measured by such a chart. Their chief expenses are labor and the cost of pasture. Weather conditions affect them directly, whereas weather conditions in the Corn Belt affect cattle profits indirectly, through the price of corn. During 1917 and 1918, the western cattlemen, with the exception possibly of those in certain sections of the Southwest, which suffered from unprecedented drought in 1917, made unusually good profits. As a class, their profits were probably not as large as the profits of the grain-growing farmers of the Middle West, but were far larger than the profits of the cattle feeders of the Middle West. Packer prices and the ratio method. The Chicago packers buy hogs as cheaply as they can and sell the pork as high as they can. Nevertheless, for months at a time they may sell pork products at a loss. Over any long period of time there is a fairly constant ratio between the value of 100 pounds of live hog flesh and 100 pounds of lard, ribs, or other standard hog products. To simplify matters, and for purposes of illustration, we will consider that standard hog product, dry salt ribs, which makes up about 35% of the live hog. As an average of the 10 years from 1886 to 1895, dry salt ribs, low-grade bacon, sold for the value of 136 pounds of live hog. During the 10-year period from 1896 to 1905, ribs sold for the value of 137 pounds of live hog. During the 10-year period from 1906 to 1915, they sold for the value of 135 pounds of live hog. But while this ratio is quite constant over any long period of time, it varies considerably according to the season of the year. As an average of the 10-year period of 1907 to 1916, the ratio was 136 pounds in January, 132 pounds in February, 127 pounds in March, 126 pounds in April, 133 pounds in May, 137 pounds in June, 137 pounds in July, 137 pounds in August, 135 pounds in September, 136 pounds in October, 140 pounds in November, and 139 pounds in December. In April of 1918, hogs averaged about $17.45 per hundredweight. Using the standard ratio for the month of April, of 126 pounds of live hog for 100 pounds of ribs, we would get as the hog price of ribs $21.97. The actual price was about $23.21, or the packers got for the dry salt ribs in the month of April, 1918, about $1.24 more than the customary ratio. The chart tells the story, extending from 1905 to 1919. The black area above the line might be called packers' profits and the black area below the line packers' losses on the manufacture of ribs. As a matter of fact, the packers' profits in the latter part of 1917 and early in 1918 were probably larger than indicated. This method assumes that the packers' manufacturing charges rise and fall in the same ratio as hog prices rise and fall. In the rough way, over any long period of time, this is approximately true, but it was probably not true in late 1917. Hog prices at that time were over 200% of the 10-year period, whereas packers' manufacturing costs were probably not in excess of 170% of the 10-year period. It is conceivable that as the packing business becomes even more centralized and further improvements in the use of byproducts are discovered, it may be possible for packers to sell short ribs, as an average of a 10-year period, for a price no more than the cost to them of 133 pounds of hog flesh. Under conditions as they prevail at present, however, the 135-pound ratio is approximately correct. Illustrating when short rib sides have been above and below their 10-year average ratio to live hog prices. The ratio method of determining profits and losses in the manufacture of various packers' products is not put forward as an aid in any method of packing house accounting. It is, however, put forward as a method by which the consumer and the farmer can discover in a rough way when the packers are absorbing more than their customary share. A similar chart worked out for lard gives much the same results, although at times the profit and loss of the two products do not always coincide exactly. For instance, in 1914, lard sold for far less than its normal ratio during the entire year, whereas ribs sold for slightly more than their normal ratio. In 1919, lard sold far above its normal ratio and ribs were below. Similar ratios might be worked out for all the various hog meats, and also for cattle and the various cuts of beef. What examination we have made of some of these ratios indicates that the packers, in their buying of livestock and selling of products, regard each product as a law unto itself. If there is a large amount of stored lard on the market, on account of the shutting off of the German demand, lard prices may be reduced, even though hog prices are such as to warrant lard selling at $1 or $2 more per hundredweight. On the other hand, if the Allies at the same time are in the market for ribs, the prices will be advanced, even though ribs may be made from hogs at $1 or $2 less per hundredweight. The problem of the packers is to buy as cheaply as possible and sell as high as possible, in the knowledge that too wide a spread will invite competition. In the case of hog products, a loss may be withstood on a rapidly rising market, because the manufacturing loss will be compensated for by the speculative profit. This was illustrated during a considerable part of the year 1917, when most hog products sold at considerably less than their normal ratio, but when the packers actually made splendid profits, owing to the continual advance of prices and speculative gain on products on hand. In normal times we regard charts based on principles as stated in this chapter as approximately accurate in measuring packers' profits and losses in the manufacture of given products. It is conceivable that the normal lard ratios may go lower in the near future. Corn oil, coconut oil, cottonseed oil, and other tropical vegetable fats are being used as lard substitutes, and as a result lard may sell decidedly below its normal pre-war ratio to hogs. However, in this case the bacon hog will gain in popularity and the supply of lard will be curtailed to a point which will justify a ratio almost as great as existed before the war. Milk price determination. Just what price farmers should get for their milk has been a peculiarly vexing question. Before the war, farmers selling milk to city dealers were in an unusually weak bargaining position. When their position became intolerable, they organized into powerful bargaining associations, many of which were said to be illegal under strict interpretation of the law. One of the earliest formed and most powerful of these producers' associations has been the Chicago Milk Producers Association, numbering 16,000 members and controlling most of the milk that is shipped into Chicago or manufactured in the district immediately around Chicago. During the years immediately preceding the entry of the United States into the Great War, this association bargained directly with the Chicago milk dealers as to what prices the farmer members of the association could get for their milk. They held a successful strike in April of 1916, and thereafter the Chicago milk dealers seemed to regard the association with considerable respect. The city press and the city politicians, however, felt that the farmers were too high-handed in their disregard of certain laws, and forthwith began agitation which finally resulted in indictments against the leaders in the Producers Association. In the fall of 1917, the milk producers adopted as their guide in arriving at milk prices what has been called Pearson's formula. According to this formula, the cost of producing 100 pounds of milk in the Chicago Milk District is equal to the cost of 44 pounds of grain, plus 188 pounds of silage, plus 50 pounds of hay, plus 39 pounds of bedding, plus 2.42 man-hours of labor. To the valuation thus secured, certain differentials were to be applied to each month of the year, the widest differential being 120.3% in December, and the narrowest 70.6% in June. This formula was devised by Professor F.A. Pearson, of the Dairy Economics Division of the University of Illinois, after several years of actual cost accounting work in the Chicago Milk District. It really represents actual cost of production on a large number of farms in certain specific years. Using Pearson's formula as a guide, the Chicago milk producers asked the dealers $3.71 per hundredweight for their milk in November 1917. The dealers refused, and a strike was declared. The Food Administration intervened in an unofficial way and induced the producers to agree to a price of $3.22 per hundredweight, pending an investigation by the federal government as to a price which should cover cost of production and a reasonable profit. The Food Administration appointed as a committee to determine cost of producing milk plus a reasonable profit, 6 people of essentially city interests and 3 people of essentially agricultural interests. This committee took testimony during the months of December and January, and in their report took as a guiding principle in determining the cost of producing milk the ratio method. Early in December, the author was asked to present to the Commission a profit and loss chart on milk produced in the Chicago district since January 1907, the profits and losses being based on ratios between milk prices per hundredweight on the one hand, and a composite of corn, oats, bran, cottonseed meal, gluten feed, hay, and labor prices on the other hand. These latter ingredients were weighted roughly as in the Pearson formula, but corn was given greater emphasis. Incidentally, it is interesting to note as corroborated both of the ratio method and the cost of production method as employed by Professor Pearson, that the two methods give very similar results. Of course, it is conceivable that if Professor Pearson had made his cost accounting investigation in a year either of extremely good pasture or extremely poor pasture, the two methods would not agree. But taking as he did fairly average years, the results check very closely. While the Chicago Milk Commission adopted the principle of the ratio method, it did so with certain modifications. To illustrate the method as adopted by the Chicago Milk Commission, we quote from the report as follows: "The Commission has therefore selected as a base, representing cost of production and a fair profit, the average sale price per 100 pounds over the years 1908 to 1915, inclusive." The result of course does not represent present value, due to the large advance in cost of feed and labor since that time. The quantity of feed and labor per 100 pounds of milk, however, is the same in both periods. Considering the 8-year period as a base and distributing feed and labor on a basis of 100% total, the Commission developed the following ratio: 19% homegrown grains, 19% mill feeds, wheat, bran, wheat middlings, hominy, cottonseed meal, oil meal, gluten feed, dry salt, 35% hay, including silage valued at the ratio of 3 tons of silage to 1 ton of hay, 27% labor. It was agreed by the Commission that variations in the prices of those 4 units represent with sufficient accuracy, when applied according to the above ratio, the increase or decrease in the cost of production of milk. The only criticism made to this base or this plan was by a minority of the members of the Commission, that the price to the producer during the 8-year period referred to was not satisfactory to them. From the monthly price reports issued by the Department of Agriculture, the farm prices of homegrown grains and hay are obtainable, and from a reliable trade journal published in Milwaukee the wholesale prices of mill feeds are obtainable. The average over the 8-year period from these records is as follows: corn, $1.107 per 100 pounds, mill feeds, $1.306 per 100 pounds, hay, 55.7 cents per 100 pounds. It appears fair to the industry that it is entitled to the same proportionate increase in the price of its product as has occurred in the elements which make up the product. From the records of the department for November 1917, the beginning of the period under consideration, the following prices prevailed, obtained from the same sources: corn, $3.089 per 100 pounds, mill feeds, $2.3655 per 100 pounds, hay, 78 cents per 100 pounds. The Commission has considered from the evidence and such information as was obtainable that the price of labor in November represents 50% advance over the average for the 8-year period. Using the proportion of feed and labor and prices over the 8-year period, and comparing with November prices from the same source of information and on the same products, we find the following ratio of increase, basic index. 8-year period average. November, 1917, price. PCT increase November, 1917, over 8-year period. New index. Corn $191.107, $3.089, $179.53.01 Millfeeds $91.3062.365, 81.134.41 Hay $35.557.780, 4049.00 Labor 27.50 100 170. 7. The average price of milk per 100 pounds for the month of November, from 1908 to 1915, inclusive, was $1.768. Applying the new index ratio of 1.77, the November, 1917, price would be, therefore, $3.13. In the same manner, the price for any month may be determined by taking the average price over the 8-year period for that month and multiplying it by the index figure, 1.77. It will be noted that by the use of this method the ratio of the costs of feed and labor between the average of the 8-year period and the November, 1917, period, is used rather than the actual prices of the commodities. The average monthly prices of milk per 100 pounds over the 8-year period were as follows: November, $1.768, December, $1.812, January, $1.781, February, $1.737, March, $1.60, April, $1.406, May, $1.15, June, $1.017. Applying this index, 1.77 November price, to these figures, November, $3.13, December, $3.20, January, $3.15, February, $3.07, March, $2.83, April, $2.49, May, $2.04, June, $1.80. Illustrating when Chicago milk prices have been above and below their 10-year average ratio to feed and labor prices. This report was signed only by the city members of the commission. The agriculturally minded members and the Chicago milk producers knew that the prices secured by the ratio method as advocated by the commission were not high enough to cover cost of production. The fault was in the method of application. Hay and labor between them were made to represent, according to the commission, 62% of the total cost of producing milk, which is altogether too high a weighting. This bad weighting was made worse because of the fact that thoroughly up-to-date figures on hay and labor were not available, and the figures which were taken were far lower than those existing at the time when the report was actually published. The converting of silage into terms of hay instead of into terms of corn is a matter open to grave question in view of the fact that silage production costs are almost identical with corn production costs, and the alternative market for silage is the corn market and not the hay market. Several other mistakes were made which might have been avoided if the method had been applied by a thoroughly impartial body well versed in the technique of dairying as well as the weighting of agricultural index numbers. The unjust prices secured by the commission should not be blamed on the ratio method, but on the way in which it was applied. The finest scales are not dependable in the hands of an ignorant or a dishonest man. We present here with a historical milk chart indicating profits and losses from January 1908. A full description of the derivation of the Pearson formula is to be found in Bulletin number 216 of the Illinois Experiment Station. Cost of producing crops. There are two methods of determining the cost of producing crops, the cost accounting method and the ratio method. The common method is the cost accounting system, as employed by farm management investigators. For example, it has been found that the average farmer in the Corn Belt puts about 20 hours of man labor and 50 hours of horse labor on the average acre of corn. This divides up roughly into 3 hours of man labor and 12 hours of horse labor for plowing, 3 hours of man labor and 12 hours of horse labor for disking and harrowing, 3/4 of an hour of man labor and 1½ hours of horse labor for planting, 6 hours of man labor and 12 hours of horse labor for cultivating, 6 hours of man labor and 12 hours of horse labor for husking, 2 hours of man labor and 5 hours of horse labor for manuring and miscellaneous. In addition to the man and horse labor charges are machinery expense, seed, manure or fertilizer, insurance and depreciation on the general overhead charges, and the rent of land. With man labor at 35 cents an hour, horse labor at 18 cents an hour, land rent at $12 an acre, and machinery and miscellaneous expenses at $4 an acre, the total cost of producing an acre of corn in 1919 was about $32. On extra good land, the rent was as high as $18 or $20 an acre, and the cost of an acre was increased accordingly. However, on extra good land the yield was decidedly above the average. The average acre yield in Iowa in 1919 was 40 bushels, or the cost of producing a bushel of corn was roughly 80 cents on the farm in the month of December. The 1919 crop was decidedly above the average. With an average crop it would have cost the Iowa farmer right around 90 cents a bushel in such a year as 1919. The ratio method when applied to corn corroborates the farm management investigational method. The ratio method is based on the supposition that the cost of producing corn varies with the cost of man labor, horse labor, and machinery. For the sake of convenience, it is taken that the cost of horse labor varies with the price of corn, oats, and hay, and that the price of agricultural machinery varies with that part of Dunn's index known as metals. Roughly, it is figured that of the cost of producing corn in Iowa, 35% is represented by land charge, 20% by man labor, 15% by corn, used either as seed or fed to horses, 10% by hay fed to horses, 5% by oats fed to horses, 10% by Dunn's metals, and 5% by Dunn's miscellaneous. Dunn's metals are given a lag of 2 years, and Dunn's miscellaneous of 1 year, owing to the fact that machinery and the miscellaneous overhead expenses entering into the cost of corn production become felt rather slowly. Applying the ratio method, we will take as our base the 10-year period from 1897 to 1906. During this period Iowa land averaged about $50 an acre, harvest labor, without board, $2 a day, corn, 29.4 cents a bushel, hay, $5.47 a ton, oats, 23 cents a bushel, Dunn's metals, about $14, and Dunn's miscellaneous, about $15. The average acre of Iowa corn during this 10-year period was worth on a December 1st farm basis $10. Now, in 1919, Iowa land was worth about $192 an acre, or 384% of the basic 10-year period. Man labor, without board, at harvest time was around $5.20 a day, or approximately 260% of this 10-year basic period. In like manner, corn was 410%, oats, 280%, hay, 330%, Dunn's metals, 230%, and Dunn's miscellaneous, 230%. If land is allowed a weighting of 35%, man labor, 20%, corn, 15%, hay, 10%, oats, 5%, Dunn's metals, 10%, and Dunn's miscellaneous, 5%, we arrive at 329% as the cost of producing an acre of corn in 1919, as compared with 100% for the basic 10-year period. In the basic 10-year period, an acre of corn actually sold for $10. In 1919, in order to come as near breaking even as in the basic 10-year period, an acre of corn should sell for $32.90. The ratio method gives almost identically the same results as the farm management method. Both indicate that it cost the average Iowa farmer in 1919 about 80 cents to produce a bushel of corn on a basis of December 1st farm values. 4. The ratio method may be applied to other crops by using a somewhat different weighting of the production factors. In the case of oats in Iowa, for instance, land may be given a weighting of about 35%, man labor, 15%, corn, 10%, hay, 10%, oats, 15%, Dunn's metals, 10%, and Dunn's miscellaneous, 5%. This would indicate that oats in Iowa in 1919 cost about 324% as much as in the basic 10 years. In the basic 10-year period, the average acre of oats in Iowa sold for $8. We may therefore conclude that the cost of producing oats in 1919 was 324% of $8, or $25.92. With an average yield of 33 bushels per acre, the cost per bushel was about 78 cents on a December 1st farm basis. Manifestly, the weak point in the ratio method of determining cost of producing crops is the character of the basic period. Did the crops actually sell during the basic 10-year period for cost of production? Manifestly, in some years they sold for less, and in some years they sold for more. As an average of the entire 10-year period, they must have sold for at least cost of production, or farmers would gradually have reduced their acreage of the particular crop under consideration, or else gone out of business entirely. As a matter of fact, in the 10-year period under consideration, 1897 to 1906, land values were constantly advancing. It would seem, on the whole, that this particular 10-year period is a fair one to use, and that as an average of these 10 years crops sold for approximately cost of production, no more, no less. It is always conceivable that over long periods of time there might have occurred changes in supply or demand conditions that would make the basic 10-year period altogether false for the purpose of comparison. For example, in the case of oats, it is conceivable that tractors, trucks, and automobiles might so displace horses as to make the city demand for oats decidedly less than during the 10-year period extending from 1897 to 1906. The oats acreage might therefore be considerably decreased, and oats be produced in large quantities only in those sections especially adapted to growing oats. It is conceivable, therefore, that the ratio method may possibly give the cost of oats production at rather too high a figure impossible of realization, one year with another. In the case of standard crops, however, there is remarkably little change in either supply conditions or demand conditions. Methods of producing corn are pretty well standardized. The market for corn is almost equally stable. It is believed that the ratio method of determining cost of corn production will be approximately accurate for the next 50 years. Consumers' ratios during the past 50 years, a number of people have set themselves to work to measure the shifting economic tides with index numbers. The more complete of these index numbers really undertake to measure the changing value of the dollar. In July of 1914, for instance, Dunn's index number was $119.71, which meant that it required $119.71 to buy a certain given amount of wheat, corn, oats, pork, beef, butter, eggs, wool, hides, pig iron, lumber, petroleum, etc. On September 1, 1919, it required $238.34 to buy these same goods. The dollar of July of 1914 had become worth about 50 cents in September of 1919, in its ability to buy wholesale products. The consumer, in his buying, has certain choices. The man who thinks pork is too high in price can shift to beef or mutton, or he can leave meat altogether out of his ration and secure the needed nutrients in dairy or poultry products. The producer's ratios, as described in preceding chapters, have to do fundamentally with supply conditions. They deal with the relation between a raw product and a more finished product. They are concerned, but not immediately, with demand conditions. The attempt in this chapter is to develop a ratio which gives more particular weight to demand conditions. Therefore, ratios are developed between a standard index number on the one hand and a given commodity on the other. However, because index numbers include some of the items of expense entering into the production of any commodity, such a ratio also represents to a considerable extent a producer's ratio. To understand the matter more definitely, we shall look into the ratio actually prevailing between Dunn's index number and Chicago hog prices. As an average of the 10-year period, 1907 to 1916, Dunn's index number in January has averaged $120.16, whereas hogs during the same period have averaged $6.99 per hundredweight. In other words, live hogs have sold per hundredweight for about 1/17 of the value of Dunn's index number. On this basis, in January of 1907, the index price of hogs was $6.24, whereas the actual price was $6.60, or 36 cents higher. In January of 1908, the index price of hogs was $6.59, whereas the actual price was $4.45, or $2.14 lower. And so it goes. For the period of a year or two, hogs will sell proportionately higher than other commodities, and then for a like length of time they will sell lower. This is graphically illustrated in the accompanying chart. This chart, it will be noted, is very similar in appearance to the corn-hog ratio chart. The chief point of difference is in 1917 and 1918, during which time hogs sold relatively higher than an average of other commodities, as indicated by Dunn's index number, whereas they were relatively lower than corn. War conditions, creating an unprecedented demand for breadstuffs, raised grain prices out of all proportion to other commodities. On studying this chart closely, it will be noticed that there is a tendency, generally speaking, for hogs to sell relatively cheap to other commodities a few months in advance of the time that they sell relatively cheap to corn, and vice versa. In other words, the variations shown on the chart as given in this chapter are often 2 or 3 months ahead of the chart as given in the chapter on corn-hog ratios. Illustrating the departure of Chicago hog prices from the 10-year ratio between hog prices and Dunn's index number. A historical study of the ratio between index numbers and Chicago steer prices indicates that steer prices swing first above and then below their index number value in periods of from 5 to 9 years each way, with an average of around 7 years. The 1907 to 1916 ratio between Dunn's index number and wholesale prices of certain farm products is given in the following table. Heavy hogs at Chicago, per CWT 1,200 to 1,500 pounds, steers at Chicago per CWT butter extras at Elgin, cents per pound. Number 2 corn at Chicago, cents per bushel. January 0.0583.0597.263.499 February 0.0604.0593.255.503 March 0.0638.0620.251.514 April 0.0652.0631.241.537 May 0.0631.063 6.215.555 June 0.0632.0655.212.551 July 0.0638.0659.212.572 August 0.0638.0670.219.602 September 0.0645.233.582 October 0.0620.0656.242.559 November 0.0578.0634.254.537 December 0.0568.0621.264.518 with Dunn's index number at $245 for December of 1919. The method of finding the index price of hogs is to multiply $245 by 0.0568. Which gives $13.92. It is not claimed that the ratio between Dunn's index number and hogs, for instance, is as constant as the ratio between hogs and corn. In the decade of the 60s, hogs sold for 1/3 lower in relation to Dunn's index number than in the decade ending in 1916. There has been a constant tendency for farm products to sell constantly higher in relation to Dunn's index number. And this tendency doubtless will continue until population becomes stationary, although there may be several years at a time when the tendency is apparently halted because of improvements in agricultural efficiency. In the main, the possibility of improvements in industrial efficiency is so much greater than in agriculture that we may expect that agricultural prices will stand in constantly higher ratio to other prices, until finally the increase in population is checked. Working out ratios between Dunn's index number and retail prices as reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we find that as an average of the 1907 to 1916 period, 0.183 of Dunn's index number represented the price of sirloin steak in cents per pound. For other commodities sold at retail the ratio factors were, Table 1. round steak, per pound $0.159 rib roast, per pound $0.148 pork chops, per pound $0.157 bacon, per pound $0.206 ham, per pound $0.199 lard, per pound $0.122 hens, per pound $0.165 eggs, per dozen $0.267 butter, per pound $0.294 milk, per quart $0.071 flour, per bag of 24.5 pounds $0.722 cornmeal, per pound $0.023 potatoes, per peck $0.243 sugar, per pound $0.051. It is interesting to note that in September of 1919, when there was a universal outcry against retail prices, an outcry vigorously encouraged by notoriety seeking politicians, that retail prices were about as might have been expected from Dunn's index number. Dunn's index number was $238.34 on September 1, 1919, and the first column of Table 2 gives the retail price which we might expect by applying the standard ratios. The second column gives actual prices on September 15, as reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Table 2. Sirloin steak, per pound $0.436 $0.409 round steak, per pound $0.379 rib roast, per pound $0.352 pork chops, per pound $0.374 bacon, per pound $0.490 ham, per pound $0.474 lard, per pound $0.291 hens, per pound $0.393 eggs, per dozen $0.636 butter, per pound $0.701 milk, per quart $169.157 flour, per bag of 24.5 pounds $1.721 cornmeal, per pound $0.067 potatoes, per peck $0.579 sugar, per pound $122.110. The factors as worked out in Table 1 are ratios between yearly average retail prices and yearly average Dunn's index numbers. Even retail prices, however, have some seasonal swing. For instance, meats tend to be cheaper in the winter than in the summer, whereas butter and eggs tend to be cheaper in the summer than in the winter. Because of the seasonal swing, the first column of Table 2 is not absolutely accurate. For instance, the retail price of sirloin steak in September is usually about 2% higher than the yearly average, and, corrected for the month of September, the price should have been 44.5 cents, instead of 43.6 cents. On the same basis, the seasonally corrected price for butter for September 1919 was 68.6 cents, instead of 70.1 cents. In the main, however, Table 2 is fairly accurate as it stands. It will be noted that with the exception of hog products, wheat and potatoes, retail prices in September of 1919 tended to be lower than their normal ratio to Dunn's index number. Possibly a consumer's attack on the price of pork products, wheat and potatoes was warranted in September of 1919. It must be remembered, however, that there was supposedly a world need for hog products and wheat at that time, and that potatoes were unduly high on account of a short crop. Consumers should be educated in the use of index numbers and to an understanding of normal ratios between index numbers and the various commodities which they buy. In times of violent price fluctuations, they should know just what is the index price of the commodities whose prices are acting in a questionable way. At the same time, they should realize that the index price is not necessarily the just price. However, the index price gives a basis upon which the consumer may work. He may then inquire why it is that the actual price departs from the index price. In May of 1918, for instance, the index price of corn in Chicago was $1.25, whereas the actual price was $1.60. The actual price was above the index price partly because of a poor quality corn crop in 1917, but particularly because of an unprecedented demand for breadstuffs. Nevertheless, everything considered, the consumer may have had some basis for resentment against the high price of corn and corn products, whereas if he had studied the milk and butter situation, he would have seen that the dairy products were being sold at a real bargain. Strange to say, consumers kicked vigorously against milk prices, but had nothing to say about corn prices. Consumers are always concerned with superficial appearances, never with fundamental causes. And this characteristic of city consumers, combined with an unscrupulous, ignorant city press, is a grave menace to our civilization. Technique of the ratio method. The fundamental idea of the ratio method is that the price of every product is determined in the long run by the price of some other product or products. The price of hogs is determined in the long run by the price of corn. The price of corn is determined in the long run by the price of land, labor, farm machinery, and horse feed. 5. In its simplest form, the ratio method deals with only two products, as for example, with hogs and corn. As an average of the 10 Januaries extending from 1907 to 1916, number 2 corn on the Chicago market sold for 59.9 cents a bushel, and heavy hogs on the same market sold for $7 per hundredweight. In other words, as an average of this 10-year period, it is required the value of 11.7 bushels of corn to equal in value 100 pounds of heavy hog flesh. In the specific month of January, 1907, corn was 41.6 cents per bushel. The corn price of hogs was 11.7 times 41.6 cents, or $4.87. The actual price of hogs in January, 1907, was $6.60. Actual hogs sold for $1.73 above the customary corn-hog ratio. In January of 1908, with corn at 58.5 cents a bushel, the corn price of hogs would be 11.7 times 58.5, or $6.84. The actual price was $4.45, or $2.39 below the ratio price. The ratio for February is different from the ratio for January, but once a set of ratios is secured for each of the 12 months of the year, it is easily possible to work out charts showing month by month the periods of time when hogs were selling relatively higher than their customary ratio to corn, and when they were selling relatively lower. It is absolutely necessary to work ratios month by month, or week by week, in the case of all products which have a seasonal swing. Nearly all agricultural products are cheap in the fall of the year. Some products begin weakening sooner than others, for instance, oats and wheat weaken sooner than corn or hogs. A genuinely scientific method of applying the ratio method to hog prices would also take into consideration that hogs are to some extent made out of tankage, pasture, and labor, as well as corn. Of course, these things vary in value in a rough way, in just about the same way as corn prices. And for practical purposes, the ratio between hogs and corn is probably exact enough. As an example of a more complex application of the ratio method, assume that after thorough investigation by the farm management people, it is found that on typical farms 70% of the cost of producing hogs is represented by corn, 5% by tankage, 3% by oats, 3% by pasture, 2% by middlings, 6% by man labor, and 11% by miscellaneous items, such as risk, interest, etc., all of which vary in about the same ratio as the other items already enumerated. Spreading the 11% of miscellaneous items over the other items, we find that of the cost of producing hogs, 78% is represented by corn, 3% by oats, 6% by tankage, 4% by pasture, 2% by middlings, and 7% by man labor. Now, as an average of the 10-year period, 1907 to 1916, the value in the month of January, at Chicago, was 59.9 cents for corn and 43.4 cents for oats. The value of middlings on a Milwaukee basis was $22.77 per ton. The value of tankage, this is a rough estimate, was $46 per ton, the value of pasture land, $66 per acre, and the value of an hour of man labor 14.6 cents. Hogs averaged $7 per hundredweight. According to the ratio theory, this 10-year average price of $7 per hundredweight for hogs must represent approximately cost of production. 78% of $7 gives $5.46 as the share of corn in the production cost, and in like manner 21 cents is the value of the oats, 42 cents the value of the tankage, 28 cents the value of the pasture, 14 cents the value of the middlings, and 49 cents the value of the man labor. With corn at 79.9 cents a bushel, as it was during this 10-year period, and other feeds at prices as mentioned in the foregoing, it is obvious that it required, to equal 100 pounds of hog weight, the value of 9.1 bushels of corn, 1/2 bushel of oats, 1/250th of the value of an acre of ordinary rough pasture land, 12 pounds of middlings, 18 pounds of tankage, and 3.4 hours of man labor. In the specific month of January, 1907, corn was worth 41.6 cents, oats, 35.4 cents, middlings, $18.37, ordinary rough pasture land, $51 per acre, tankage, $40 a ton, and man labor, 13 cents an hour. 9 bushels of corn at 41.6 cents gives $3.78, half a bushel of oats at 35.4 cents gives 18 cents, 12 pounds of middlings at $18.37 per ton gives 10 cents, 1/250th of the value of an acre of ordinary pasture land, at $51 per acre, gives 20 cents, 18 pounds of tankage at $40 per ton gives 36 cents, and 3.4 hours of man labor at 13 cents gives 44 cents. Adding, we get $5.06 as the cost of producing hogs in January, 1907. In January, 1908, with corn at 58.5 cents per bushel, oats at 49.9 cents, middlings at $22.62 per ton, tankage at $40 per ton, pasture at $51 per acre, and man labor at 13 cents an hour, we find, by applying the same formula, that the cost of producing 100 pounds of hogs was $6.69. The straight corn ratio method gave $4.87 for January of 1907, and $6.84 for January of 1908, departing from the more complex ratio on the minus side by 19 cents in 1907 and on the plus side by 15 cents in 1908. The results are so nearly alike that in the case of hogs we think that it is ordinarily satisfactory to depend on corn ratios alone, although in the case of such products as milk and butter it is well to include feeds other than corn and to use a method similar to that just outlined. In order to allow the general public to judge of the merits of wage increases, strikes and price advances, it would be well if the ratio method might be applied to manufacturing and mining industries. For instance, in the case of coal, it might be shown, these figures are purely illustrative and possibly are wide of the facts, that 40% of the cost of producing coal is labor, 20% machinery charge, and 40% risk, interest on investment and similar factors, which vary in just about the same ratio as the other two factors already mentioned. Distributing this 40% miscellaneous charge, we get 67% of the cost of producing coal represented by labor and 33% by machinery charge. Now, assume that, in 1920 the labor charge has advanced over the 10-year base by 90% and the machinery charge by 110%, multiplying 67 by 190 and 33 by 210 and adding, we find that on this basis coal in 1920 should be about 94% above the 10-year base. If the 10-year base is $3.50 per ton, the proper price for coal in 1920 should evidently be somewhere around $6.80 per ton. Of course, it is obvious that anyone applying the ratio method must be thoroughly familiar with the industry under consideration. There should be, however, competent experts in whom the public has confidence, to express for the benefit of the public, in ratio form, the cost of production price of all staple products, and possibly labor as well. Our grade schools and our high schools should train their students to have an appreciation of the ratio method of determining prices. An appreciation of this sort developed in the minds of the bulk of our people would do much to stabilize the price system, preventing undue excesses, and yet allowing prices which cover in a fair way cost of production. Limitations of the ratio method. The ratio method, while astonishingly accurate as a method for ascertaining production costs, is not infallible. In the case of hogs and corn, for example, the ratio has remained constant, decade by decade, for 60 years. It is always conceivable, however, that a change in production methods will come which will enable farmers to produce hogs for less than the 11.5 bushel ratio. It is also conceivable that as population increases, there will be a smaller premium put on meat and a greater premium put on grain, with the result that the standard ratio will fall below 11 bushels. But in any event the change will be slow, and in all probability the ratio of the 50 years from 1925 to 1975 will not fall below 11 bushels. In the case of such products as butter, where improvements in method count for more than in the case of hogs, there is more likelihood of the standard ratio changing as time goes on. In the case of such standard crops as corn and wheat, there is small probability of great change in the standard ratios. Any undue and prolonged profit will be promptly absorbed by land values and labor wages. About the only technological improvement which would throw the standard ratios altogether out of line would be the discovery of how to make food out of air and water by manufacturing processes. The ratio method, when used in price fixing, rather than in price judging, is open to several objections. Under a laissez-faire system it may be necessary for months at a time to cater to the consumers by selling food at below the ratio or cost of production price. And again it is possible for months at a time to gouge the consumer by selling food above the ratio or cost of production price. It is only as farmers, consumers, and businessmen become educated to the desirability of prices more nearly approximating cost of production that the ratio system can be used extensively in actual price fixing. When it is so used, there will be less likelihood of overproduction on the one hand and underproduction on the other hand. Wherever the ratio system comes to be used in actual price fixing, it will be open to the criticism that prices will start pyramiding. For example, in the case of hogs and corn, a guaranteed ratio may increase the price of corn, and this in turn the price of hogs, and so on in a never-ending climb. The reverse is also imaginable. In the case of fixing crop prices by ratio, it is imaginable that land values would constantly increase, and this would increase the price of crops, which again will be reflected back into land, and so on in a never-ending cycle. Economists like to dwell on situations of this kind. They are to a large extent purely imaginary. To stop a vicious rise under the ratio system, a rise which would bring about an overproduction, all that would be necessary would be to very slightly lower the standard ratio. In the case of hogs, for example, it might be necessary to lower the ratio from 11.5 bushels to 11.2 bushels. However, in all that is said concerning the ratio method of judging prices, there is no intention to prescribe any definite method of using the system. The chief function of ratios will doubtless continue to be educational. It is hoped that a knowledge of standard ratios by large numbers of people will suffice to stabilize prices at more nearly cost of production and to stabilize production at a point more nearly identical with normal demand. Retail and wholesale prices. There has been much outcry in recent years against the retailer. Unquestionably, the retailer is working under a cumbersome distributive system which burdens the consumer with prices fully 20% too high. It is commonly recognized that this extra 20% does not represent retailers' profits, but that it is used simply to perpetuate a system which will cater most effectively to the whims of indolent housewives. The cure for the system is for consumers to organize themselves into cooperative buying associations. When consumers are willing to band themselves together in such associations, to anticipate their needs of staple products by ordering ahead, it will be possible to furnish such products at very little above wholesale prices. In fact, it is conceivable that under such a regime cooperative consumers might buy of cooperative producers. All this, however, involves infinitely more foresight than the average citizen or his wife cares to exercise. Also, it involves putting a vast number of small grocerymen out of business. In the long run, this will be a good thing for everyone, but the immediate effect will be a great outcry against interfering with legitimate business, and the issue will be obscured by the customary smokescreen used by scared businessmen. As long as we cling to our present retail system, it is worthwhile to know the standard differential between retail prices on the one hand and wholesale prices and farmers' prices on the other hand. For instance, in 1913, hemp quite customarily retailed at around 26 or 27 cents a pound, whereas the wholesale price at the same time was around 16 or 17 cents a pound, and farmers were selling their hogs at around 8 cents a pound. It was a fairly normal state of affairs, previous to the war, for hemp to sell retail at 10 cents a pound above the wholesale price, or 18 cents or 19 cents a pound above the price of hogs. Just what the normal differential will be, now that the war is over, cannot be foretold with accuracy. As long as we are on a price level twice as high as in 1914, it is obvious that the differential between retail and wholesale prices will be just about twice as great. The retailer may not pay quite twice as much to his labor, and he may not pay quite twice as much rent, but he will have to have twice as much operating capital, and his bad debts will probably be twice as great. At this writing, early in 1920, it seems obvious that the retailers should be allowed to have a differential fully 80% larger than before the war, if they are to fare as well as most other classes. As a matter of fact, the retailers now seem to be selling ham at a differential of about 18 cents a pound over the wholesale price and about 36 cents a pound over the price of hogs. In the case of ham, the retailers began demanding an increased margin in May of 1917, the month after the war broke out. They kept increasing the margin as opportunity presented itself, but not till the summer of 1919 were the retailers able to widen out the differential between retail and wholesale prices sufficiently to cover the cost of doing business on a price level twice as high as in 1914. Illustrating how the differential between farmers' price and wholesale and retail price widens in proportion to the higher price level. The facts concerning the retail price of ham, wholesale price of ham, and price of hogs are presented in the accompanying chart. Other retail prices are given in the appendix, and it is possible from the figures there presented to work out normal differentials for such products as wheat and wheat flour, corn and corn meal, sirloin steak and cattle, etc. Pork exports. The barometer of Corn Belt prosperity. For years we have exported from the United States more corn in the form of pork than in the form of shelled corn or corn meal. In recent years we have been exporting an average of about 40 million bushels of corn in the form of corn and corn meal, whereas we have been exporting the equivalent of about 130 million bushels of corn in the form of pork products. And for the year 1919 we exported the equivalent of about 350 million bushels of corn in the form of pork. There is an extraordinary sympathy between the corn and hog industries. True it is that we feed almost as much corn to our horses as we do to our hogs, but the corn which we feed to horses is for the purpose of keeping the farm plant running. The corn fed to horses does not bring in direct cash returns in the same way as the corn fed to hogs. Nearly 1/3 of all our corn is fed to hogs, and from the standpoint of market strategy, this third which is fed to hogs counts more than the other 2/3. The demand for the other 2/3 by horses and cattle and by the grist mills of the towns and cities is practically stationary from one year to the next. It is the corn which is fed to hogs that varies so greatly from one year to the next. For the first 10 months of 1919, the value of the pork products exported from the United States was $778 million, or about 1/8 of the value of all the exports from the United States for this period. The only other product of practically equal magnitude with pork products was cotton, with a total value of $775 million for the first 10 months of 1919. Wheat and wheat flour, which most people think rank decidedly above the value of pork products, totaled during this period $556 million. Corn and corn meal exports during this period were worth an insignificant $15 million. Of course we are now exporting more pork products than ever before in history, but even before the war the Corn Belt expressed itself in international trade preeminently through its exports of pork products. The ham, bacon and lard of the Corn Belt are comparable with the wheat of the Northwest and the cotton of the South. Before the war, we exported every year the equivalent of about 5 or 6 million hogs. Last year we exported the equivalent of 13 or 14 million hogs, nearly 1/5 of our total production. Exports dropped off during September, October, and November, but this is a customary seasonal occurrence, and there is now the prospect of a resumption of a tremendous exportation of hog products during the winter and early summer. The two charts printed herewith indicate the very close connection between pork exports and profits in corn raising. The chart giving the profits and losses on the average acre of corn for the past 45 years is republished from Wallace's Farmer of May 17, 1918, the profits for the years 1918 and 1919 having been added since. It will be noted that the other chart gives the exports of hog products in pounds from the United States year by year. The exports are in fiscal years, ending on June 30th. It will be noted that in a broad, general way, there is a considerable relationship between the two charts. When pork exports have been less than normal for a year or two, there is a decided tendency for corn to become unprofitable, and vice versa. Note how the big hog exports, starting in 1877 and continuing through 1881, were accompanied by a period of unusual corn profits. Note how the falling off in hog exports, starting with 1882 and continuing until 1890, was also accompanied by unprofitable corn crops. Then there was a temporary turn for the better in both corn and hog exports in 1890 and 1891, and a sag in both until 1897, when hog exports picked up and continued to pick up to a very marked degree for several years, the change in hog exports being slowly reflected in corn profits. Generally speaking, pork exports seem to lead the way, and corn tags along behind. During the war years, however, corn seemed to move just about as fast as hog exports. The first year of really heavy hog exports was the year ending June 30, 1916, and the first corn crop to sell unusually high was that harvested in the fall of 1916. The corn crops of 1916, 1917, 1918 and 1919 have all been extraordinarily profitable, and the pork exports during these same years have been unusually heavy. Unquestionably, there is a very close relationship between hog exports and the general level of corn prices. We do not mean to say that there is a month-by-month relationship, or even a year-by-year relationship. We do mean to say, however, that it is impossible for the United States to export an unusual volume of hog products without sooner or later raising corn prices. It may take a year or two for the effect to be felt by corn, but sooner or later the influence seems to be inevitable. Curved line indicates the normal trend of pork exports from the United States. When the irregular line is above the curved line, pork exports are unusually large. Large pork exports beginning with 1877 caused the Corn Belt prosperity beginning with 1879. Large pork exports beginning with 1898 initiated the Corn Belt prosperity beginning with 1920. The 1920 figure is a preliminary estimate. Heavy hog exports make for higher corn prices, and higher corn prices make for higher values in Corn Belt farmland. Without much question, the fundamental cause of corn land rising so much more rapidly than land in other sections is the unusual volume of pork products starting with the year 1916. It would have been impossible for the corn market to have reached or sustained its high altitude without the prop of such tremendous hog exports. In view of the evidence presented, we make bold to say that hog exports furnish a most delicate barometer of Corn Belt prosperity. The huge volume of pork exports during the past 3 years is the explanation of Corn Belt land rising faster than in other sections. Iowa raises twice as many hogs as any other state, and this doubtless is the reason why land in Iowa has risen faster than in any other state. Corn profits and losses in the 12 north-central states, as determined by the ratio method described in the chapter on cost of producing crops. What of the future? Is there any chance that pork exports will maintain their present volume? We may as well face the issue squarely and come to the conclusion that in all probability pork exports, within 3 or 4 years, will decline to about 1/3 their present volume. For 4 or 5 years previous to the war, the tendency of pork exports was somewhat downward. It is reported that at that time Great Britain was buying less and less of her hog products from the United States, and that she was thinking of buying more and more of her coarser quality of hog products from China. At the present time there is considerable Chinese bacon on the English market. It is also worthwhile to note in this connection that the English consumption of meat is now 1,200,000 tons, which is 600,000 tons less than her pre-war consumption of meat. If England has cut down on her meat consumption 1/3, the probabilities are that the continent of Europe has cut down on its meat consumption 1/2. Probably never again will the world eat as much meat per capita as it did before the war. Whether we like it or not, we may as well face the probability that our pork exports are on the decline, and will not stop declining until they are down to about 1/3 of the 1919 volume. And we may expect that this decline in pork exports will have some influence on corn prices, and therefore on corn land prices. The future situation is of course considerably different than that which has existed at any time during the past 45 years. The volume of money in circulation may be such that there will be no actual decline in corn prices or in corn land prices. Just the same, we may expect that the unusually favorable position which has been enjoyed by the Corn Belt during the past 3 years will disappear with the decline in pork exports. Previous to the war, Great Britain and Germany absorbed more of our pork exports than any other nations. Great Britain took 73% of our pork exports, 86% of our exports of hams and shoulders, and 36% of our lard exports. Germany took 30% of our lard exports and practically nothing in the way of bacon, hams, or shoulders. Cuba, Holland, and Belgium were the other large importers of American hog products, but these 3 nations together required only about 1/10 as much as Great Britain. If Great Britain cuts down her consumption of meat to 2/3 what it was before the war, she will be much more nearly self-supporting from a meat standpoint than she is now, and probably will not import from the United States more than 1/2 as much meat as she did before the war. Great Britain owes considerable money to the United States, and, moreover, in the future she will not get from the United States in such large measure ocean freight charges on the British merchant marine. In the old days, Great Britain had a considerable credit balance coming to her every year from the United States, and she took a large part of this in the form of pork products. Now that the situation is reversed, it is difficult to see how Great Britain can import as much in the way of hog products from the United States as she did before the war. True it is that for the year 1919 she has imported about 3 times as much from the United States as before the war, but once the present emergency is past, it seems obvious that Great Britain will cut her pork imports down to the minimum. In the case of Germany, the situation is even worse. Germany, which normally took 150 million pounds of lard from us every year before the war, must now pay the Allied nations an indemnity every year of at least $600 million. In order to pay this huge sum, Germany must cut her imports down to the absolute minimum, and become extraordinarily efficient in exporting. For the next 2 or 3 years, Germany may perhaps import more lard from us than she did before the war, but, as rapidly as possible, Germany will re-establish her swine industry and reduce the imports of American lard. We may be painting this situation too black, but we cannot see how our pork exports, by the year 1925, can total to more than 800 million or possibly 900 million pounds, which is less than 1/3 the 1919 volume of exports. Of course, another war may break out in the meantime, or some other extraordinary thing may happen, but in the ordinary course of events, it would seem that our pork exports must inevitably decrease until they are considerably less than the pre-war normal. And it would seem that this decrease in pork exports will have a very considerable bearing on corn prices, which will in turn have a bearing on corn land prices. Again, we wish to say, however, that we do not necessarily believe that corn land in 1925 or 1930 will be selling cheaper than it is today. Prices of all kinds doubtless will continue to be high in 1925 and 1930, for the simple reason that inflated currency the world over will still continue. The point we are trying to make is that once hog exports decline to the pre-war normal, or less, Corn Belt farming will cease to enjoy the unusual advantage which it had during the war. It may for a time be relatively less profitable than farming in certain other sections of the United States. There are many curious paradoxes in the hog export trade in the United States. While a heavy export of hog products sooner or later means high corn prices, high hog prices and Corn Belt prosperity generally, yet as a usual proposition, heavy hog exports do not start except in times of unusually low hog prices. The heavy exports of 1877 to 1881 did not start till hogs had declined below $5 a hundred, and reached their height while hogs were $3 to $4 a hundred. In 1882, when hog prices climbed to over $8 per hundred on the Chicago market, hog exports promptly fell off, and did not climb again until hog prices again went below $4 a hundred, in 1890. In early 1893, when hog prices on the Chicago market climbed up to nearly $8 a hundred again, hog exports dropped off very suddenly. They did not pick up at once in 1896, when hog prices went under $4 again, but did pick up very rapidly in 1897 and 1898, during both of which years hog prices on the Chicago market were under $4 a hundred most of the time. In 1902, there were heavy exports, in spite of the fact that hog prices were relatively high, but by 1903 the British apparently had had enough of buying high-priced pork on the American market, and they curtailed their importations very decidedly. Again, in 1910, the exceedingly high prices stopped the export demand. During the past 3 years there have been unprecedented exports in spite of unusually high prices. But as a matter of fact, hog prices in the United States have been cheaper during the past 3 years than any place else in the world. We have been selling hogs at a great bargain, or Great Britain would not have bought such tremendous quantities from us. A thorough study of the exports of the United States month by month from January 1903 through the year 1914 indicates that there is a continual tendency for hog exports to be large when hog prices are low, and vice versa. The correlation coefficient between hog prices and hog exports is -0.52. There seems to be a closer correlation between hog exports and hog prices than between receipts of hogs at central markets and hog prices. The tendency has been for hog exports to be 40% above normal when hog prices are 15% below normal, for hog exports to be 20% above normal when hog prices are 8% below normal, etc. In November of 1919, when hog exports were about 40% above normal, it would have appeared, therefore, that hog prices were about 15% below normal. This is a long-swing tendency, and of course there are occasional exceptions. This part of the problem may be summed up to the effect that big exports start in times of low hog prices, and that these exports after a time stimulate both corn and hog prices, with the result that after a time both corn and hogs become so high in price that exports dry up, and then corn and hog prices weaken, and the whole thing starts over again. There was a continuous series of these cycles previous to the war, and it is to be expected, now that the war is over, that the phenomena will repeat themselves, although with some added variations. One thing we must remember is that very possibly the export trade of the United States will not count so big in the future as it has in the past. The United States has loaned something like $10 billion to foreign countries, and every year she will have hundreds of millions of dollars in interest coming her way, instead of owing hundreds of millions of dollars to countries across the water, as was the case before the war. And as long as the United States has so much money coming to her in interest charges, we must expect that eventually the United States must import more goods than she exports. This does not necessarily mean the destruction of the hog industry in the Corn Belt, but it may mean that it will have to shift onto a somewhat different basis. It may be that in the future we must plan on growing enough hogs only to satisfy the needs of the United States, carefully avoiding a glut which will make it essential to export any large quantity. Or it may be that the American farmer is so exceedingly efficient in the business of producing hogs that the United States will always export large quantities of pork products, even though the balance of trade otherwise is against the United States. If we approach the problem from the standpoint of going after a large trade in hog products with foreign countries, we must put ourselves in position to produce with the utmost economy possible. Price talks in the export business, and we shall export large quantities of hog products whenever we are selling hogs decidedly cheaper than the rest of the world. Just what kind of a whistle do we want, and what price are we willing to pay for it? Here is a problem which we commend to the earnest study of the research department which the National Farm Bureau Federation may someday possess. Corn Belt land values in relation to cost of producing corn. Rent or interest on the money invested in land is a legitimate item in cost of production, so far as the individual farmer is concerned. But society is likely to reach a time when it will assert the right to object to paying a price for corn which will permit of paying a very high rent, which in turn is used to support very high land values. Society may say, in effect, your high land values are just as vicious as watered railway stock, and you have no more right to expect a 5% return on the inflated value than the railroads have to expect such a return on their watered stock. Society may be expected to pay a price for corn which is established by competition between farmers in this country and in the Argentine, and by the need of Europe for our pork products. This price doubtless will bear much the same relation to the general price level as before the war. It may be high enough to permit of Corn Belt land values as they existed in 1920, or even higher values. Or it may be low enough to compel a reduction in Corn Belt values and farmhand wages. In the case of a severe drop in corn prices, it is conceivable but not probable that Corn Belt farmers will organize sufficiently to compel the return to a price high enough to maintain 1920 land values and farmhand wages. It is believed that under conditions of free competition it will be necessary for corn to sell for about 85 cents a bushel, on a basis of December 1st farm valuations in the Corn Belt in the ordinary crop year, in order to maintain land values as they existed in 1920. This means that prices might go as low as 70 cents a bushel in years of big crops, or as high as $1 in years of small crops. It is also assumed that labor at harvest, without board, will settle down to about $4.25 a day, which was the 1918 level. If labor at harvest, without board, continues at $5 a day, which was the 1919 level, it will be necessary for corn to sell for about 88 cents a bushel, on a December 1st farm basis, in order to maintain the 1920 level of land values and farmhand wages. It is recognized that this prediction may be wide of the mark in case farmers are able to organize themselves for selfish purposes as effectively as capital and union labor. For 40 years preceding the war, the farmer paid his regular monthly labor a sweated wage, and, in effect, sold his own labor just as cheaply. During the war, the farmer had a taste of a higher standard of living, and, having had this taste, he will be loath to let farm product prices slip back to a point where he will be reduced to his former state or even lower. It is suggested as the only effective way out of the difficulty that farmers organize into powerful bargaining organizations, which, on occasion, can practice sabotage as skillfully as capital or union labor. But, in addition, and above all, it is absolutely necessary to become extraordinarily efficient. We must continue to apply our best brains to production problems, perfecting methods which will enable us to produce corn 10 cents a bushel cheaper in Iowa than in Argentina. Price stability and soil fertility. One of the strongest arguments for more stable prices is the effect on soil fertility. While the best farmers will try to maintain the fertility of their land, no matter what may be the economic outlook, the bulk of our farming population will not make any serious efforts along this line as long as the price outlook is uncertain. When prices are advancing, the tendency is for millions of acres of farm land to find their way into the hands of speculators and investors, who hold for a rise, and who take no interest whatever in the application of lime and phosphate or the growing of clover. When prices are tending downward, there is a tendency to economize to the limit. Even those farmers who normally use fertilizers are likely to postpone purchases until next year or the year after, in the hope of lower prices. It is only under a system of relatively stable prices that we may expect really effective attention to be given to soil fertility problems by the bulk of our farmers. The quicker we can get onto a stable price level, the more effectively will the fertility of our soil be conserved. It is common observation that livestock farming maintains the fertility of the soil more effectively than grain farming. In the Corn Belt, livestock farms ordinarily produce 5 bushels more corn per acre than grain farms. Two great obstacles to livestock farming are tenancy and price uncertainty. The man of small means who has been farming for himself for only a few years cannot afford to take a chance. He does not know whether or not hogs will be at a price next year which will furnish a good market for corn, and he therefore plays safe by breeding only 3 or 4 sows, instead of the 5 or 6 which he might very well handle. Unquestionably, the farmers in the Corn Belt would be justified in keeping more livestock if the price of livestock should represent cost of production day by day and month by month. In fact, Corn Belt farmers, as an average of a 5-year period, could probably afford to produce both hogs and cattle at lower relative prices than were customary before the war, if only prices were more nearly stable, if they could feel reasonably sure of getting a price more nearly representing production cost. The maintenance of the fertility of our soil is a matter of national concern. In the long run, it is of more vital interest to the people of the cities than to the farmer. Men engaged in industrial enterprises should do what they can to favor such adjustment of prices as will make it to the advantage of the farmer to keep his land in good heart, because that will make for larger production and more economical production. Measuring total crop production. This chapter does not follow the same line of thought as the other chapters. It has an indirect bearing, however, and we believe the suggested method of measuring total crop production to be of some value. Small crops ordinarily bring the farming class more money than large crops. Nevertheless, in the long run, big crops mean prosperity to the country as a whole. To judge just when crops as a whole are large and when they are small, a method has been devised, which may be illustrated as follows. In 1918, the United States produced 2,582,814,000 bushels of corn, 917,100,000 bushels of wheat, 89,833,000 tons of hay, 11,700,000 bales of cotton, etc. Now, to ascertain total crop production, it is obviously impossible to add together bushels, tons, bales, etc. We can add together the value of the crops, but the price level shifts from year to year, and this method is not satisfactory. Now, the 1907 to 1916 10-year average price of corn was 61 cents, of wheat 96.2 cents, of hay $11.49 a ton, of cotton $59 a bale, etc. A 10-year average illustrates the relative economic emphasis. These prices are therefore used as constant factors, applicable to any crop year. The 1918 corn crop of 2,582,814,000 bushels, converted into economic crop units by multiplying by 61, equals 157,500,000,000. The 1918 wheat crop of 917,100,000 bushels, multiplied by 96.2, equals 63,600,000,000. The same thing done with the 13 leading crops gives 559,900,000,000 crop units produced by the United States in 1918, or 5,270 crop units per capita. The per capita production of crop units since 1880 has been as follows: 1880 5,360, 1890 4,720, 1900 5,820, 1910 5,320, 1881 4,280, 1891 5,820, 1901 4,470, 1911 4,850, 1882 5,000. 330 1892 4,840 1902 5,480 1912 5,690 1883 5,120 1893 4,710 1903 4,930 1913 4,950 1884 5,560 1894 4030 1904 5220 1914 5410 1885 5250 1895 4980 1905 5200 1915 5770 1886 4970 1896 5100 and 1906 5560 1916 4940 1887 4690 1897 5070 1907 4940 1917 5530 1888 5240 1898 5360 1900 8 5220 1918 5270 1889 5910 1899 5760 1909 5119 19 5400 decade averages 5171 5046 5194 5313 Note how constant has been the productive power of the United States in economic crop units per capita, decade by decade, since 1880. Note that since 1910 crop production has more than kept pace with the increase in population. In the 80s we exported the equivalent of about 650 economic crop units per capita. In this we convert pork exports into corn, which left, roughly, 4,500 economic crop units per capita for home consumption. In the fiscal year ending June 30, 1919, we exported about 750 economic crop units per capita, which left, roughly, 4,500 economic crop units of the 1918 crop for home consumption. During the decade ending 1919, there has been an average of about 4,800 economic crop units per capita left for home consumption. It was probably necessary to retain more economic crop units per capita at home during the last decade than during the 80s, because of the smaller livestock production per capita. From the standpoint of production per farm, there has been a tremendous increase every decade. As an average of 1880 to 1889, the production per farm was 66,420 units, as compared with 67,990 units for the 1890 to 1899 decade, 71,600 units for the 1900 to 1909 decade, and 81,000 units for the 1910 to 1919 decade. In response to the higher price level, the productivity of the average farm has constantly been increasing. If both the general price level and the price of farm crops had been the same in the 1910 to 1919 decade as in the 1900 to 1909 decade, the probabilities are that the average production per farm would have been about 73,000 economic crop units instead of 81,000. If by the 1940 to 1949 decade we have a population of 150 million, and if Dunn's index number at that time is $170, it will be necessary to pay at Chicago an average of about $1.80 for wheat, $1.15 for corn, and 65 cents for oats, in order to call forth as much production per capita as was called forth by the prices paid during the past 40 years. When Dunn's index number is as low as $170, at this writing, in early 1920, it is $244, $1.80 for wheat, etc., will be very high relatively. Rather than pay such a high relative price, the consumers of the United States will probably turn to Argentina and other countries where farmers produce food cheaply by living on a lower standard. The position of the United States, rising out of the World War, whereby she is the creditor nation of the world, will favor food importations. It is a commonplace among businessmen that good crops mean good business. The effect, however, is not as close as they imagine. The short crop of 1901 did not affect the business world till 1903 and 1904. The short crops of 1892, 1893, and 1894 did not have full effect till 1895 and 1896. A single crop year which is only slightly below average may have no effect whatever on business. But when 3 crop years average below normal, there is almost certain to be some effect on business. From 1903 to 1919, the correlation between crops and the price of securities on the stock exchange was about 0.53. Professor H. L. Moore, in his book on economic cycles, finds between crop yields per acre and pig iron production a correlation coefficient of 0.72, pig iron production lagging about a year behind crops. Big crops do mean good business, although they mean prosperity to the farming class chiefly in an indirect way. A small crop generally brings farmers more money than a large crop, but small crops over a period of 2 or 3 years cause business depression, and this reacts on farmers. The problem of both businessmen and farmers is to devise some means of giving farmers as a class a financial interest in producing big crops rather than small crops. Part 2 Mathematical study of supply and demand in the hog market. Mathematical formulation of price-making factors is necessary in order to know when extraordinary or strategic considerations are influencing the market. The mathematical methods are highly technical, and in order to explain most clearly we shall follow a specific problem through from beginning to end. The problem is to determine the price of hogs from hog receipts, supply, and from business conditions, demand. To represent business conditions, we are using bank clearings outside of New York City. The actual figures for heavy hog prices at Chicago are given in the appendix. Hog receipts at Chicago and bank clearings outside of New York City are given on pages 81 and 82. The problem is to evolve from these figures the law of hog prices. The first step is to determine the secular or long-time trend of these figures. Find, for example, the secular trend of such a series as 1901 to 1902-3, 1903 1904-5, 1905 1906 1907-4, 1908-6, 1909-6. From looking at these figures, we know that the secular trend slopes upward, starting with about 2 in 1901, reaching 3 or 4 by 1905, and 5 or 6 by 1909. To express the matter with mathematical accuracy, the method as applied to this series is as follows: first add all the figures together. Answer in this case, 36. Then divide by the number of figures, in this case 9. 36 divided by 9 gives 4, which is the value of the secular trend for 1905, which is the central year. The year 1904 is the -1 year, 1903 the -2 year, 1902 the -3 year, 1901 the -4 year, and in like manner 1906 is the +1 year, 1907 the +2 year, 1908 the +3 year, and 1909 the +4 year. Multiply the minus years by their respective values, -1 by 5, -2 by 2, -3 by 3 and -4 by 2, and also the plus years, +1 by 6, +2 by 4, +3 by 6 and +4 by 6. The totals are -26 and +56, or a net of +30. Now the sum of the squares of -1, -2, -3, -4, +1, +2, +3, and +4 is 60. 60 divided into 30 gives 0.5, which is the rate of movement of the secular trend each year, or if, as we found, 4 is the secular trend value for 1905, then 3.5 is the value for 1904, 3.0 for 1903, 2.5 for 1902, and 2.0 for 1901, and in like manner 4.5 for 1906, 5.0 for 1907, 5.5 for 1908 and 6 for 1909. The secular trend is a straight line, and the actual goes above and below the secular trend in more or less wave-like fashion. In Chart I, the straight line is the secular trend of heavy hog prices at Chicago for 1903 to 1916, and the irregular line fluctuating above and below is the actual price of heavy hogs. Bank clearings of the United States outside New York City. 7 ciphers omitted, 1903. 1904, 1905. 1906, 1907. 1908, 1909. 1910, 1911. 1912. January 390,376,411,510,542 463,516,597,623 February 323,330,353,415,449 388,438,497,566 March 358,359,419,463,510 430,513,600,585,604 April 364,353,405,436,499 430,570,543,614 May 354,339,418,444,507 421,537,557,557,600 and for June 368,350,408,443,479 419,504,548,562,567 July 379,348,403,440,506 448,515,543,555,602 August 326,336,392,432,467 404,004 182,508,528,572 September 338,350,403,420,454 434,516,542,500 and 64 October 394,405,460,521,561 491,582,592,606,701 November 356,418,461,505,418 480,572,582,603,655 December 380,436,512,594,591,006 109,655 totals 43,34,394 5,009 5,533 5,798 5,326,219 6,676 6,784 7,327 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922, January 693,683,620,781 1051, 1182. 1456 February 584,563,543,719,884 1011 March 628,640,628,821 056 1224 1359 April 626,635,620,775 1036 1239 1326 May 618,593,599,816 1073 1271 1428 June 598,610,610,810 1064 1246 1449 July 621,631,623,799 1048 1324 1562 August 563,535,573,805 1041 1320 1516 September 599,540,614,851 015 1271 1598 October 703,613,741 1002 1254 1516 1809 November 631,568,756 1016 1239 1375 1672 December 668,611,797 1036 1192 1415 1576 Total 7532 7222 7724 10229 12953 15383 17,909 Receipts of hogs at Chicago in millions of pounds. 000,000 omitted, 1903. 1904, 1905. 1906, 1907. 1908, 1909. 1910, 1911. 1912. January 170,179,198,195,180 239,166,119,115,187 February 144,174,000,1 152,158,151 184,141,122,150,172 March 112,126,143,135,132 153 152 86 168 143 April 117,116,121,111,136 108 102 74 125 129 May 130,124,143,127,152 133,123,110,154,146 June 150 6,128,139,141,139 136,113,120,132,128 July 128 79,115,135,100 and 47,118 196,118,125 August 133,120,115,138,128 105 92,112,116,100 and 3 September 12087,115,113,121 83 82 92 99 95 October 109,110,135,121,104 131 91,107,000,001 124,118 November 145,164,162,127 99,174,127,127,127,144 127 December 194 184 178,148,172,184,138 136,145,147 totals 1,658 1,591 1,716 1,600 and 49 1,661 1,747 1,428 1,301 1,590 1,620 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920 1921 1922 January 182,157,200,239,224 157,256 February 149,145,166,193,162 212 112 March 141,127,149,157,131 232 155 April 129,103,109,119,116 190 147 May 133,110,132,135,127 157 163 June 149,139,130,128,114 1 181,182 July 126,112,122,122,110 153 146 August 132,102,109,136 79 105 96 September 131 90 97106 58 98 110 October 134 119 85 164 92,159,135 November 133 95 trillion 152,207,146,202 182 December 189 trillion 226,223,002 118,168 223 234 totals 1,728 1,525 1,674 1,924 1,527 2009 2018 The next problem is to eliminate the normal seasonal variation. For example, hog prices have a normal tendency to go down in the fall of the year, whereas bank clearings have an equally normal tendency to go up. Obviously, seasonal trends must be eliminated if such series as hog prices and bank clearings are to be compared. As an average of the 14 years from 1903 to 1916, inclusive, heavy hog prices at Chicago averaged in January $6.54, February $6.83, March $7.22, April $7.30, May $7.10, June $7.10, July $7.18, August $7.14, September $7.29, October $7.08, November $6.65, December $6.55, average for the entire year $7. On this basis, January is 93% of the yearly average, February 98%, March 103%, April 104%, May 101%, June 101%, July 103%, August 102%, September 104%, October 101%, November 95%, and December 94%. The December average for 1902 to 1915 is $6.30, or 90%. Obviously, the seasonal variation as just stated in percentages is affected to some extent by the secular trend, for the Decembers of 1902 to 1915 average 90%, and those of 1903 to 1916 average 94%. Taking the secular trend out of our seasonal, or adding 2 points to the early months of the year and subtracting 2 points from the last months of the year, we get approximately January 95, February 99, March 104, April 105, May 102, June 101, July 103, August 102, September 103, October 100, November 94, and December 92. 6. Hog receipts at Chicago, in the same manner, have a modified seasonal factor of January 132%, February 117%, March 102%, April 85%, May 99%, June 99%, July 87%, August 87%, September 74%, October 86%, November 103%, December 129%. For bank clearings outside of New York City, the modified seasonal factors are January 109, February 93, March 104, April 100, May 99, June 97, July 98, August 90, September 93, October 108, November 103, and December 106. After securing normal seasonal variation, the next step is to modify secular trend for seasonal variation. Secular trend of hog prices, as modified seasonally, is portrayed in Chart 2. The secular trend price of hogs in January 1903 is $5.19, which sum, multiplied by the seasonal factor 96, gives $4.98 as the secular price of hogs modified seasonally for January 1903. The actual price was $6.60, or $1.62 above the secular modified seasonally, or 31% greater than the secular price of $5.19. In this way, the percentage of departure for each month from 1903 through 1916 may be figured. This has been done for hog prices, hog receipts, and bank clearings outside of New York City. 7. Now, as it happens, hog receipts are a much more violently fluctuating series than bank clearings outside of New York City. To put the series on an even footing, resort is made to what is known as the standard deviation. To secure the standard deviation of hog price percentage departures, add up the squares of these departures. The total for the 168 months from 1903 through 1916 is 31,894, or, dividing by 168, we get 190. The square root of 190 is 13.8, which is the standard deviation of hog prices. Standard deviation means that the probabilities are that on the average not more than 1 out of 3 of the series of figures under consideration will exceed the standard deviation. Standard deviation for hog receipts is 15, and for bank clearings 8.7. This indicates that hog receipts depart from the secular trend as modified seasonally with nearly twice as great violence as do bank clearings. To put all three series on the same footing, we divide the percentage departures by the standard deviation, 13.8 in the case of hog prices, 15 in the case of hog receipts, and 8.7 in the case of bank clearings. In January of 1903, for example, hog prices were greater than the secular modified seasonally by 2.3 times the standard deviation, hog receipts were less by 0.3 of the standard deviation, and bank clearings were over by 0.9 of the standard deviation. The cycles of the hog prices, hog receipts, and bank clearings, as secured in this way by reducing for standard deviation, are comparable. The results are charted in charts 3, 4, D. Chart I, irregular line represents actual Chicago hog prices. Straight line represents secular trend. Chart 2 is identical with Chart I except that the dotted line has been added, which represents the secular trend as corrected seasonally. It may be seen from examining these charts that hog prices seem to be related directly to bank clearings and inversely to hog receipts. The problem is, blend hog receipts and bank clearings together in such a way as to secure hog prices. The mathematical method of approach is by correlation coefficients and lines of regression. First, a simple illustration of the method of securing correlation coefficients. Take the two series, A and B, which deviate from their respective means by the amount stated in columns 2 and 3. In column 1 is the year, which has nothing to do with the mathematics of the case. Column 4 is a squared, column 5 is b squared, and column 6 is a multiplied by b. 1 2 3 4 5 6 a squared b squared a times b 1901 minus 3 minus 5 9 25 plus 15 1902 minus 1 plus 111 minus 1 1903 plus 2 plus 349 plus 6 1904 plus 2 plus 141 plus 2 sum 1836 plus 22. The standard deviation of a is the square root of the sum of the a squares, or 18, divided by 4. The square root of 18 divided by 4 is 2.1. Standard deviation of b, in like manner, is 3. The sum of ab divided by 4, or plus 22 divided by 4, equals plus 5.5. The correlation coefficient is plus 5.5 divided by the standard deviation of a multiplied by the standard deviation of b, or 5.5 divided by 6.3, which gives plus 0.87. A correlation coefficient of 0.87 is very high, perfect correlation being 1. Correlation over 0.5 is considered fairly good, especially if there is a long list, 50 or more, of figures in each series. The formula for determining a in terms of b is, a equals r, sigma a sigma b. B in this formula, r is the correlation coefficient and sigma a is the standard deviation of a, and sigma b is the standard deviation of b. Substituting for the specific problem, we get a equals 0.87, 2.13.0, b, or a equals 0.609 b. When b is minus 5, we would expect a to be 3.05. When b is plus 1, we would expect a to be plus 0.609. When b is plus 3, we would expect a to be 1.827. Suppose now, in addition, that there are three series, A, B and C, and that the object is to determine A in terms of B and C. The three series stand, ABC 1901-3-5 plus 2 1902-1 plus 1 plus 3 1903 plus 2 plus 3 minus 3 1904 plus 2 plus 1 minus 2. We already know that the standard deviation of A is 2.1, and of B is 3.0, and that the correlation coefficient between A and B is plus 0.87. Using the customary method, we find that the standard deviation of C is 2.55 and that the correlation coefficient of A and C is minus 0.89, and of B and C minus 0.59. To find A in terms of B and C, we use the following formula: A equals RAB minus RAC 1 minus R2BC, sigma A sigma B, B plus, RAC minus RAB 1 minus R2BC, sigma A sigma C. C in this formula. RAB means correlation coefficient between A and B, etc. Sigma A means standard deviation of A. Substituting, we get A equals plus 0.87 minus 0.53.65, 2.13.0, B minus 0.89 plus 0.51.65, 2.12.55, C, or A equals 0.37 B minus 0.49. See Chart 3. Cycles of hog prices secured by dividing the percentage deviation of actual prices from the secular corrected seasonally by the standard deviation. Chart 4. Cycles of hog receipts secured by dividing the percentage deviation from secular trend corrected seasonally by the standard deviation. Chart V. Cycles of bank clearings outside of New York City secured by dividing the percentage deviation from the secular trend corrected seasonally by the standard deviation. Applying this formula, we find that when C is plus 2 and B is minus 5, as in the year 1901, we would expect A to be minus 2.83, and when C is plus 3 and B is plus 1, as in 1902, we would expect A to be minus 1.1. In like manner, in 1903, we would expect A to be plus 2.60 and in 1904 plus 1.35. The results expressed in a table are: actual AA as predicted by formula from B and C 1901 minus 3 minus 2.83 1902 minus 1 minus 1.10 1903 plus 2 plus 2.60 1904 plus 2 plus 1.35. The practical problem is to express hog prices in terms of hog receipts and bank clearings. Practically the same method is used with the 168 months from 1903 through 1916, as with the 4 years which have just been used for illustration. The standard deviations are 10.1 for hog receipts, 10.5 for hog prices and 9.8 for bank clearings. The correlation coefficients are plus 0.39 between hog prices and bank clearings, plus 0.26 between hog receipts and bank clearings, and minus 0.4 between hog receipts and hog prices. Using the formula, A equals R, sigma A sigma B, B and allowing A to represent hog prices and B to represent bank clearings, we get hog prices equal 0.39, 10.50.8, bank clearings, or hog prices equal 0.417 bank clearings. This formula is converted back into percentage departures from secular trend modified seasonally, and finally into hog prices as affected by bank clearings. The demand, or bank clearing, price, of hogs as compared with the actual is shown in Chart 6. In like manner we get hog prices equal minus 0.4, 10.5 10.1, hog receipts, or hog prices equal minus 0.426 hog receipts. This formula is converted back into percentage departures from the secular trend modified seasonally, and finally into hog prices as affected by hog receipts. The supply price of hogs as compared with the actual is shown in Chart 7. Chart 6, dotted line is the demand price of hogs, based on bank clearings. Irregular solid line is actual price, and straight line is secular trend. Chart 7, dotted line is supply price of hogs, based on receipts at Chicago. Irregular solid line is actual price, and straight line is secular trend. Chart 8, dotted line is supply and demand price of hogs, based on bank clearings and hog receipts. Irregular solid line is actual price. Using the longer formula on page 89, we get hog prices equal 0.56 bank clearings minus 0.56 hog receipts. Or converted into percentage departures from the secular trend corrected seasonally, 0.90 of bank clearings in percentage departures minus 0.51 of hog receipts in percentage departures equals the percentage which hog prices depart from their secular corrected seasonally. For instance, in January 1903, bank clearings were 8% above the secular corrected seasonally, and hog receipts were 5% below. 8 times 0.90 plus 5 times 0.51 gives 9.7 as the percentage which we would expect hog prices to be over their secular corrected seasonally. The secular for January 1903 was $5.19, 9.7% of $5.19 gives 50 cents. The secular corrected seasonally for January 1903 is $4.98. Add 50 cents to $4.98 and we get $5.48 as the price which we would have expected heavy hogs to sell at Chicago in January 1903, on the basis of good business and small hog receipts. Actually, hogs sold for $6.60, or $1.12 over the price predicted by formula. This is done for all the months from 1903 to 1916, and the supply and demand price of hogs, as derived from hog receipts at Chicago and bank clearings outside of New York, is charted in Chart 8, in comparison with the actual prices. Predicting the future of hog prices, we assume that at the present time, and probably for some time to come, we are on a basis of 90% above 1913 for hog prices, and 100% over 1,913 in bank clearings. This conclusion is based to some extent on the reasoning presented in the June monthly supplement of the Harvard Review of Economic Statistics for the year 1919. On this basis, the secular trend of heavy hog prices at Chicago, modified seasonally, should be roughly as follows for the several years beginning with 1919, January, $14.35, February, $15.07, March, $15.82, April, $15.67, May, $15.22, June, $15.22, July, $15.52, August, $15.22, September, $15.52, October, $15.07, November, $14.16, and December, $13.86, 8. This is on the assumption that hog prices and prices generally will have for their normal mean a level 90% above the 1913 level. It is expected that in a rough way hog prices will depart from this level according to the size of hog receipts and the condition of general business as expressed by bank clearings. During 1920, and possibly 1921, heavy exports will doubtless have influence. The secular trend of bank clearings outside New York, modified seasonally, for the year beginning with 1919, is taken as January, $13,952,000,000, February, $11,648,000,000, March, $13,056,000,000, April, $12,800,000,000, May, $12,416,000,000, June, $12,416,000,000, July, $12,544,000,000, August, $11,648,000,000, September, $12,032,000, October, $13,824,000,000, November, $13,440,000,000, and December, $13,824,000,000. The secular trend of hog receipts at Chicago in millions of pounds, modified seasonally, for the period beginning with 1919, is taken as January, 184, February, 163, March, 143, April, 118, May, 139, June, 139, July, 121, August, 121, September, 103, October, 120, November, 144, and December, 180. Based on the formula as secured in the preceding chapter, hog price equals 0.56 bank clearings minus 0.56 hog receipts, we would expect the following scale of hog prices in January, when receipts follow the secular trend: 184 million pounds at Chicago, but bank clearings are variable. Bank clearings in January. Heavy hog prices. $11 billion, $11.35, $11,500,000,000, 11.85, $16,500,000,000, 16.85. In like manner, tables may be made up for each month of the year, the idea being that for each $500 million the bank clearings outside of New York are above or below the secular trend seasonally modified. 50 cents is added to or subtracted from the secular trend hog price seasonally modified. Thus for April the tables would be, bank clearings in April. Heavy hog prices. $9,800,000,000, $12.67, $12,800,000,000, 15.67, $15,800,000,000, 18.67. Taking the tables as worked out for bank clearings and hog prices, we next modify for hog receipts. An excess of 33 million pounds of hog receipts at Chicago in a month means on the average $1.80 lower prices, and vice versa. Thus, in January, with bank clearings at $13,952,000,000, we would expect the following prices with various sizes of hog receipts, in pounds. Heavy hog prices. $162,015.55, $184,014.35, $195,013.75, $206,013.15, $228,011.95. The tables herewith get this problem worked out in detail for the various months. It is realized that at this writing, in early 1920, financial matters are still so deranged by the Great War that our secular trend for bank clearings may be wide of the mark. This is the best prediction we can offer at this writing, and we are offering it fully aware of its weakness, but fully believing that predictions of this sort will stimulate more thorough research. It is believed that better measures of demand may eventually be found than bank clearings outside of New York City, and that better measures of supply may be found than receipts at Chicago. Also, there is a possibility that the varying size of exports of hog products should be taken into account. Price of heavy hogs per hundredweight, as predicted from hog receipts and bank clearings outside of New York City. January. Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds. 162,173,184,195,206, 217,228,239, $13,000,000, $14.55, $13.95, $13.35, $12.75, $12.15, $11.55, $10.95, $10.35, $13,500,000,000, 15.05, 14.45, 13.85, 13.25, 12.65, 12.05, 11.45, 10.85, 14,000,000, 15.55, 14.95, 14.35, 13.75. 13.15, 12.55, 11.95, 11.35, 14,500,000,000, 16.05, 15.45, 14.85, 14.25, 13.65, 13.05, 12.45, 11.85, 15,000,000, 16.55, 15.95, 15.35, 14.75, 14.15, 13. 0.55, 12.95, 12.35, 15,500,000,000, 17.05, 16.45, 15.85, 15.25, 14.65, 14.05, 13.45, 12.85, 16,000,000, 17.55, 16.95, 16.35, 15.75, 15.15, 14.55, 13. 95, 13.35, 16,500,000,000. 18.05 17.45 16.85 16.25 15.65 15.05 14.45 13.85 February. Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds. 141,152,163,174,185 196,207,218 $10,600,000 $15.27 $13.67 $14.07 $13 $0.47 $11.87 $12.27 $11.67 $11.07 $11,100,000 15.77 14.17 14.57 13.97 12.37 12.77 12.17 11.57 $11,600,000 $16.27 14.67 15.07 14.47 12.87 13.27 12.67 12.07 $12,100,000 $16.77 15.17 15.57 14.97 13.37 13.77 13.17 12.57 $12,600,000 $17.27 15.67 16.07 15.47 13.87 14.27 13.67 13.07 $13,100,000 $17.77 16.17 15.57 15.97 14.37 14.77 14.17 13.57 $13,600,000 18.27 16.67 17.07 16.47 14.87 15.27 14.67 14.07 $14,100,000 18.77 17.17 17.57 16.97 15.37 15.77 15.17 14.57 March. Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds. 121,132,143,154,165 176,187,198 $12,100,000 $16.02 $15.42 $14.82 $14 and 22 cents $13.62 $13.02 $12.42 $11.82 $12,600,000 16.52 15.92 14.32 14.72 14.12 13.52 12.92 12.32 $13,100,000 17.02 16.42 15.82 15.22 14.62 14.02 13.42 12.82 $13,600,000 17.52 16.92 16.32 15.72 15.12 14.52 13.92 13.32 $14,100,000 18.02 17.42 16.82 16.22 15.62 15.02 14.42 13.82 $14,600,000 18.52 17.92 17.32 16.72 16.12 15.52 14.92 14.32 $15,100,000 19.02 18.42 17.72 17. 0.22 16.62 16.02 15.42 14.82 $15,600,000 19.52 18.92 18.32 17.72 17.12 16.52 15.92 15.32 April. Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds.
$96,107,118,120,151,151,162,172,11,800,000,000 $15,800,000,000 $15,087 $14.67 $14.07 cents $13.47 $12.87 $12.27 $11.67 $12,300,000,000 16.37 15.77 15.17 14.57 13.97 13.37 12.77 12.17 $12,800,000,000 16.87 16.27 15.67 15.07 14.47 13.87 13.27 12.67 $13,300,000,000 17.37 16.77 16.17 15.57 14.97 14.37 13.77 13.17 $1,800,000,000 17.87 17.27 16.67 16.07 15.47 14.87 14.27 13.67 $14,300,000,000 18.37 17.77 17.17 16.57 15.97 15.37 14.77 14.17 $14,800,000,000 18.87 18.27 17.67 17.07 16.47 15.87 15.27 14.67 $15,300,000,000 19.37 18.77 18.17 17.57 16.97 16.37 15.77 15.17 May.
Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds.
117,128,130,150,172,182,183,194 $11,400,000,000 $15.42 $14.82 $14.22 $13 and 62 cents $13.02 $12.42 $11.82 $11.22 $11,900,000,000 15.92 15.32 14.72 14.12 13.52 12.92 12.32 11.72 $12,400,000,000 16.42 15.82 15.22 14.62 14.02 13.42 12.82 12.22 $12,900,000,000 16.92 16.32 15.72 15.12 14.52 13.92 13.32 12.72 $13,400,000,000 17.42 16.82 16.22 15. 0.62 15.02 14.42 13.82 13.22 $13,900,000,000 17.92 17.32 16.72 16.12 15.52 14.92 14.32 13.72 $14,400,000,000 18.42 17.82 17.22 16.6
216.02 15.42 14.82 14.22 $14,900,000,000
18.92 18.32 17.72 17.12 16.52 15.92 15.32 14.72 June.
Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds.
117,138,139,150,162,172,183,194 $11,400,000,000 $15.42 $14.82 $14.22 $13 and 62 cents $13.02 $12.42 $11.82 $11.22 $11,900,000 15.92 15.32 14.72 14.12 13.52 12.92 12.32 11.72 12,400,000 16.42 15.82 15.22 14.62 14.02 13.42 12.82 12.22 12,900,000 16.92 16.32 15.72 15.12 14.52 13.92 13.32 12.72 13,400,000 17.42 16.82 16.22 15. 0.62 15.02 14.42 13.82 13.22 13,900,000 17.92 17.32 16.72 16.12 15.52 14.92 14.32 13.72 14,400,000 18.42 17.82 17.22 16.6
216.02 15.42 14.82 14.22 14,900,000
18.92 18.32 17.72 17.12 16.52 15.92 15.32 14.72
July. Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds.
99,110,121,132,143 154,165,176 $11,500,000 $15.72 $15.12 $14.52 $13.92 $13.32 $12.72 $12.12 $11.52 $12,016.22 15.62 15.02 14.42 13.82 13.22 12.62 12.02 $12,500,000 16.72 16.12 15.52 14.9 214.32 13.72 13.12 12.52 13,000 17.22 16.62 16.02 15.42 14.82 14.22 13.62 13.02 13,500,000 17.72 17.12 16.52 15.92 15.32 14. 0.72 14.12 13.52 14,000 18.22 17.62 17.02 16.42 15.82 15.22 14.62 14.02 14,500,000 18.72 18.12 17.52 16.92 16.32 15.72 15.1
214.52 15 billion.
19.22 18.62 18.02 17.42 16.82 16.22 15.62 15.02
August. Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds.
99,110,121,132,143 154,165,176 $10,600,000 $15.42 $14.82 $14.22 $13.62 $13.02 $12.42 $11.82 $11.22 $11,100,000 15.92 15.32 14.72 14.12 13.52 12.92 12.32 11.72 $11,600,000 16.42 15.82 15. 22 14.62 14.02 13.42 12.82 12.22 12,100,000,000 16.92 16.32 15.72 15.12 14.52 13.92 13.32 12.72 12,600,000,000 17.42 16.82 16.22 15.6 215.02 14.42 13.82 13.22 13,100,000,000 17.92 17.32 16.72 16.12 15.52 14.92 14.32 13.72 13,600,000,000 18.42 17.82 17.22 16.62 16.
0.02 15.42 14.82 14.22 14,100,000,000
18.92 18.32 17.72 17.12 16.52 15.92 15.32 14.72 September.
Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds.
8192,103,114,125,136 147 158 $11 billion $15.72 $15.12 $14.52 $13.92 $13.32 $12 and 72 cents $12.12 $11.52 $11,500,000,000 16.22 15.62 15.02 14.42 13.82 13.22 12.62 12.02 12,000,000 16.72 16.12 15.52 14.92 14.32 13.72 13.12 12.52 12,500,000,000 17.22 16.62 16.02 15.42 14.82 14.22 13.62 13.02 13,000,000 17.72 17.12 16.52 15.92 15.32 14.72 14.12 13. 5 to 13,500,000,000 18.22 17.62 17.02 16.42 15.82 15.22 14.62 14.02 14,000,000 18.72 18.12 17.52 16.92 16.32 15.72 15.12 14.52
14,500,000,000. 19.22 18.62 18.02 17.42 16.82 16.22 15.62 15.02 October. Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds.
98,109,120,131,142 153,164,175 $12,800,000,000 $15.27 $14.67 $14.07 $13.47 $12.87 $12.27 $11.67 $11.07 $13,300,000,000 15.77 15.17 14.57 13.97 13.37 12.77 12.17 11.57 $13,800,000,000 16. 27 15.67 15.07 14.47 13.87 13.27 12.67 12.07 $14,300,000,000 16.77 16.17 15.57 14.97 14.37 13.77 13.17 12.57 $14,008 100 million 17.27 16.67 16.07 15.47 14.87 14.27 13.67 13.07 15 billion 300 million 17.77 17.17 16.57 15.97 15.37 14.77 14.1 7 13.57 15 billion 800 million 18.27 17.67 17.07 16.47 15.87 15.27 14.67 14.07 16 billion 300 million 18.77 18.17 17.57 16.97 16.37 15.77 15.17 14.57 November.
Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds.
122,133,144,155,166 177,188,199 $12,400,000,000 $14.36 $13.76 $13.16 $12.56 $11.96 $11.36 $10.76 $10.16 $12,900,000,000 14.86 14.26 13.66 13.06 12.46 11.86 11.26 10.66 $13,400,000,000 15.3 6 14.76 14.16 13.56 12.96 12.36 11.76 11.16 $13,900,000,000 15.86 15.26 14.66 14.06 13.46 12.86 12.26 11.66 $14,400,000,000 16.3 6 15.76 15.16 14.56 13.96 13.36 12.76 12.16 $14,900,000,000 16.86 16.26 15.66 15.06 14.46 13.86 13.26 12.66 $15,400,000,000 17. 36 16.76 16.16 15.56 14.96 14.36 13.76 13.16 $15,900,000,000 17.86 17.26 16.66 16.06 15.46 14.86 14.26 13.66 December.
Bank clearings outside New York. Hog receipts at Chicago, in millions of pounds.
158,169,180,191,202 213,224,235 $12,800,000,000 $14.06 $13.46 $12.86 $12.26 $11.66 $11.06 $10.46 $9.86 $13,300,000,000 14.56 13.96 13.36 12.76 12.16 11.56 10.96 10.36 $13,800,000,000 15.06 14.46 13. 0.86 13.26 12.66 12.06 11.46 10.86 $14,300,000,000 15.56 14.96 14.36 13.76 13.16 12.56 11.96 11.36 $14,800,000,000 16.06 15.46 14. 86 14.26 13.66 13.06 12.46 11.86 15 billion 300 million 16.56 15.96 15.36 14.76 14.16 13.56 12.96 12.36 15 billion 800 million 17.06 16.46 15. 0.86 15.26 14.66 14.06 13.46 12.86 16 billion 300 million 17.56 16.96 16.36 15.76 15.16 14.56 13.96 13.36 Limitations of the mathematical method. Such a mathematical formula as hog prices equal 0.56 bank clearings 0.56 hog receipts must always be applied with common sense. In November of 1914, for instance, hog receipts at Chicago were abnormally small on account of foot-and-mouth disease, and in December of the same year they were abnormally large for the same reason. Judging from receipts, we might have expected heavy hogs to sell for $8.83 in November and $6.44 in December. As a matter of fact, the actual price was $7.50 in November and $7.10 in December. It was commonly recognized by the trade that hog receipts at Chicago in November and December of 1914 were abnormal, and not representative of the potential supply in the country at large. Occasionally, as in November of 1907, falling prices act to curtail receipts. The small receipts in November 1907 would have indicated a price of $6.75, whereas the actual price was $4.90. As a matter of fact, there was a large number of hogs that year, and the actual price reflected the potential supply rather than the temporary supply. It is possible to refine the method considerably. For instance, it may be worthwhile to proceed on the assumption that the relation between hog prices and hog receipts is best expressed by an equation representative of a hyperbola or skew curve instead of a straight line. The straight line equation, based on the years 1903 to 1915, inclusive, is hog prices equal -0.8 -0.56 hog receipts. The hyperbola equation for these years is hog prices equal -1.24 -0.55 hog receipts plus 0.0046 hog receipts squared. The skew or cubic curve equation is hog prices equal -1.18 -0.24 hog receipts plus 0.0027 hog receipts squared minus 0.00079 hog receipts cubed. Using these more complex mathematical methods, it is often possible to express the relationships more exactly. But no method, however far refined, will take the place of common sense market judgment. Nevertheless, it may be decidedly helpful to a better understanding of the normal working of supply and demand to use both hyperbolas and cubic curves on occasion. Chart illustrating the straight line as compared with the skew curve, for purposes of expressing the relation between hog receipts at Chicago and hog prices at Chicago. On the basis of the curve, when the receipts are 45% less than the secular trend corrected seasonally, the price should be 38% over, and when the receipts are 42% over the secular trend corrected seasonally, the price should be 33% under. Other refinements of the mathematical study of hog prices may consist in working out the correlation coefficients between hog prices and receipts at 6 markets or 11 markets instead of using Chicago receipts alone. Work may be done looking into the relation between hog prices and potential supply as contrasted with the temporary or month-by-month supply. So far as the relation between hog prices and business conditions is concerned, it should be worthwhile to work out correlation coefficients between hog prices and the amount of new building, or hog prices and Dunn's index number. In fact, there are a great many measures of business activities which may possibly measure the demand for hogs better than bank clearings outside of New York City. 9. Some people may think it advisable to work out a correlation and line of regression illustrating the relation between hog prices and corn prices. This has been attempted, but it has been found that after the secular and seasonal trends are taken out of both corn prices and hog prices, there is practically no relation between them. It is a curious commentary on our present marketing systems that corn prices and hog prices, while very closely related decade by decade, have very little influence on each other month by month. In other words, changing costs of production can have practically nothing to do with the month-by-month changes in the market price under our present economic system. Unusually high corn prices today are more likely to influence the hog prices of next year than the hog prices of today. After everything has been done which can be done by mathematical method, there will still be room for common sense judgment. But such judgment is best applied by men wise in market lore, men familiar with the technique of production, and who also are familiar with such mathematical methods as are here described. Conclusions based on ratios and mathematics of supply and demand by means of corn-hog ratios. It is possible to determine with great accuracy month by month the production cost of 100 pounds of hog flesh. The actual price, however, has been quite different from the cost of production price, except as an average of long periods of time. This is indicated by the profit and loss chart on page 32, the black areas above and below the zero line indicating the departure of the actual price from the ratio or cost of production price. The actual price heretofore has been determined chiefly by the action of supply and demand and not by cost of production. The close agreement between actual price and the supply and demand price as based on a formula derived from bank clearings and hog receipts is shown on page 96. In the chart on page 107 are presented the cost of production price based on ratios and the supply and demand price as based on bank clearings and hog receipts. The ratio or cost of production price is much steadier than the supply and demand price. If the farmers could arrange with the packers for a price more nearly representing the cost of production or ratio price, it is obvious that the supply of hogs might be considerably steadied. Once farmers realize that neither excessive profits nor excessive losses are to be expected in the hog business, they will steady down to producing about the same number of hogs each year, and they will send them to market in a uniform stream, instead of in irregular spurts. Of course, there are always uncertainties in the way of weather, disease, etc. Hot, dry weather in July and August may curtail the corn crop and shoot up the price of corn and the cost of producing hogs. Such hot, dry weather immediately increases the cost of producing hogs. The packers, heretofore, have been either unable or unwilling to pay a price for hogs sufficient to cover the increased cost of production caused by the hot, dry weather, and as a result they have been compelled to pay more than cost of production a year or so later. Why shouldn't the packers and farmers constantly educate the public to pay the cost of production price? Tell the public that the drought and high corn prices have increased the cost of producing hogs, and the price must be increased to prevent a shortage next year. Why shouldn't the farmers try to find a way to regulate the supply with an iron hand, in an endeavor to maintain approximately the cost of production price at all times? This means willingness to lower the price of hogs in years when the corn crop is large, as well as ability to raise the price in years of a short corn crop. Dotted line represents the supply and demand price of hogs as derived from bank clearings and hog receipts. Solid line represents cost of producing hogs, based on corn-hog ratios. Unquestionably there are vagaries in the consuming demand for pork which might make the payment of a cost of production price difficult for a time. It is believed, however, that powerful Corn Belt farmers' organizations working in cooperation with the packers should be able to educate consumers to the cost of production idea, and so far as seasonal vagaries in the demand are concerned, the farmers and packers should be able to come to an agreement providing for paying rather more than the demand price for hogs in times of poor demand and rather less than the demand price for hogs in times of good demand, in an effort to make price meet cost of production rather than temporary demand idiosyncrasies. It is realized that the difficulties in the way of paying cost of production at all times are even greater than here indicated. The idea, in fact, runs counter to the laissez-faire, competitive price system under which business is conducted today. It is believed, however, that in the future more and more attention must be paid to production and less to price manipulation. To this end, products must be sold at all times as nearly as possible at the cost of production price. There must be no prospect of unusual profit or unusual loss in the production of staple products. We are now referring to industries as a whole. It is inevitable, of course, that certain individuals will make great profits and others will incur losses, even in years when the cost of production or ratio price is paid.
Full consideration must always be given to the physical facts and to special emergencies as they arise. Standard ratios representing cost of production for an industry may suddenly be rendered out of date by a new invention. New situations must be recognized frankly, but at all times the guiding motive should be to pay the cost of production price, in order that supply and demand may operate more smoothly. To give the cost of production price broader sway in our price system does not necessarily involve governmental control. The first step is education in price judging. Even in the grade schools and country schools, ratio methods of price judgment should be taught. In high schools the matter may be carried farther, and it is suggested that not only should the ratio method of price judging be taught in high school, but also the practical use of correlation coefficients and lines of regression in determining prices from business conditions and the supply. In college, and the colleges have been most neglectful in this matter, specific problems should be worked out in great detail. Students in such classes should have access to adding machines, calculating machines, rechenteffels, and other modern devices for making calculations easy and accurate. But the most important thing of all just now is adequate research by colleges, by experiment stations, and by governmental departments. The government and market agencies must continue to improve their statistical records, and research students must study these records with all the refinements of statistical method. An excellent start along this line has been made by the Harvard University Committee on Economic Research. This committee seems to be concerned altogether with the industrial world. It is essential that the agricultural world be given similar service. The object of it all is to discover the best possible kind of machinery through which the law of supply and demand may work to the end that violent fluctuations in supply and demand may be reduced to the lowest possible point consistent with changing weather and unforeseeable accidents. The present price system is not perfect, it can be improved. But before improvements can be made, the present system must be studied with the greatest thoroughness. The great weakness of the present price system is that the men who operate it are concerned chiefly with making the greatest possible profit, and not at all with making the law of supply and demand operate smoothly on a price level roughly equivalent to cost of production. The highest purpose of our price system should be to tell producers truthfully what to do in the future, instead of capitalizing a temporary supply and demand situation to the advantage of certain bright speculators. The $4.50 price for hogs in January of 1908 was a lie so far as it guided the future action of hog producers. So also was the $11 price in March of 1910. Both prices told the approximate truth about a temporary supply and demand situation. But both were fundamentally lies. Our whole laissez-faire system is full of lies of this sort. Surely we have enough in the way of legitimate physical handicaps such as weather and pests so that we should be willing to run our price system more truthfully. So far as farmers are concerned, the object of studies of this kind is, first, to play the price game as well as capital and labor, and, second, to cooperate with capital and labor to enforce prices roughly equivalent to cost of production, to the end that supply and demand may operate more smoothly. It is anticipated that greater emphasis on cost of production price and less emphasis on supply and demand price will result in gradually replacing most businessmen with production engineers and statistical economists. Businessmen have had profit as their sole motive. What we need is production engineers whose chief concern is production methods, and statistical economists who are able to understand the delicate interrelations of different industries. It is believed that there is in most men a desire to do their work well, and that this desire will find more complete expression, to the benefit of the bulk of the people, under the guidance of men whose supreme motive is not profit but technical understanding and love of the work to be done. All this concerns the farmer, to the extent that when the industrial world shifts to this kind of basis, he may be more certain of a stable price for his products. Substituting production engineers and statistical economists for businessmen means doing away with the chance of excessive gains and excessive losses. And this is proper so far as production of and trade in staple products is concerned. The only place where the commercial imagination of the old-fashioned risk-taking businessmen has legitimate place is in working with things which are not staple, such as theaters, luxuries, newspapers, etc. Appendix suggestions concerning the tables in the appendix. The man who studies the figures as to receipts, prices, etc., as they unroll day by day and month by month in the great central markets gradually develops market judgment. Of course, there is more in the market than figures, but a thorough understanding of statistical relationships, of normal seasonal trends, etc., is necessary before one can fully appreciate the extraordinary or strategical considerations which are occasionally involved. It is suggested that those who are really interested in prices should fill in month by month in the blank tables the figures as they become available. Sources of current figures are the Market Reporter, published weekly by the United States Department of Agriculture, the daily livestock papers published at the great central markets, the monthly crop reporters, published by the United States Department of Agriculture, and, so far as retail prices are concerned, the monthly publications of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It is hoped that eventually the Bureau of Markets of the United States Department of Agriculture will have available exceedingly valuable figures. At present, however, the Bureau of Markets figures are practically worthless because they have not been continued long enough to have sufficient background to enable anyone to judge them properly. The effort has been made in the prices here collected to cover the period immediately preceding the war quite thoroughly, in order that those who are interested may work out normal pre-war relationships. In all price questions, the problem of grade is involved. Gradually the grade classifications have been made more and more scientific, but even to this day there is haziness in certain products, notably cattle. It is believed, therefore, that the cattle prices are more unreliable than any other. Scientific grading of cattle is possible, and will be adopted as soon as the producers are in position to demand it. Market figures furnish the laboratory of economics. It is believed that it is as essential for students at agricultural colleges to do laboratory work in economics as it is for them to spend such a large part of their time in the chemical, zoological or botanical laboratories. When the agricultural students judge marketable livestock, it is suggested that they be required to estimate the weight, grade, dressing percentage, and probable Chicago price. An ingenious teacher, who is familiar with economics and market grades of grain and livestock, can think of many devices to bring home to his students the fact that the market is a living thing, yet subject to certain laws which are almost as exact as Mendel's law of inheritance. The author will appreciate being informed of any mistakes in the figures. Great pains have been taken to make them accurate, but it is inevitable that a few mistakes will creep in. The following gives a description of grades and sources of information for some of the products for which figures are given in the tables of the appendix. Heavy hog prices at Chicago. From 1896 to date, heavy hog prices, as compiled by Chas. A.S. McCracken for the Chicago Drovers Journal Yearbook, have been used. From 1881 to 1895, inclusive, the average of the range of Chicago hog prices, as compiled by the Cincinnati Price Current, has been used. Properly speaking, these prices refer more nearly to average hogs than to heavy hogs. Previous to 1881, prices have been compiled from the Chicago Board of Trade reports, the grade known as heavy packers and shippers being used so far as possible. Corn prices at Chicago. Number 2 mixed has been used throughout. From 1880 to 1916, inclusive, the average of the high and low for the month has been taken. Since January 1917, each day of the month has been averaged. Previous to 1880, averages were taken either weekly or semi-monthly. All figures are derived either from the Howard Bartles Red Book or the Chicago Board of Trade reports. The two sources generally agree. Oats prices at Chicago. Previous to 1876, the grade known as number 1 was chiefly used. Since 1876, number 2, standard or contract oats has been used. Previous to 1881, averages were taken weekly or semi-monthly. Since 1881, the high and low for the month have been averaged. Previous to 1881, Chicago Board of Trade reports were used. Since 1881, the Howard Bartles Red Books have been used, which quote practically the same figures as the Board of Trade. Wheat prices at Chicago. Previous to 1883, the grade known as number 2 spring was used, weekly or semi-monthly averages being taken from the Chicago Board of Trade reports. From 1883 to 1903, inclusive, there is a slight confusion in grades, but the number 2 spring is used chiefly, averages of high and low for the month being taken from the Howard Bartles Red Book. From 1904 to 1913, inclusive, prices are based on number 2 red and number 1 northern, the high of the one and the low of the other being used. From 1914 on, prices are based on number 2 red, number 2 hard and number 1 northern, the highest of the highest priced grade and the lowest of the lowest priced grade being averaged. Livestock prices and receipts. Practically all of the livestock figures since 1903 have been compiled from the Chicago Drovers Journal yearbooks. Mr. Chas. A.S. McCracken has compiled the price figures from actual transactions day by day in the stockyards for the past 30 years, and is still with the Drovers Journal. The original source for livestock receipts is the Stockyards Companies, but we have used the reports of the Drovers Journal. For the years 1903, 1904, and 1905, for receipts at 6 markets, we have used figures furnished by Mr. M. F. Horine, statistician for the Chicago Union Stockyards. These figures seem to be comparable with the figures for the later years, except in the case of cattle, where there is evidently some confusion in the counting of calves. The cattle receipts at 6 markets, as published by 1903, 1904, and 1905 reports, are about 8% too large to be truly comparable with the later years. Retail prices. Retail price figures are taken from the publications of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Concerning the significance of these figures, the following statement of Royal Meeker, Commissioner of Labor Statistics, is of value. We secure retail prices of 44 articles of food from 50 cities on the 15th of each month. The stores selected are those patronized by wage earners. The goods carried are standard grades and brands. The Bureau requests that these grades and brands be uniform throughout the year, as nearly as possible. Some of these stores are cash and carry, and some of them deliver, depending on the locality in which they are situated. The Bureau makes every effort to have each city represented by a sufficient number of stores so the prices published for that city will represent the average prices charged to the wage earner. Of course, the chances are that there will be differences, as we do not carry either the high-class stores or the cut-rate stores. Chicago heavy hog prices. 1860, 1861. 1862, 1863. 1864, 1865. 1866, 1867. 1868, 1869. Tenure. $80 January 4.855.05 2.353.605.9011.159.306.106.60 10.156.51 February 5.255.00 2.504.056.35 11.309.456.507.75 10.356.85 March 5.054.753.004.156.55 11.159.406.608 8.659.856.92 April 4.904.55 2.904.256.9 59.508.556.808.559.756.67 May 4.803.85 2.503.85 July 5.202.70 2.554.258 559.259.406.058.358.956.53 August 5.352.75 2.603.808.90 10.859.856.359.159.206.88 September 5.302.80 2.904.20
9.50 11.70 9.306.158.709.256.98 October 5.30 2.80 2.90 4.108.65 12.20 8.65 5.85 7.50 9.306.73 November 5.30 2.65 3.4 5 4.509.75 11.156.95 5.75 7.009.106.56 December 4.60 2.45 3.80 5.05 10.05 9.05 5.85 6.60 8.35 9.80 6.56 yearly over 5.06 3.54 2.83 4.16 7.91 10.23 8.69 6.24 8.04 9.44 6.61 1870 1871 1872 1873 1874 1875 1876 1877 1878 1879, tenure. AV January 9.056.60.405.67 September 9.046.607.258.006.005.303.953.45 October 7.90 353.453.605.34 November 6.854.004.253.85 6.507.305.704.702.953.855.00 December 6.154.153.754.706.856.955. 954.252.704.555.00 yearly over 8.46.03.4.536.007.446.815.293.623.675.51 1880 1881 1882 1883 1884 1885, 1886 1887, 1888 1889, tenure. AV January 4.60 5.156.606.355.854.603.85 4.455.405.005.19 February 4.455.906.806.906.704.055.205.354. 705.47 March 4.455.906.807.256.504.55 4.155.305.45 April 4.505.957.107.505.95 4.005.005. 504.755.48 May 4.306.057.707.305.55 4.054.004.605.55 4.505.36 June 4.305.907.906.505.204.004.154. 555.554.355.24 July 4.55.254.555.655.254.306.104.405.50 August 4.956.508.455.505.704.554.756.20 4.155.52 September 5.25.205.205.204.104.355.006.205.205.47 October 4.856.607.654.703.804.104.5 06.054.255.12 November 4.756206.754.453.504.855.953.854.88 December 4.76.156.205.204.203.654.255 0.205.203.604.84 Yearly aver. 4.64.137.386.075.44.214.895.714.385.30 1890 1891 1892 1893 1894 1895 1896 1897 1898 1899 tenure IBI January 3.70.3.554.253.953.353.653.754.32 February 3.9535.104.154.103.354.003.8 04.45 March 4.1045.554.755.603.903.853.903.804.52 April 4.25.804.507.055.053.903.554.053.903 0.854.59 May 4.054954.553.303.754.353.904.554 June 3.754506.654.754.653.153.404.10 3.804.38 July 3.805.105.605.305.103.053.954.254.53 August 3.805.105.405.053.903.90 4.554.48 September 4.3554.905.154.003.854.403.854.405 October 4.054.505.356.405.153.853.253.753. 704.304.43 November 3.803.805.503.253.403.453.904.08 December 3.403.656.155.654.353.503.253.35
3.404.054.08 yearly aver.
3.92,
1901, 1902. 1903, 1904. 1905, 1906. 1907, 1908. 1909, tenure.
AV January 4.55.256.406.604.954.705.406.604.456.205.51 February 4.9055.307.005.254.906.007.005.4.50 6.455.78 March 5.005.906.505.206.306.655.056.806.04 April 5.55.857.107.305.155.456.506.60 5.857.306.27 May 5.305.807.006.60455.406.507.406.006 June 5.206.007.506.055.306. 556.055.807.806.13 July 5.255.907.805.455.606.605.906.557.906.23 August 5.205.957.255.305.255.90
6.155.906.60.
7.606.11 September 5.256.657.555.705.806.908.106.33 October 4.806.107.005.355.106.406. 0.056.057.856.01 November 4.805.604.804.806.204.905.908.105.62 December 4.756.206.354.504.504.90 6.254.655.758.455.63 yearly aver. 5.055.896.936.005.236.256.257.457.505.97
1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, tenure.
AV January 8.707.856.307.408.356.807.3011.016.4017.60 February 9.207.256.258.058.556.708.30 12.50 16.70 17.65 10.12 March 10.65 6.70 7.10 8.75 8.60 6.65 9.60 14.90 17.00 19.00 10.91 April 10.00 6.15 7.85 8.80 8.50 7. 059.70 15.80 17.40 20.30 11.16 May 9.50 5.85 7.70 8.40 8.30 7.40 9.85 16.00 17.45 20.60 11.11 June 9.35 6.15 7.5 08.50 8.15 7.35 9.75 15.65 16.50 20.30 10.92 July 8.60 6.65 7.60 8.95 8.60 6.95 9.75 15.20 17.70 21.65 11.17 August 8. 0.257.158.05 8.10 8.75 6.70 10.20 17.00 18.90 19.75 11.29 September 8.70 6.75 8.30 8.10 8.60 7.20 10.55 18.30 19.55 17.25 11.33 October 8. 0.456.50 8.65 8.15 7.55 7.75 9.85 17.25 17.55 14.25 10.60 November 7.75 6.35 7.75 7.80 7.50 6.85 9.85 17.60 17.7 014.10 10.31 December 7.65 6.25 7.45 7.70 7.10 6.60 10.00 16.95 17.55 13.50 10.08 Yearly Aver 8.89 6.64 7.54 8.23 8.22 7.009.56 15.68 17.53 18.00 10.73
Chicago corn prices. 1860, 1861. 1862, 1863. 1864, 1865. 1866, 1867. 1868, 1869. Tenure.
$80 January 0.48.29.23.47.82.90.38.70.86.55.568 February 0.41.28.23.51.89.88.35.68.82.56.561 March 0.4. 2.27.2 April 0.46.30.26.47.92.63.42.93.82.54.5 May 0.48.33.27.48.14.04.54.48 0.96.88.58.604 June 0.46.23.26.4811.15.2.5 July 0.43.23.28.48.1.30.56.56.80.88.81.633 August 0.40.23.3 3.491.26.67.56.90.97.90.671 September 0.37.21.29.601.30.60.541.00.94.84 0.669 October 0.38.22.34.791.25.49.661.06.87.673 November 0.32.31.88.1.35.5.2.87.97.76.73 December 0.28.24.3 7.93.97.43.76.84.64.76.622 yearly aver. 0.47.2548.4.5901.082.62.8.540.872.843.675.61870. 1871, 1872. 1873, 1874. 1875, 1876. 1877, 1878. 1879, tenure. AV January 0.72.47.41.31.55.66.43.44.42.30.471 February 0.70.52.40.31.58.64.41.42.40.32.470 March 0.72.54.38.32.6 0.66.44.40.42.33.481 April 0.82.54.40.34.63.71.47.46.40.32.509 May 0.87.54.46.39.62.71.47.53.40.34.53 3 June 0.83.53.49.34.60.46.36.36.509 July 0.83.51.41.36.62.70.46.48.38.36.511 August 0.74.45.41.39.67. 69.45.45.39.33.497 September 0.64.47.36.40.79.45.44.36.35.483 October 0.60.47 33.38.76.55.44.43.41.471 November 0.61.43.38.77.52.44.45.32.42.42.470 December 0.50.41.31.50.78.49.45 44.31.41.460 yearly aver. 0.71.49.2.381.366.2.632.446.450.375.354.487 1881, 1882. 1883, 1884. 1885, 1886. 1887, 1888. 1889, tenure. AV January 0.39.37.62.6.0.54.37.36.49.34.445 February 0.37.37.58.57.55.4.37.35.47.35.434 March 0.35.40.64.56 0.52.39.37.37.49.34.443 April 0.34.42.74.53.50.37.38.52.34.459 May 0.37.43.73.55.55.47.36.38.57.34. 475 June.36.45.72.54.5 July.36.48.70.50.46.40.36.48.36.47 August.38.57.77.52. 53.45.42.40.45.35.484 September.40.67.67.50.69.43.39.42.43.33.49 October.40.68 65.48.50.42.35.42.43.32.465 November.42.61.68.52.40.43.35.44.39.46.470 December.39.61.55.39.37.39.37.49. 35.32.443 yearly over. 0.378.50.678.539.5.465.349.463.849.463 1891, 1892 1893, 1894 1895, 1896 1897, 1898 1899, 10-year AV January.29.49.38.42.35.43.27.27.37.37.350 February.28.52.40.42.35.41 28.23.29.35.353 March.29.62.39.41.36.44.29.24.29.35.368 April.31.71.41.38.47.30.24.32.35.390 May.34.62 0.70.42.38.52.29.24.35.33.419 June.34.58.51.40.40.50.27.24.32.34.390 July.40.62.50.39.44.45.26.26.34 0.33.399 August.48.63.52.38.53.40.23.30.32.41 September.48.58.46.40.53.34.21.30.33.33.39 October.51.55.42.39 0.51.30.24.27.31.32.382 November.51.64.27.50.28.24.27.33.32.38 December.50 49.41.35.46.26.23.26.36.31.363 yearly over. 0.39.46.0.39400.259.257.317.335.384 1901, 1902 1903, 1904 1905, 1906 1907, 1908 1909, 10-year AV January.31.37.61.46.44.42.49.60.466 February.33.39.59.44.50.41.44.58.63.475 March.36.42.59.44.53 0.47.42.44.62.66.49 April 0.40.45.61.44.51.48.67.70.520 May 0.38.51.62.45.49.53.75.75.74.552 June 0.40.66.50.49.54.52.53.71.74.552 July 0.42.51.72.51.49.54.74.71.569 August 0.39.57.57.52.54.55 0.51.58.79.68.570 September 0.41.58.60.49.53.50.62.80.66.571 October 0.39.56 58.45.54.52.49.61.73.61.548 November 0.42.61.55.43.54.48.46.58.64.63.535 December 0.38.65.51.42.46.46.46.60.6
0.64.518 yearly of
0.383.504.631.46.503.469.531.685.667.531 1910
1911, 1912, 1913, 1914, 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, 10-year.
AV January 0.65.47.67.49.63.76.991.811.40.860 February 0.65.47.65.50.621.011.751.311.845 March 0.63.47 0.70.52.67.73.74.1.121.721.51.881 April 0.50.57.76.771.451.661.63937 May 0.60.54.79.58.70 0.77.741.641.621.77.975 June 0.59.54.61.741.741.711.591.92.991 July 0.63.63.72.64.72.79.812.0 0.165.2.191.078 August 0.63.64.78.73.801.971.711.951.085 September 0.55.67.74.75.78.72.872.10 1.591.531.030 October 0.50.647.0.74.631.001.991.381.39.969 November 0.50.73.54.73.70.651.022.101.371 0.47.981 December 0.48.70.51.70.65.72.921.731.451.47.933 yearly of
0.584.59 to 0.6899.626.699.73081680.6081.628.964 Chicago cornhog ratios by decades. 1860 to 1869. 1870 to 1879. 1880 to 1889. 1890 to 1899. 1900 to 1909. 1910 to 1919. January 11.5, 11.9, 11.7, 12.3, 11.8, 11.4, February 12.2, 12.6, 12.6, 12.6, 12.2, 12.0, March 12.6, 12.3, 12.4, 12.3, 12.2, 12.4, April 11.6, 11.5, 11.9, 11.8, 12.1, 11. 0.9 May 10.1 10.3 11.3 10.8 11.0 11.4 June 10.2 10.1 11.3 11.2 11.1 11.0 July 10.3 10.7 11.7 11.4 11.0 10.4 August 10.3 11.4 11.4 10.9 10.7 10.3 September 10.4 11.8 11.1 11.6 11.1 11.1 October 10.0 11.3 11.0 11.6 11.0 11.0 November 9.5 10.6 10.2 10.5 10.5 10.6 December 10.5 10.9 10.9 11.2 10.9 10.5 Chicago oats prices. 1860, 1861. 1862, 1863. 1864, 1865. 1866, 1867. 1868, 1869. Tenure. $80 January 0.37.17.16.46.64.24.35.9.50.421 February 0.33.17.17.65.61.23.42.57.55.42 7 March 0.32.15.16.46.53.25.47.58.56.424 April 0.31.17.19.59.67.42.28.58.60.56.437 8.30.18.25.56.68.39. 0.32.70.69.62.469 June 28.14.26.58.73.48.32.65.67.62.473 July 0.27.15.27.56.78.44.30.62.67.68.474 August 20.16.32.38.69.42.28.53.56.52.406 September 20.14.31.47.65.33.50.54.47.394. October 0.18.16.35.60.29.39.55.51.42.407 November 0.17.34.64.28.41.55.49.43.412 December 0.17.18.39.66.66. 26.42.55.49.44.422 yearly over. 0.259.16.2554.672.4.314.546.580.531.431 1870. 1871, 1872. 1873, 1874. 1875, 1876. 1877, 1878. 1879, tenure.
AV January.42.43.34.27.42.55.31.35.24.20.35.3 February.41.49.34.25.35.31.35.24.21.35.21.362 March.39.52.38.45.56. 33.33.24.23.366 April.45.1.33.29.47.60.32.37.24.22.380 May.51.50.39.34.49.65.30.42.26.27.413 June.52.51 .41.31.48.60.30.46.24.32.415 July.51.50.29.31.49.53.29.31.25.31.379 August.42.32.30.29.44.48.31.25.23.2 4.328 September.38.32.27.31.46.38.33.24.20.24.313 October.38.33 24.32.50.36.33.23.19.29.317 November.41.33.23.32.50.33.32.25.20.341 December.41.34.26.39.55.32.34.25.20. 0.35.341 yearly aver. 0.43.425.311.309.474.493.316.328.228.267.357 1881, 1882, 1883, 1884, 1885, 1886, 1887, 1888, 1889, 10-year. AV January.38.31.44.37.33.26.32.30.25.323 February.32.31.43.39.33.28.29.25.29.26.314 March.30.32.44.42.31.29. 30.24.29.25.316 April.28.35.41.30.27.25.30.23.20 May.38.38.52.41.32.34.28.25.35.23.39 June.29.38.52 .35.33.27.26.32.326 July.55.41.57.32.30.27.30.26.31.22.321 August.25.36.48.27.24.26.25.28.20.2 86 September.29.42.34.27.25.25.25.25.24.19.276 October.31.45 34.28.27.25.24.26.24.19.283 November.31.44.36.30.26.29.26.28.26.20.296 December.31.45.38.33.24.28.25.30.26.2 1.301 yearly aver. 0.304, 2.3442.3442.344.292.885.274.259.287.221.308 1891, 1892. 1893, 1894. 1895, 1896. 1897, 1898. 1899, tenure. AV January.21.44.29.31.28.29.18.16.23.27.266 February.20.46.30.28.20.16.26.28.26.23 March.21.51.29.30.30.29. 19.17.26.28 April.24.53.29.28.31.29.17.28.26.24 May.27.50.31.35.30.19.18.28.26.295 June.28.40 0.32.29.42.28.17.18.24.25.283 July.31.33.32.26.38.24.17.18.23.22.24 August.37.30.33.24.31.21.17.18.21. 0.253 September.37.28.33.26.29.16.20.21.22.51 October.41.28 30.27.29.18.18.19.23.256 November.43.32.31.28.29.19.21.26.23.71 December.42.32.31.28.30.17.18.22.27.25 0.272 yearly aver. 0.313.89309.283.317.243.181.184.247.245.271 1901, 1902. 1903, 1904. 1905, 1906. 1907, 1908. 1909, tenure. AV January.23.24.23.39.30.31.35.50.50.357 February.23.25.43.35.43.31.30.39.51.53.373 March.24.26.43.33.40. 31.30.41.53.54.375 April.24.27.43.34.39.32.44.53.55.382 May.23.29.45.36.42.33.47.55.59.399 June.24. 28.44.39.41.32.38.45.52.56.399 July.23.33.43.39.42.34.35.46.49.395 August.22.36.28.35.36.27.31.49.48. 40.352 September.22.35.27.37.32.28.32.54.49.43.359 October.22.36 29.37.30.29.34.50.48.40.355 November. 22.41.29.36.31.34.47.49.39.358 December. 22.45.31.36.30.31.34.49.4 9.43.370 yearly over. 0.229.321.373.359.371.309.454.51.1.484.373 1911, 1912, 1913, 1914, 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, 10-year. AV January. 47.32.49.33.38.54.47.56.82.65.503 February. 48.31.52.34.39.57.46.54.87.60.508 March. 45.30.53.33.39 0.57.45.59.91.64.516 April. 43.31.59.35.38.56.44.67.86.71.528 8.40.34.54.39.40.53.44.67.76.71.51 8 June. 38.40.52.41.39.48.39.66.76.71.510 July. 0.42.40.50.40.37.75.76.534 August. 0.36.41.33.41.41 0.53.44.66.70.76.501 September. 0.33.44.33.42.48.37.46.59.72.70.484 October. 0.31.46 32.39.47.38.50.59.69.73.484 November. 0.31.46.31.38.49.39.54.66.73.76.503 December. 0.31.47.32.39.48.42.50.76 0.71.84.520 yearly over. 0.38.1.389.419.490.458.644.774.714.509 Chicago wheat prices. 1860, 1861. 1862, 1863. 1864, 1865. 1866, 1867. 1868, 1869. 10-year. $80 January. 98.76.66961.111.40.871.951.631.141.146 February. 0.97.75.721.08.111.25.841.9 02.011.161.179 March. 1.01.77.71.3.1.081.101.16.912.041.951.131.188 April. 1.04.86.721.031.191.03.961.931 1.961.071.179 May 1.06.94.71.951.22 1.051.772.142.021 1.131.299 June 1.04.63.72.94 1.56 1.06 1.19 1.96 1.921 0.161.218 July 1.006.2.79.922.021.031.491.471.311.165 August 0.83.67.87.86 0.411.71.71.411.751.1.7 September 9.304.455.904.507.258.006.005.303.953.455.71 October 7.04304.306.005.305.453.605.345.34 November 6.854004.253.856.507.305.754.70 2.953.855.00, December 6.154.153.754.706.856, 0.955.954.252.704.555.00 Yearly Aver 8.465314.31536.007.446.815.293.623.675.51880 1881, 1882 1883, 1884 1885, 1886 1887, 1888 1889, 10-year AV, January 4.605.156.606.355.854.60 3.854.455.40 5.00 5.19 February 4.455.906.806 0.906.704.604.0 55.20 5.3 54.705.47 March 4.45.906.807.256.504.55 4.155.305.45 4.755.5 1 April 4.505.95 7.107.50 5.95 4.554.005.00 5.504.755.48 May 4.30 6.057.707.305.55 4.05 4.004.60 5.55 4.50 5.36 June 4.30.5.906.005.204.004.15 4.55 5.55 4.355.24 July 4.55 6.408.205.655.25 4.55 4.5 August 4.956.508.455.505.704.554.4.456.20 4.155.52 September 5.256.758.405.205.20 4.104.355.00 6.20 4.205.47 October 4. 0.8567.654.704.804.104.506.055.4.25 November 4.756.206.754.7 4.453.503.75 4.855.953.854.8 8 December 4.756.1 5 6.20 5.204.20 3.6 54.255.205.20 3.604.84 yearly Aver 4.646.137.3 8.6.075.444.214.895.714.385.30890 1891, 1892, 1893, 1893, 1895, 1896, 1897, 1898, 1899, tenure. AV, January 3.7, 03.55.257.455.304.253.953.353.6, 53.7, 54.32, February 3.953.504.6, 07.955.104.154.1. 03.354.003.804.4 March 4.104.204.557.55 4.754.60 3.903.853.903.804.5 2 April 4.254.804.507.05 5.004.903.55 4.05 3.903.854.59 May 4.05 4.6 54.55 7.404.904.55 3.303.75 4.35 3.90 4.54 June 3.75 4.505.00 6.654.754 0.653.1 53.40 4.103.8 04.38 July 3.75 5.105 0.655.605 0.305.103.05 3.50 3.954.254.53 August 3.805.105.405.055.354 0.653.053.903.90 4.554.48 September 4.354.905.005.854.102.90 4.00 3.854.40 4.55 October 4.054.505.356.405.153.8 53.253.7 53.704.304.43 November 3.803.855.505.704.353.553.25 3.403.453.904.0 8 December 3.403.6 56.155.654.35 3.503.253.35 3.404.054.08 yearly Aver 3.924.365.066.545.024.33.3.9.3.6, 44.4, 1 1900. 1901, 1902. 1903, 1904. 1905, 1906. 1907, 1908. 1909, tenure. AV, January 4.555.256.406.604.954.705.406.6.205.51, February 4.905.406.307.00, 5.254.906.0. 07.054.506.455.78, March 5.00, 5.906, 0.50, 7.45, 5.505.20, 6.306, 0.655, 0.056, 0.806, 0.04, April 5, 0.555, 0.85, 7.107.30, 5.155.4. 56, 0.50, 6.605, 0.85, 7.306, 0.27, May 5.30, 5.807, 0.006, 0.604, 0.75, 5.406, 0.456, 0.35, 5.507.40, 6.06, June 5.206.00, 7.50, 6.055. 0.055, 0.306, 0.556, 6.05, 5.807.8, 06.1, 3 July 5.255, 0.907.8, 05.455, 0.355, 0.606, 0.605, 0.906, 0.557, 0.906, 0.23 August 5.205.95, 7.255, 305.255, 0.906, 0.155, 0.906, 7.606.11, September 5.256.6, 57.55.755.705.806.908.106.33, October 4. 0.806.105.405.355.106.406.0, 56.057.8, 56.01 November 4.805.706.354.604.804.806.20, 4.905, 0.908. 0.105.6, 2 December 4.756.206.35, 4.504.50, 4.906.254.65, 5.758, 0.455.63 yearly, aver. 5.055.896.936.005.145.236.256.0, 45.747.505.97, 1910. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, tenure. AV, January 8.707.8, 56.307.408.356.807.3011.16.4017.609.77 February 9.207.258.058.058.556.708.30, 12.5016. 0.7017.6510.12 March 10.656707.108.758.606.659.6 014.9017.0019.0010.91 April 10.00 6.157.858.808 0.5017.059.7015.8017.4020.3011.16 May 9.508.507.008.307.409.8 516.007.0.4520.6011.11 June 9.356.157.508.508.157.359.75 16.5020.3010.92 July 8.606.657.6 08.958.606.959.75 15.2017 0.7021.6511.17 August 8.257.158.05 8.108756.7010.2018.9019.7511.29 September 8.106758.3018.10.5518.3019.5517.2511.33 October 8.456508.6585.157.7517.2517.5514.2510.60 November 7.75357.757.806.859.8517.6017 0.7014.1010.31 December 7.656.257.457.707.106.6010.0016 0.9517.5513.5010.08 Yearly aver 8.96478.238.227.009.5615.6817.5318.0010.73
Chicago corn prices. 1860, 1861. 1862, 1863. 1864, 1865. 1866, 1867. 1868, 1869. Tenure.
$80 January 0.48.29.23.47.82.90.38.70.86.55.568 February 0.41.28.23.51.89.88.35.68.82.56 0.561 March 0.42.27.24.50.79.37.74.83.54.549 April 0.46.30.26.47.92.63.42.93.8 2.54.5 75 May 0.48 0.33.27.4810.4.5.4.4 June. 46.23.26.28.15.5.52.5 1.88.85.62.596 July. 0.43.2 3.28.48 1.3 0.5 6.56.8 0. 0.88.8 1.633 August. 0.40.23.33.49 1.26.67 0.56 0.90 0.97.90.671 September. 0.37.21.2 9.60.1.30.60.541 0.94.84 0.669 October. 0.38.22.34.7 91.25.49.661.06.87.67.673 November. 0.32.22.31.8 81.35.52.87.97.76.73.693 December. 0.28.2.37.93.97.43.76.84.64.76.622 yearly over. 0.407.254284.5901.082.628.540 0.82.843.675.618 1871, 1872 1873, 1874 1875, 1876 1877, 1878 1879, tenure AV, January. 72.47.4 1.31.55.66.43.44.4 2.30.471 February. 70.50.40.31.58.64.41.42.40.32.470 March. 72.54.38.32.60.66.44.40.42.3 3.481 April. 0.82.54.40 0.3 4.63 0.71.47.46.4 0.32.50 9 May. 0.87.54 0.46 0.3 9.6 2.71.47.5 3.4 0.34.53 3 June. 0.83.5 3.49 0.34 0.6 0.6 7.45 0.46.36.3 6.509 July. 0.8 3.51 0.4 1.36.6 2.70.46 0.48 0.38 0.36 0.511 August. 0.74.4 5.41.3 9.67.69.45.45.3 9.3 3.4 97 September. 0.6 4.47.36.4 0.77.59.45.44.36 0.35 0.483 October. 0.60.47 33.38.76.55.44.43.41.471 November. 0.61.46.33.8.77.52.44.45.32.42.470 December. 0.50.41.31.58.78.49.45 44.31.41.460 yearly over. 0.715.49.2.381.368.662.632.4 46.450.375.354.487 1880 1881, 1882 1883, 1884 1885, 1886 1887, 1888
1889, 10-year.
AV, January.39.37.62.60.54.37.36.49.34.445, February.37.37.58.57.54.37.3, 5.47.35.434, March.3. 5.40.64.56.52.39.37.37.49.3, 4.443, April.34.42.74.5, 3.5, 0.45.37.38.5, 2.34.45, 9, May.37.43.73.5, 5.5. 5.47.36.38.57.34.47, 5 June.36.45.72.54.5, 4.4, 7.35.3, 7.51.3, 4.465, July.36.4, 8.78.50.5, 3.47.40.36, 0.48.36.4. 7-2 August.38.57.77.5, 2.53.45.42.40.4, 5.3, 5.484 September.40.67.67.50.6, 9.43.39.42.43.33.493 October.40.68. 65.48.50.42.35.42.43.435 November.42.61.68.52.40. 0.43.35.44.39.46.470 December.39.61.55.59.37.39.37.49.35.32.443 yearly aver. 0.378.505.678.539.518.426.373.3, 95.465.349.463 1890.
1891, 1892. 1893, 1894. 1895, 1896. 1897, 1898. 1899, 10-year AV January.29.49.38.43.27.23.27.37.37.350, February.28.52.40.42.35.41. 28.23.29.35.353, March.29.62.39.41.36.44.29.2, 4.29.35.368, April.31.71.41.38.47.30.24.32.35.390. May.34.62.70.42.38.52.29.24.3, 5.33.41, June.34.58.5, 1.4, 0.40.5, 0.2, 7.2, 4.32.34, 0.390 July.4, 0.62.5, 0.39.44. 0.45.26.26.34.33, 9 August.48.63, 0.52.38.53.40.2, 3.30.3, 2.32.411 September.48.58.46.4, 0.53.34, 0.21, 0.30, 0.30.33.39.
3 October.5 1.55.4 2.39.51.30.24.27.3 1.3 2.38 2 November.51.64.4 2.3 7.5 0.28.24.27.3 3.32.38 8 December.50 49.41.35.46.26.23.26.36.31.363 yearly aver. 0.39.460.397.433.400.259.257.317.3 35.384 1900 1901 1902 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, tenure. AV, January.31.37.61.46.42.42.59.60.466, February.33.39.54.50.44.4 1.4 4.58.63.475 March.3 6.42.59.44.53.47.42.44.62.6 6.495 April.40.45.61.44.5 1.48.46.48.6 7.70.520 May.38.5 1.62.4 5.49.5 6.49.5 3.75.74.552 June.40.43.66 0.50.4 9.54.52.53.71.7 4.552 July.42.5 1.72.51.4 9.56 0.49.54.74.7 1.569 August.39.5 7.5 7.5 2.54 0.55.51 8.7 9.68.5 70 September.41.57.60.4 9.53.53.50.6 2.8 0.6 6.57 1 October.39.56 58.45.54.52.49.61.73.61.548 November.42.61.55.43.54.49.46 0.58.64.63.535 December.38.6 5.5 1.4 2.4 6.46 0.46.60.60.64.518 yearly aver. 0.383.504.601.463.506 0.503.4 69.5 1.685 0.667.531 1910 1911 1912 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 tenure. AV, January.65.47.67.49.63.73.76.991.8 11.40.860 February.65.47.65.50.62.73.7 61.011.751.31.845 March.63.47.708.52.671.121.721.51.881 April.5 9.50.78.56.67.771.451.661.6 3.937 May. 60.54.79.58.70.77.71.641.621.77.975 June.59.56.71.74.741.71.5 91.92.99 1 July.6 3.6 3.7 2.6 4.72.79.81 2.001.652.191.078 August.63.64.78.0.79.85 1.081.951.95 September.55.67.74 0.75.78.72.872.10 1.591.531.030 October.50.72.64.70.74.6 31.001.991.381.39.969 November. 0.50.54.73.70.651.022.101.371.47.981 December.48.70.51.70.65.72.9 21.731.451.47.933 yearly aver. 0.58.4.59 to 689.626.699.730.8 321.658.964 Chicago Cornhog ratios by decades. 1860 to 1869. 1870 to 1879. 1880 to 1889. 1890 to 1899. 1900 to 1909. 1910 to 1919. January 11.5 11.9 11.7 12.3 11.8 11.4 February 12.2 12.6 12.6 12.6 12.2 12.0 March 12.6 12.3 12.4 12.3 12.2 12.4 April 11.6 11.5 11.9 11.8 12.1 11.9 May 10.1 10.3 11.3 10.8 11.0 11.4 June 10.2 10.1 11.3 11.2 11.1 11.0 July 10.3 10.7 11.7 11.4 11.0 10.4 August 10.3 11.4 11.4 10. 9 10.7 10.3 September 10.4 11.8 11.1 11.6 11.1 11.1 October 10.0 11.3 11.0 11.6 11.0 11.0 November 9.5 10.6 10.2 10.5 10.5 10.6 December 10.5 10.9 10.9 11.2 10.9 10.5 Chicago oats prices. 1860, 1861. 1862, 1863. 1864, 1865. 1866, 1867. 1868, 1869. 10-year. $80 January .37.17.16.46.65.64.24.59.50.421 February .33.17.17.57.65.61.23.42.57.55.427 March 0.32.15.18.56.64.53.25.47.58.56.424 April 3.1.17.19.59.67.42.28.58.6 0.56.437 May.30.18.25.56.68.39.32 0.70.69.62.46 June.28.14
St. Louis top hog prices. 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912. January $7 $5.25 $5.02 $5.75 $6.87 $4.90 $6.75 $9 $8.27 $6.50 February 7.505.805.206.407.204.62 7.009.758.056.55 March 7.7557.506.207.15 April 7.7557.556.756.856.4 07.6011.157.208.15 May 7.2045.606.625.907.609.806.408.10 June 6.255.505.426.806.406.308.3 59.756.707.80 July 6.1077.8067.1007.008.509.707.358.35 August 6.2055.726.356.756.807.108.25 9.457.929.05 September 6.356.256.356.756.857.50 8.0210.107.859.30 October 6.256306.807.208.509.456.909.32 November 5.255.255.156.506.356.258.258 0.906.708.35 December 4.8745.306.505.306.258.708.106.657.92 YRLY AV 6.58550506.596.656.307.909. 687.298.12 1913, 1914, 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922. January $7.70 $8.65 $7.45 $8.10 $12 $16.95 $18.20 February 8.6009.007.258.70 13.00 17.60 18.35 March 9.409.00
7.45 10.15 15.50 18.30 20.05 April 9.55 9.00 7.85 10.05 16.40 18.15 21.15 May 8.85 8.80 7.95 10.25 16.55 18.10 21.20 June 9.0 08.55 7.90 10.05 16.15 17.35 21.75 July 9.55 9.32 8.25 10.25 16.00 19.15 23.50 August 9.40 10.00 8.00 11.30 19.80 20.25 23.55 September 9.50 9.60 8.40 11.50 19.65 20.75 20.50 October 9.05 9.00 8.90 10.50 19.75 20.05 17.70 November 8.30 8.00 7.70 10.40 18.05 18.60 15.60 December 8.15 7.65 7.10 10.80 17.85 18.20 14.85 YRLY AV 8.92 8.87 7.85 10.17 16.72 18.62 19.70 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals Omaha Top Hog Prices 1903, 1904 1905, 1906 1907, 1908 1909, 1910 1911, 1912 January $6.85 $5 $4.85 $5.50 $6.95 $4.50 $6.25 $8.70 $8.10 $6.40 February 7.20 5.60 5.00 6.20 7.05 4.42 6.60 9.55 7.57 6.37 March 7.55 5.40 5.25 6.37 6.90 5.92 6.95 10.85 7.10 7.77 April 7.40 5.17 5.40 6.55 6.50 5.95 7. 30 10.80 6.55 7.90 May 6.95 4.77 5.37 6.45 6.50 5.50 7.45 9.57 6.10 7.82 June 6.25 5.27 5.35 6.60 6.20 6.10 7.85 9. 556.45 7.60 July 5.65 5.35 5.70 6.75 6.30 6.60 8.05 9.20 7.00 8.00 August 5.80 5.40 6.10 6.45 6.25 6.70 8.05 9.35 7.65 8.65 September 6.00 6.05 5.75 6.45 6.35 7.05 8.30 9.60 7.40 8.80 October 5.85 5.85 5.37 6.45 6.50 6.85 8.00 9.05 6.50 9.00 November 5.25 5.00 5.00 6.27 5.75 6.05 8.20 8.6 56.508.00 December 4.75 4.65 5.20 6.35 4.80 6.00 8.50 7.90 6.22 7.75 YRLY AV 6.29 5.29 5.36 6.37 6.34 5.97 7.62 9.4 06.937.84 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920 1921 1922 January $7.45 $8.45 $7.35 $7.80 $11.70 $16.75 $17.65 February 8.25 8.60 6.95 8.55 13.30 17.30 17.75 March 8.95 958.70 6.829.65 15.05 17.35 19.50 April 9.05 8.727.50 9.00 16.20 17.45 20.85 May 8.65 8.40 7.60 9.90 16.20 17.50 20.80 June 8.67 8.327.60 9.80 15.75 16.85 21.10 July 9.15 8.95 7.65 10.00 15.65 18.85 22.85 August 8.05 9.35 7.60 10.85 19.6 19.65 22.75 September 8.75 8.90 8.15 11.10 19.45 20.40 19.25 October 8.55 8.25 8.60 10.15 19.50 19.40 16.65 November 7.85 8.05 7.3 5 10.15 17.90 18.15 15.35 December 7.80 7.25 6.65 10.35 17.50 17.70 14.75 YRLY AV 8.43 8.50 7.48 9.77 16.48 18.11 19.10 January February March April, May June July August, September, October, November, December. Totals Kansas City top hog prices 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912. January $6.97 $5.15 $5 $5.60 $7 $4.65 $6.45 $8.75 $8.10 $6.45 February 7.25 5.60 5.12 6.25 7.15 4.58 609.60 7.75 6.40 March 7.60 5.52 5.37 6.42 7.05 6.25 6.95 10.95 7.15 7.90 April 7.50 5.35 5.52 6.60 6.67 6.20 7.35 10.80 6.70 8.05 May 7.00 4.87 5.50 6.50 6.52 5.67 7.50 9.67 6.20 7.95 June 6.07 5.32 5.50 6.67 6.30 6.20 7.95 9. 656.507.80 July 5.85.705.876.406.958.129.357.108.20 August 6.15.506.256.40958.059.557.7 08.82 September 6.206.075.926.606.507.208.37 9.857.508.90 October 6.175508.975.406.576.609.356.609.05 November 5.355.255.006.375.906.208.278.6 06.628.00 December 4.8045.176.45.025.978.607.906.407.90 YRLYAV 6.415.425.476.446.457.709. 507.037.95 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920 1921 1922 January $7.57 $8.50 $7.35 $8.11.90 $16.95 $17.70 February 8.50 8.75 7.02 8.67 13.45 17.75 18.00 March 9.20 8.8 07.059.80 15.35 17.50 19.80 April 9.25 8.80 7.65 9.90 16.30 17.75 21.00 May 8.77 8.50 7.80 10.05 16.45 17.70 20 1.10 June 8.80 8.45 7.85 10.00 15.90 17.00 21.35 July 9.25 9.15 7.80 10.10 16.10 19.15 23.40 August 8.95 9.75 7.70 11.10 20.00 20.15 23.20 September 9.10 9.45 8.25 11.15 19.45 20.65 20.10 October 8.60 8.37 8.60 10.40 19.65 18.45 16.70 November 8.00 8.1 07.50 10.15 17.85 18.25 15.60 December 7.95 7.40 6.82 10.60 17.70 17.75 15.00 YRLY AV 8.66 8.67 7.629.91 16.67 17.42 19.41 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals Average prices of native beef cattle 900 to 1,900 pounds at Chicago 1903 1904 1905 1906 1907 1908 1909 1910 1911 1912 January $4.80 $4.65 $4.65 $5 $5.60 $5.30 $6 $6.20 $6.15 $6.85 February 4.60 4.50 4.75 5.05 5.55 5.40 5.856 0.356.156.60 March 4.75 4.60 5.00 5.15 5.55 6.00 6.10 7.35 6.20 April 4.90 4.65 5.75 5.05 5.65 6.50 6.10 7.55 6.107.65 May 4.80 4.85 5.45 5.20 5.65 6.60 6.45 7.50 5.95 7.95 June 4.90 5.60 5.25 5.20 6.20 6.90 6.45 7.50 6.058 00 July 4.95 5.40 4.95 5.40 6.40 6.45 6.45 7.10 6.30 7.90 August 5.00 5.10 5.00 5.45 6.25 6.00 6.70 6.85 6.95 8.50 September 4.95 5.10 5.05 5.50 6.10 5.95 6.75 6.80 6.80 8.15 October 4.70 5.20 4.80 5.60 6.10 5.70 6.60 6.60 6.75 7.90 November 4.45 4.95 4.65 5.60 5.40 5.90 6.456 0.206.70 8.10 December 4.55 4.40 4.75 5.50 5.10 6.00 6.20 6.00 6.65 7.85 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920, 1921, 1922. January $7.80 $8.45 $8.05 $8.35 $10.15 $12.10 $15.80 February 8.25 8.30 7.50 8.35 10.50 12.00 15.95 March 8.30 8.35 7.65 8.75 11.25 12.60 16.05 April 8.15 8.50 7.70 9.10 11.75 14.70 15.85 May 8.00 8.40 8.35 9.50 11.90 15.40 15.00 June 8.15 8. 608.809.85 12.15 15.85 13.55 July 8.25 8.809.209.25 12.35 16.05 15.60 August 8.309.109.05 9.45 12.70 15.75 16.45 September 8.5 09.35 8.95 9.40 13.10 16.00 15.50 October 8.40 9.05 8.80 9.75 11.70 14.80 16.15 November 8.25 8.60 8.70 10.15 11.10 15.05 15.10 December 8.20
8.35 8.35 10.00 11.40 14.90 14.35 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals average prices for 1,200 to 1,500 pound steers at Chicago 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912. Dollar January 4.90 4.90 4.855 5.40 5.80 5.50 6.30 6.60 6.30 7.50 February 4.75 4.75 5.05 5.40 5.60 5.50 6.1 06.85 6.30 7.40 March 4.80 4.85 5.25 5.50 5.75 6.15 6.35 7.70 6.35 7.95 April 5.00 4.80 5.95 5.35 5.85 6.65 6.20 7.85 6.30 8.20 May 4.85 5.00 5.70 5.40 5.80 6.80 6.60 7.70 6.15 8.50 June 5.00 5.95 5.50 5.35 6.40 7.05 6.65 7.60 6.2 58.70 July 5.00 5.60 5.15 5.60 6.70 6.75 6.60 7.40 6.40 8.85 August 5.10 5.20 5.25 5.75 6.55 6.40 6.75 7.15 7.00 9.60 September 5.15 5.35 5.40 5.75 6.50 6.40 6.95 7.25 7.15 9.50 October 4.90 5.60 5.05 5.90 6.30 5.90 7.00 7.00 7.35 9.35 November 4.70 5.05 4.95 5.855 0.60 6.30 6.90 6.35 7.50 9.50 December 4.80 4.75 5.00 5.80 5.30 6.40 6.85 6.15 7.35 9.10 Yearly aver 4.90 5.10 5.30 5.60 6.00 6.30 6.60 7.15 6.70 8.40 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920 1921 1922 January 8.10 8.45 8.35 8.65 10.70 12.75 16.80 February 8.30 8.40 7.90 8.70 11.25 12.90 17.00 March 8.45 8.50 8.00 9.15 11.85 13.20 17.20 April 8.35 8.65 8.05 9.55 12.35 15.35 16.85 May 8.30 8.60 8.60 9.90 12.50 16.50 16.00 June 8.35 8.80 9.00 10.35 12.7
517.00 14.50 July 8.50 8.95 9.45 10.05 13.00 17.20 15.90 August 8.55 9.35 9.25 10.40 13.90 17.25 16.75 September 8.60 9.60 9.30 10.50 14.50 17.65 15.80 October 8.70 9.35 9.05 10.05 13.50 16.60 16.50 November 8.50 8.95 8.85 10.90 12.50 16.80 15.40 December 8.40 8.80 8.75 11.05 12.00 16.75 14.50 Yearly aver 8.35 8.85 8.75 9.90 12.55 15.50 16.20 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals average prices of fat cows and heifers at Chicago 1903, 1904 1905, 1906 1907, 1908 1909, 1910 1911, 1912 January $4.05 $3.65 $3.35 $3.50 $3.80 $3.70 $4.10 $4.25 $4.55 $4.25 February 4.00 3.70 3.45 3.70 3.75 3.80 4.25 4.55 4.50 4.25 March 4.05 3.70 3.65 3.85 3.90 4.15 4.35 5.30 4.65 5.00 April 4.15 3.85 4.10 3.85 4.00 4.70 4.6 5.90 4.55 5.75 May 4.15 4.00 4.10 3.90 3.95 4.90 5.00 5.55 4.60 6.20 June 4.15 4.30 3.70 3.65 4.20 4.75 4.60 5.154 0.305.85 July 3.95 4.20 3.50 3.45 4.15 4.15 4.40 4.65 4.45 5.55 August 4.00 3.80 3.40 3.50 3.80 3.90 4.10 4.20 4.60 5.7 0 September 3.90 3.35 3.35 3.55 3.70 3.75 3.90 4.00 4.40 5.40 October 3.80 3.10 3.30 3.65 3.50 3.65 3.85 3.95 4.25 5.15 November 3.70 2.90 3.50 3.75 3.35 3.50 4.00 3.854 0.055.10 December 3.60 2.75 3.60 3.70 3.30 3.70 4.00 3.90 4.00 5.05 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920 1921 1922 January $5.50, $6.10, $6.10, $5.85, $7.10, $8.90, $10, February 5.80, 6.35, 5.65, 6.007, 5.09, 10.60, March 6.15, 6.25, 5.55, 6.608. 0.409.75, 11.30, April 6.25, 6.45, 5.75, 6.90, 8.90, 10.30, 11.30, May 6.35, 6.90, 6.40, 7.80, 9.10, 10.90, 11.25, June 6.20, 6.65, 6.757. 0.658.60, 10.70, 10.35, July 6.00, 6.85, 6.55, 6.85, 8.10, 9.70, 10.10, August 6.10, 6.90, 6.45, 6.75, 8.60, 10.00, 10.25, September 6.25, 6.60, 6.30, 6.50, 8.40, 9.00, 9.40, October 6.15, 6.30, 6.10, 6.25, 8.30, 8.90, 8.75, November 5.90, 6.05, 5.65, 6.60, 8.20, 8.65, 8.40, December 5.80, 5.9. 5.556.858.15. 9.258.40 January February. March. April. May June July August. September. October. November. December. Totals average prices of canners and cutters at Chicago. 1903, 1904. 1905, 1906. 1907, 1908. 1909, 1910. 1911, 1912. January $2.25, $2.10, $1.70, $2.15, $2.10, $2.20, $2.50, $2.75, $2.85, $2.65, February 2.25, 2.25, 1.90, 2.15, 2.15, 2.40, 2.65, 3.10, 3.10, 2.60, March 2.35, 2.30, 2.05, 2.30, 2.35, 2.60, 2.70, 3.50, 3.00, 3.00, April 2.45, 2.30, 2.25, 2.45, 2.45, 2.70, 2.85, 3.65, 3. 153.50, May 2.30, 2.15, 2.25, 2.40, 2.40, 2.80, 3.00, 3.50, 2.90, 3.75, June 2.35, 2.10, 2.00, 2.15, 2.25, 2.70, 2.85, 3.40, 2.95, 3.60, July 2.2. 2.00, 1.80, 1.85, 2.20, 2.50, 2.75, 3.10, 2.80, 3.50, August 2.15, 1.75, 1.70, 1.75, 2.05, 2.50, 2.65, 2.80, 2.75, 3.60, September 2.05, 1.60. 1.90, 1.70, 2.00, 2.40, 2.65. 2.85, 2.80, 3.60, October 2.00, 1.55, 1.90, 1.80, 1.95, 2.35, 2.65, 2.80, 2.65, 3.50, November 1.80, 1.50, 1.85, 2.05, 1.85, 2.30, 2.70, 2.85, 2.55. 3.60 December 1.80 1.40 1.90 1.90 1.90 2.35 2.75 2.85 2.50 3.60 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920 1921 1922 January $3.90 $4.25 $4.25 $4 $5.45 $6.95 $7.25 February 4.10 4.50 4.10 4.25 5.60 7.15 6.60 March 4.35 4.50 3.8 5 4.80 6.35 7.35 6.50 April 4.40 4.60 4.00 4.95 7.10 7.70 6.40 May 4.40 4.75 4.40 5.40 7.25 7.80 7.00 June 4.30 4.6 4.75 5.35 6.80 7.60 7.05 July 4.15 4.50 4.75 5.20 6.10 7.25 6.85 August 4.20 4.85 4.60 5.05 6.40 7.00 6.75 September 4.35 4.65 4.40 4.75 6.20 6.70 5.90 October 4.25 4.40 4.25 4.45 6.00 6.60 5.85 November 4.10 4.55 4.10 4.70 5.90 5.75 5.80 December 4. 0.05 4.40 3.95 5.15 6.05 6.75 5.60 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals Average prices of native calves at Chicago 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912. January $7.10 $5.85 $6.15 $7 $6.75 $7.60 $8.60 $8.75 $8.75 February 7.15 6.35 6.50 6.40 6.50 6.60 6.85 8.65 8.40 7.50 March 6.50 5.65 5.70 6.25 6.60 6.20 7.00 9.00 7.40 8.00 April 5.75 4.60 5.10 5.60 6.00 5.506 0.307.85 6.607.40 May 5.60 4.60 5.25 5.65 6.35 5.60 5.60 7.35 7.25 7.75 June 6.20 4.90 5.85 5.80 6.15 5.80 6.507 0.857.60 8.00 July 5.65 5.75 5.75 5.60 6.40 6.00 7.00 7.60 7.40 8.75 August 6.40 5.60 5.90 6.00 6.35 6.75 7.50 7.758.009.75 September 6.655.906.006.756.507.607.60 8.508.75 11.25 October 6.406.106.007.507.25 10.00 November 5.756.006.006.256.25 6.50 8.758.359.85 December 4.95.6.006.007.007.40 10.25 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920, 1921. 1922. January $9.75, $11, $9.85, $10.15, $13.40, $15.35, $15.50. February 9.85, 10.75, 10.35, 10.65, 12.65, 14.15, 15.75. March 10.50, 9.00, 10.00 009.65 13.40 15.25 16.50 April 8.50 8.85 8.40 8.75 12.50 14.50 15.35 May 9.25 9.50 9.15 10.40 13.25 13.50 14.50 June 9.75 9.4 09.60 11.25 13.40 15.55 18.75 July 10.40 10.60 10.25 11.40 13.00 16.70 18.00 August 11.50 11.00 11.50 12.00 15.15 17.25 19.85 September 11.25 11.40 11.25 12.40 15.00 18.60 20.50 October 10.50 10.65 10.85 11.50 14.85 17.10 18.10 November 10.35 10.35 10.15 11.85 13.50 16.80 17.40 December 10.75 8.65 9.65 11.75 15.25 16.50 16.50 January February March April May June July August September October November December Total Chicago average prices of grass-fed Western cattle. 1903, 1904. 1905, 1906. 1907, 1908. 1909, 1910. 1911, 1912. Dollar July 3.904.204.40 4.905.605.657.55 August 3.85 3.804.054.40 5.405.105.50 0 September 3.70 3.85 3.90 4.30 4.70 4.70 5.15 5.45 5.50 5.70 October 3.55 3.50 3.70 4.45 4.35 4.70 5.20 5.35 5.70 7.50 November 3.40 3.50 3.55 4.50 4.25 5.05 5.35 5.25 5.85 7.35 December 3.50 3.80 3.75 4.40 4.20 4.90 5.20 4.95 5.75 7.10 1913 1914, 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922. July 7.10 7.858.007.859.00 14.60 12.40 August 7.40 8.10 7.90 8.15 10.00 14.90 12.25 September 7.55 7.70 7.80 8.25 11.40 14.65 11.25 October 7.35 7.50 7.65 8.15 10.60 14.35 11.25 November 7.40 7.35 7.60 8.80 10.25 14.25 10.25 December 7.25 7.25 7.25 9. 40 10.00 14.00 10.00 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals average prices of feeders and stockers at Chicago 1903, 1904 1905, 1906 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912. January $3.60, $3.40, $3.65, $3.80, $4.10, $3.85, $4.55, $4.65, $5.15, $4.90. February 3.75, 3.45, 3.70, 3.90, 4.25, 4.20 4.70 4.85 5.10 5.20 March 4.20 3.70 3.90 4.00 4.45 4.35 4.60 5.50 5.25 5.60 April 4.35 3.80 3.95 4.00 4.60 4.80 4.8 05.60 5.10 6.15 May 4.10 4.00 4.20 4.15 4.55 4.60 4.85 5.50 4.95 6.25 June 4.00 3.95 4.00 3.90 4.50 4.40 4.75 4.85 4. 505.85 July 3.70 3.50 3.40 3.65 4.20 4.15 4.50 4.45 4.35 5.40 August 3.45 3.35 3.30 3.75 4.00 4.10 4.30 4.50 4.45 5.7 0 separate 3.25 3.30 3.45 3.90 4.05 3.90 4.35 4.50 4.55 5.65 October 3.20 3.25 3.35 3.75 3.85 3.95 4.30 4.70 4.40 5.60 November 3.10 3.15 3.25 3.70 3.80 4.00 4.25 4.604 0.505.85 December 3.052.90 3.35 3.80 3.75 4.20 4.40 4.70 4.60 5.50 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920 1921 1922, January $6.15 $7.10, 12, $6.85, 12, $7 $7.50 $8.80 $10.85 February 7.107.25, 12, 7.006.90 7.759.00 11.50 March 7.457.30, 12, 6.957.658.60 10.25 12.00 April 7.507.55, 12, 8.057.80 8.75 10.50 12.65 May 7.407.80, 12, 7.958.158.90 10.75 12.40 June 7.157.35, 12, 7.757.90 8.50 10.90 11.15 July 7.257.20, 12, 7.707.00 7.90 10.25 10.15 August 7.307.30, 12, 7.556.90 8.35 10.85 10.75 September 7.357.15, 12, 7.406.70 8.50 10.90 9.90 October 6.956.80, 12, 6.906.60 8.40 10.25 10.15 November 6.75, 6.70, 12, 6.75 6.65 8.75 10.00 9.75 December 6.65 6.70, 12, 6.55 6.95 8.50 10.25 9.10 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals average prices of yearling sheep at Chicago 1903, 1904 1905, 1906 1907, 1908 1909, 1910 1911, 1912 January $5.05 $5.10 $6.35 $6.20 $6.05 $5.60 $6.10 $6.75 $5.15 $5.50 February 5.60 4.956.606.006.105 706.007.705.255.25 March 6.40 4.956.355.756.40 6.506.30 8.405.156.00 April 6.055.25 6.00 6.05 6.60 6.25 6.658.00 4.756.70 May 6.105.455.50 6.156.455.90 7.007.255.05 6.75 June 5.355.40 5.40 6.40 6.655.25 6.40 6.20 4.55 5.35 July 4.20 4.80 5.85 6.25 6.20 4.85 5.30 5.30 4.75 5.30 August 3.95 4.25 5.50 5.80 6.00 4.50 5.25 5.45 4.65 5.00 September 3.85 4.05 5.40 5.75 5.80 4.35 5.25 5.40 4.25 5.25 October 4.00 4.25 5.60 5.75 5.60 4.70 5.30 5.00 4.25 5.00 November 4.00 4.90 5.75 6.05 5.00 4.80 6.004 0.904.305.20 December 4.10 5.40 6.20 6.00 4.80 5.10 6.60 5.10 4.50 6.25 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920, 1921. 1922. January $7.10, $6.15, $7.25, $9.20, $12.50, $14.15, $13.50, February 7.25, 6.50, 7.65, 9.50, 13.00, 14.65, 15.00, March 7.50, 6. 508.409.75 13.50 15.25 17.05 April 7.35 6.60 8.85 9.50 12.75 16.00 15.95 May 6.60 6.50 8.25 10.25 14.00 15.00 13.15 June 6.00 6.50 7.00 8.50 11.75 13.75 10.95 July 6.10 6.70 7.00 8.60 12.00 15.15 11.80 August 5.50 6.50 6.75 8.20 12.00 14.90 11.75 September 5.25 6.30 6.75 8.65 13.40 13.50 10.70 October 5.35 6.25 6.85 8.50 13.50 11.75 10.80 November 5.75 7.00 7.05 9.65 13.75 11.35 10.90 December 6.25 6.90 7.70 10.90 13.75 11.75 14.00 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals. Chicago average prices of native lambs. 1903, 1904. 1905, 1906. 1907, 1908. 1909, 1910. 1911, 1912. Dollar January 5.40 5.40 7.10 7.25 7.25 6.70 7.25 8.20 6.00 6.35 February 6.00 5.25 7.30 6.80 7.20 6.607 .408.505.806.00 March 6.45.157.006.407.107.509.305.757.00 April 5.855.306.207.207.957.107. 759.005.207.50 May 5.955606.006.407.808.155.607.85 June 5.755.555.756.707.105.407.3 07.355.756.60 July 5.355.906.006.607.406.805.907.15 August 4.855.407.107.006.905.957.2 56.406.006.75 September 4.805.107.007.00 6.905.256.706.405.406.75 October 4.805.256.906.805.406.555.506.50 November 4.805.557.007.00 6.005.757.156.155.356.90 December 5.006.207.257.155.656.607.605.607.50 1913 1914, 1915 1916, 1917 1918, 1919 1920, 1921 1922 $, January 8.357.758.25 10.00 13.75 16.80 15.95 February 8.257.408.60 10.25 14.05 16.25 17.00 March 8.357.4 09.25 10.40 13.90 17.10 18.70 April 8.107.109.009.75 14.00 18.60 17.40 May 7.00 7.509.75 10.00 15.50 17.25 15. 0.10 June 6.50 7.759.009.15 15.00 16.65 13.70 July 7.40 8.25 8.50 10.35 15.70 18.35 16.85 August 7.25 7.90 8.80 10.40 15.3 517.25 16.60 September 7.05 7.50 8.50 10.25 17.35 16.85 14.70 October 6.95 7.60 8.65 10.00 17.25 15.15 14.85 November 7.10 8.70 8.75 11.15 16.60 14.90 14.25 December 7.40 8.15 8.90 12.60 16.35 14.50 16.00 January February March April May June July August September October November December
Total Chicago average prices of native sheep. 1903, 1904. 1905, 1906. 1907, 1908. 1909, 1910. 1911, 1912.
January 4.003.855.105.355.5.105.503.954.15 February 4.553.855.505.005.004.904.856.1 04.104.10 March 5.25.305.505.205.307.154.655.20 April 4.80.4.955.355.655.507.104.055. 0.75 May 4.60.4.905.605.405.906.404.356.00 June 3.95.40304.705.305.805.255.003.654.35 July 3. 0.403.805.105.653.953.754.00 August 3.153604.004.904.404.003.303.85 September 3.103. 504.755.10. 5.1553.654.554.203.753.90 October 3.103.605.204.804.054.003.553.75 November 3.054.055.205.204.4 04.204.503.753.253.85 December 3.154.505.004.903.853.404.35 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. 1920, 1921. 1922. January 5.255.105.657.109.75 12.10 February 5.7555.556.357.60 11.10 12.30 March 6.255.807. 0.308.35 11.35 13.65 13.90 April 6.35 6.00 7.60 8.25 11.85 15.00 14.30 May 5.75 5.50 7.15 8.15 13.25 13.90 11.90 June 4.855. 0.005.407.259.90 July 4.355.205.907.158.75 12.009.30 August 4.255.256.107.159.75 12.659.20 September 4.1 55.155.607.50 11.15 11.757.75 October 4.405.205.857.40 11.50 10.007.60 November 4.505.505.707.80 11.15 9.408.10 December 4.805.356.108.90 11.559.159.40 January February March April May June July August September October November December Total Chicago average prices of Western lambs 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912. January 5.605.705.257.307.8.408.406.256.55 February 6.205.557.506.757.306.757 .558.756.106.25 March 6.205.457.106.357.609.506.157.50 April 6.405.906.956.358.057.358.1 09.155.608.10 May 6.355.856.406.607.806.858.408.505.958.60 June 5.305.656.006.807.807.757.65 6.307.20 July 5.206.406.356.857.056.407.807.156.407.15 6.407.40 August 4.905.457.057.206.906.207.406.806 .507.25 September 4.855.157.007.20 6.905.406.856.855.807.15 October 4.755.207.007.005 6.805.656.556.705.806.90 November 4.505.456.856.906. 055.906.906.305.507.25 December 4.656.207.257.105.706.705.506.205.857.90 1913 1914, 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922. January 8.70 8.00 8.50 10.50 14.00 17.35 16.55 February 8.65 7.70 8.80 10.95 14.00 16.75 17.80 March 8.70 7.85 9.65 11.15 14.35 17.90 19.40 April 8.50 7.90 9.75 10.50 14.50 19.60 18.20 May 7.65 8.50 10.35 11.00 17.25 18.35 16. 0.40 June 7.00 8.10 9.30 9.75 15.50 17.00 14.40 July 7.70 8.65 8.90 10.65 15.60 18.60 17.15 August 7.60 8.25 9.00 10.90 15.85 17.85 16.90 September 7.30 7.90 8.90 10.80 17.65 17.40 14.90 October 7.15 7.65 8.80 10.25 17.50 15.50 15.15 November 7.40 8.80 8.90 11.50 16.85 15.20 14.75 December 7.70 8.40 9.15 12.85 16.55 14.75 16.70 January February
March, April, May June July August, September, October, November, December. Totals. Chicago average prices of Western sheep. 1903, 1904. 1905, 1906. 1907, 1908. 1909, 1910. 1911, 1912. $, January 4.25 4.05 5.20 5.45 5.20 4.90 4.95 5.65 4.10 4.40 February 4.75 4.25 5.60 5.25 5.25 5.10 5.00 6. 75 4.25 4.25 March 5.55 4.70 5.50 5.35 5.65 5.90 5.25 7.65 4.75 5.40 April 5.30 5.25 5.20 5.35 5.85 5.70 5.70 7.65 4.25 6.00 May 5.05 5.30 4.90 5.65 5.85 5.10 6.20 6.70 4.50 6.20 June 4.45 4.60 4.75 5.60 6.00 4.60 5.30 5.15 4.00 4.7 0 July 3.55 3.90 5.10 5.35 5.40 4.10 4.70 4.30 4.05 4.50 August 3.30 3.70 4.90 5.05 5.40 4.10 4.60 4.25 3.60 4.20 September 3. 0.25 3.50 4.70 5.20 5.20 3.80 4.75 4.25 3.90 4.30 October 3.25 3.70 5.00 5.00 4.90 4.10 4.30 3.90 3.70 4.10 November 3.05 4.10 5.00 5.10 4.
354.10 4.55 3.70 3.50 4.15 December 3.25 4.655 5.25 5.15 4.25 4.35 4.95 4.00 3.60 4.55 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922. Dollar January 5.45 5.60 6.007 10.25 12.25 10.45 February 6.00 5.80 6.55 7.80 11.35 12.45 11.50 March 6.50 6.10 7.55 8.15 11.85 13.50 14.15 April 6.60 6.35 7.90 8.15 12.15 15.85 14.70 May 6.00 5.75 7.55 8.25 12.75 14.90 12.60 June 5.15 5.50 5.65 7.40 10.15 13.60 9.45 July 4.65 5.70 6.20 7.50 9.60 12.90 10.10 August 4.45 5.75 6.30 7.60 9.50 13.25 10.25 September 4.35 5.40 5.90 8.00 11.50 11.85 8.85 October 4.60 5.40 6.20 7.60 11.90 10.55 8.70 November 4.65 5.75 5.95 8.10 11.40 9.90 8.60 December 5.10 5.60 6.35 9.10 11.40 9.60 9.80 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals average prices of short rib sides at Chicago 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912. January $8.78 $6.44 $6.44 $7.33 $9 $6.14 $8.37 $11.11 $10.31 $8.06 February 9.35 7.136.637 7.75 9.316 0.068.56 12.129.698 8.06 March 9.706.946.788 8.35 8.696 568 8.81 13.16 8.75 8.69 April 9.636.446.94 8.638 8.486.759 9.30 12.628.009.63 May 9.306.387.068.888.757.00 10.06 12.067.69 10.06 June 8.987.067 7.569.23 8.507.62 10.80 13.0 07.94 10.19 July 8.207.37 7.809.30 8.56 8.56 11.19 12.37 8.12 10.25 August 7.50 7.41 8.50 8.90 8.61 8.75 11.30 11.81 8.50
5-6 10.62 September 8.25 7.56 8.58 8.83 8.30 9.50 11.80 11.50 8.63 10.62 October 8.13 7.56 8.00 8.63 8.06 9.06 11.10 10.88 8.31 10.63 November 7.00 6.88 7.15 8.38 7.9 58.62 11.31 9.94 8.19 10.62 December 6.31 6.44 7.04 8.43 7.00 8.19 12.29 9.88 8.19 9.88 1913 1914 1915 1916 1917 1918 1919 1920, 1921, 1922. January $9.75 $10.94 $9.75 $10.31 $14.44 $23.60 $23.37 February 10.25 11.13 9.50 10.69 15.94 24.68 23.25 March 10.81 11.06 9.25 11.56 17.50 24.43 25.62 April 11.25 10.81 9.63 12.25 19.38 23.21 27.69 May 11.94 11.06 10.12 12.56 20.50 22.25 29.10 June 11.88 11.44 10.00 12.94 20.50 22.60 28.50 July 11.81 11.94 9.62 13.56 21.55 23.95 28.69 August 11.25 12.1 38.62 13.93 22.86 24.44 24.75 September 11.38 11.88 8.38 14.50 25.19 23.93 20.75 October 10.94 10.69 9.75 14.18 27.00 21.9 818.62 November 10.81 10.13 10.00 14.31 26.88 24.75 19.50 December 10.94 9.81 9.88 13.50 25.50 25.87 18.87 January February March April May June July August September, October, November, December. Totals average prices of lard at Chicago. 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912. January $9.95 $6.92 $6.73 $7. Exports of wheat, 15, in bushels, 000 omitted, 1903. 1904, 1905. 1906, 1907. 1908, 1909. 1910, 1911. 1912, January 16. 12 3 10 11 19 8 5 7 February 6 12 8 3 9 9 13 6 3 5 March 5 12 7 3 7 9 9 5 4 6 April 6 15 5 3 7 11 8 4 5 5 May 5 15 4 4 7 13 9 5 5 6 June 4 12 4 3 6 11 9 3 3 4 July 3 10 3 2 7 7 8 4 3 6 August 3 12 4 4 13
10-17 9-5 10 September 9th 15th 4-7 18-15 18-12 6-11 October 17th 16th 5-11 17-20 18-14 7-9 November 21st 13th 5-12 14-21 12-13 7-7 December 16th 15th 4-16 13-23 11-9 8-8 15 19-13 19-14 19-15 19-16 19-17 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922, January 13th, 10:32, 21, 24, 12, February 22nd, 9th, 8, 31, 21, 14, 10, March 16th, 9th, 7, 28, 24, 12, 12, April 20th, 11th, 7, 29, 22, 19, 12, May 31st, 11th, 11, 20, 21, 16, 11, June 26th, 9th, 11, 13, 12, 21, 11, 33, July 13th. 30 12 11 8 11 August 14th 28th 28 2015 10 19 September 19th 18th 31 26 18 7 28 October 25th 13th 26 24 16 11 25 November 21st 10th 26 19 19 11 22 December 23rd 11th 37 20 19 15 34 January 15th February March April May June July August September, October, November, December. Totals exports of corn. In bushels, 000 omitted, 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912. January 11,026 5,059 16,440 27,257 9,151 6,441 6,216 6,105 9,947 7,646 February 13,000 76,842 14,214 17,795 11,446 9,519 5,342 4,547 11,033 7,022 March 15,644 7,008 179 14,617 12,870 12,277 4,507 4,856 5,229 9,773 5,267 April 10,302 3,130 9 12,275 8,932 9,656 2,476 4,900 3,628 5,374 1,815 May 5,973 1,388 6,540 6 5034 7446 1153 1110 2131 3715 830 June 5903 1738 4431 2648 5500 53 737 685 1997 4050 687 July 5185 2086 4113 3173 7305 430 739 2001 181 2410 747 August 3180 3088 4844 3185 4970 391 810 2391 314 561 September 3707 3304 5711 3388 2892 523 1019 3607 3700 and 78,829 October 7,136 2,563 4,028 6,036 3,770 1,795 2,200 3,587 2,934 1,154 November 5. 1,984 1,325 5,861 4,837 4,131 3,154 2,351 2018 1,229 1,102 December 4,623 8,000 98 18,373 7,093 4,545 6,453 5,930 5,206 5,043 3,274, in bushels, 000 omitted, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. 1920, 1921. 1922. January 11,317 1,148 5,224 3,498 7,253 1,953 1,177 February 12,307 928 7,855 5,001 151 6,597 3,203 976 March 10,109 1,178 815 4,837 10,834 7,658 683 April 5,590 709 9,105 5,107 6,463 8,645 699 May 1,252 538 3,735 5,536 4,838 3,790 3,878 June 743 926 3,845 4,811 3,720 3,279 910 July 926 562,161 5,483 3,146 2,009 588 August 709,491,959 6,700 2,670 1,850 816 September 6 71,152 888 3,760 980 2,004 196 1,210 October 404 1,052 1,019 3,886 1,602 2,335 868 November 444 2,153 1,642 2,290 1,006 122 1,700 962 December 773 4,781 2,790 2,891 2,445 991 1,525 January February March April May June July August September October November December Totals Iowa corn prices. Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, first of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. Tenure. $80 January 0.51.36.52.36.58.57.801.211.36.684 February 0.54.37.55.38.56.66.62.881.211.25.7 02 March.5, 2.37.56.39.56.65.61.921.341.22.71.4 April.5, 1.38.61.411.36.1.411.361.40.766 May.48.41.69.45 0.59.66.1.401.401.54.830 June.50.40.70.50.68.1.46.1.351.65.1.63.857 July.53.49.67.52.63.69.69.1.56 1.371.66.881 August.55.56.65.54.61.73.2.021.47.84.971 September.56.56.67.66.72.71 77.651.501.69.949 October.49.57.616.66.761.701.381.381.32.884 November.39.57.50.61.59.78.1.361.1 51.11.766 December.36.53.35.61.801.221.221.220.720 yearly aver. 0.49, 5.46, 7.59, 0.50, 612.616.3, 1.3281.3301.435.810 Iowa oats prices.
Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, first of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. 10-year.
$80 January.38.27.41.28.35.43.36.46.71.64.42.9 February.41.27.44.28.34.48.43.51.76.54.446 March.for1.26.45.28.34.39.51.83.54.451 April.41.26.47.29.34.51.38.56.84.58.464 May.37.27.51.30.34.50.38.6 3.82.64.476 June.37.29.48.32.35.48.37.61.69.62.458 July.36.35.46.34.34.36.62.71.65.461 August.35.35.33 0.34.31.43.35.68.67.70.451 September.29.36.26.39.32.39.51.62.63.413 October.28.39.27.36.40.30.41.54.64.60.419 November.27.41.28.34.39.31.45.54.62.61.422 December.27.41.27.34.41.3
2.48.63.64.64.441 yearly aver.
.348.324.386.319.359.417.396.567.713.613.444 Iowa hog prices. Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, 15th of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. 10-year. AV January 7.807.505.606.907.706.406.209.806.16.40 February 8.106.905.707.508. 006.207.5011.4015.3016.509.31 March 9.606.4016.008.106.2019.016.2017.4010.08 April 9.505.80 7.208.508.106.5016.4018.7010.50 May 8.605.407.106.10.509.106.15.1016.6019.50 June 8.205.406.908.007.008.8014.8019.30 July 8.205.906.908.30.8.006.9009.1014.50 20.80 10.49 August 7.60 6.907.607.908.506.409.30 15.70 18.00 20.10 10.80 September 8.406.607.807.70 8.306.709.90 16.90 18.40 15. 0.50 10.62 October 7.905.908.207.607.207.409.00 16.90 17.00 13.40 10.05 November 7.305.707.206.806.109.10 15.80 16.40 13.509.52 December 6.905.607.006.505.809.00 16.20 16.40 12.309.28 yearly aver 8.236.176947.727.716.548.75 14.68 16.53 10.95 Iowa beef cattle prices. Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, 15th of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. 10-year. AV January 5.405.105.406.507.006.908.209.90 February 5.005.005.406.807.3 06.507.208.9010.3012.80 March 5.8075.805.007.40 April 6.205.106. 007.407.406.607.1011.9014.10 May 5.90.4.906.207.1010.2012.7013.60 June 5. 0.604.906.207.407.30.10.3012.6011.908.18 July 5.304806.507.207.808.2010.2012.8012.3 08.28 August 5.105.206.80 7.007.807.407.8010.2012.3012.60 September 5.205.207.807.108.107.6012.9011.80.24 October 5.006.807.107.407.207.80210.4011.9010.107.88 November 4.905.106.407.107.8010.8010.1011.90 11.507.86 December 4.7065.206.707.906.709.707.11.60 yearly aver. 5.345247.247.366.977.799.8011.7712.357.97 Iowa wool prices. Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, 15th of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. Tenure. $80 January.26.19.17.19.17.18.24.30.59.59.28 February.26.19.18.19.17.30.60.53.288 March. 26.19.18.20.17.25.60.51.29 April. 24.18.18.19.17.23.28.39.60.52.298 May. 24.16.19.17.18.22.29.43. 60.51.299 June. 20.16.20.17.19.25.31.52.60.49.309 July. 21.16.20.18.20.25.30.57.61.54.322 August. 21.17.21. 16.20.25.30.56.61.54.321 September. 20.17.20.17.19.25.30.58.60.52.318. October.19.17.20.17.19.26.30.56.30.56.59.50.313 November.19.17.18.18.20.30.55.61.52.313 December.19.17.20.18.18. 24.29.57.58.51.311 yearly aver. 0.2211.174192.1793.232.287.47599.525.307 Iowa brand prices. Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, 15th of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. 10-year. AV $$ January 24.30 24.10 25.80 25.10 24.90 26.40 24.50 31.30 39.90 46.80 29.31 February 25.80 20. 4.40 27.60 23.60 25.30 27.00 24.70 33.10 40.40 47.00 29.89 March 26.50 midnight 28.80 23.60 25.90 26.90 24.40 38.00 41.80 47.00 30.69 April 25.60 23.90 28.20 22.90 27.00 26.70 24.30 41.20 41.30 45.20 30.63 May 23.90 24.70 28.60 22.50 26.30 26.70 24.30 42.50 41.40 47.00 30.79 June 24.70 25.10 27.10 22. 70 26.00 25.60 24.50 39.30 41.80 45.70 30.25 July 24.50 25.10 26.30 23.00 24.40 25.80 24.20 38.90 41.80 45.50 29.95 August 24.20 25.20 26.10 23.30 25.00 25.50 24.50 41.00 38. 3046.90 30.00 September 23.80 24.80 25.00 24.40 25.80 25.10 25.00 38.50 36.70 47.50 29.66 October 23.50 25. 40 25.00 24.70 25.10 24.10 25.80 37.60 37.00 43.80 29.20 November 24.10 25.80 24.30 24.70 24.90 23. 3029.25 37.50 36.30 45.50 29.56 December 23.90 25.90 24.10 24.20 25.20 23.00 30.00 40.70 36.60 46.80 30.04 yearly aver. 24.56, 24.86, 26.41, 23.74, 25.48, 25.51, 25.45, 38.30, 39.46, 46.22, 30.00 Illinois corn prices.
Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, first of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. Tenure.
$80 January 0.55.39.55.41.64.62.841.161.34.71.4 February 0.59.40.59.45.60.70.65.921.251.20. 735 March 0.59.40.60.46.65.981.361.23.755 April 0.57.40.65.46.9.651.091.301.42.788 May 0.54.43.7 4.51.63.7 4.61.471.331.56.864 June 0.54.47.7.556.8.73.691.541.251.67889 July 0.57.51.73.58.68.72.7 01.601.321.74.915 August 0.58.78.71.72.061.391.891.016 September 0.57.60.72.73.78.73 81.721.471.84.996 October 0.51.61.66.71.74.681.801.391.41.930 November 0.43.60.50.67.57.841.421.181. 0.24.809 December 0.38.55.41.63.61.54.841.101.201.30.756 yearly aver. 0.53.49.563.66.681.301.300.1.4001.487.847 Illinois oats prices.
Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, first of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. Tenure.
$80 January 0.41.29.43.30.37.45.38.49.72.67.45 February 0.44.30.45.31.37.52.46.53.77.57 March 0.45.29.48.32.37.52.40.54.86.56.48 April 0.43.29.51.38.55.39.60.86.61.49 May 0.41.30.54.31.37.54.41.6 7.83.67.51 June.40.31.52.35.38.50.39.61.71.66.48 July.39.38.49.37.36.44.37.62.71.66.48 August.36.36.34 .37.35.40.36.68.66.74.46 September.31.39.30.43.40.51.66.68.44 October.30 .41.30.39.43.31.41.56.67.64.44 November.31.42.30.37.44.33.48.56.63.63.45 December.30.42.38.44.35.51.6 5.67.70.47 yearly aver. .37.347.414.348.390.437.41.458.5.729.701.47 Illinois hog prices. Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, 15th of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. Tenure. AV January 8.10.405.806.907.706.409.805.15.6016.2009.03 February 8.207.005.807.508.1 06.207.40 11.30 March 9.506.506.008.1 April 9.70 .07.108.508.106.60 May 8.90.507.107.807.008.9016.60 5 June 8.705506.908.007.008.014.6016.0019.0010.20 July 8.40.6.908.308.107.109.0014.5016. 0.2020.50 August 7.90 6.807508.208.806.809.4015.7017.820.40 September 8.7068.108.407.10.10.16.90 18.50 October 8.3075.10.1307.9017.017.10.13.60 November 7.505.707.207.307.006.309 .1015.8016.3013.40 December 7.007.007.006.006.006.009.1016.20 yearly aver. 8.4168.977.817.806.69.8.7414.6016.53 16.85 Illinois beef cattle prices.
Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, 15th of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. 10-year.
AV January 4.40.905.106.106.806.507.909.5011.706.94 February 5.104.905.106.307.0 06.406.508.50 March 5.006.508.007.006.407.109.006.806.407.109.010.10.12.107.38 April 5.505.005.006.606.807.006.50 606.807.006.507.12.012.50 May 5.704806.006.507.106.707.509.60 11.7012.507.81 June 5.404806.106.807.007.007.809.60 11.90 July 5.20.906.407.707.207.809.40 .7011.907.82 August 5.005.206.306.70 7.507.107.709.40 September 5.205.106.506.707.40 October 5.1 04.806.406.807.207.007.4010.10.007.58 November 4.905106.106.106.607.107.509.40 .007.37 December 4.805.006.106.806.507.509.70 11.3010.10.43 yearly aver. 5.11.4.965926.617.086.747.399.39 11.01 Illinois wool prices.
Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, 15th of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. 10-year.
AV $, January .29.20.17.21.16.20.26.38.58.59.298 February .28.20.18.21.17.21.26.32.59.60.302 March .2 7.19.18.21.17.28.35.60.56.302 April .24.18.20.17.37.60.56.299 May .26.16.20.17.18.24.30. 44.61.44.300 June .22.17.20.26.32.53.61.50.318 July .21.17.20.17.32.56.32.53.325 August .23.17. 0.20.20.27.31.57.62.54.328 September .20.18.21.18.20.28.31.55.61.50.322 October .20.17.20.17.32.58.62.51.324 November .20.17.20.16.19.26.31.58.62.51.320 December .21.17.21.17.20 .26.32.60.61.53.328 Yearly aver. .234.17.18.183.187.246.299.481.608.531.31 for the price of 44 cents in May of 1919 is probably a mistake, although it is the price as reported by the Bureau of Crop Estimates.
Illinois brand prices. Prices on farms or nearest shipping point, 15th of each month. 1910, 1911. 1912, 1913. 1914, 1915. 1916, 1917. 1918, 1919. 10-year.
AV January 23.90 23.30 25.80 24.10 25.70 26.70 25.10 31.90 40.50 48.70 29.57 February 26.20 23.80 27.70 24.10 26.40 27.20 25.00 34.40 40.80 49.40 30.50 March 25.60 midnight 27.00 23.60 26.50 26.90 24.30 37.70 42.70 46.70 30.50 April 25.70 23.80 27.80 23.30 27.00 27.20 24.40 41.20 42.40 48.00 31.08 May 25.30 24.20 27.80 23.50 26.70 27.80 24.60 43.60 42.20 47.10 31.28 June 24.90 24.10 26.90 20 3.10 26.50 25.90 24.40 38.30 42.90 46.60 30.36 July 24.40 midnight 25.80 23.00 24.20 25.90 midnight 40.00 40.00 46.80 29.81 August 23.50 24.30 25.40 23.50 26.00 25.70 24.60 41.90 37.50 40 8.10 30.05 September 23.20 23.90 25.40 25.70 26.00 24.70 26.00 37.00 38.90 48.10 29.89 October 22.20 24.60 20 5.50 25.30 25.60 24.70 26.80 36.30 37.00 46.10 29.41 November 22.80 24.80 24.50 25.20 25.20 24.90 30.5 038.00 38.00 47.00 30.09 December 22.80 25.40 24.50 25.00 24.80 24.30 31.40 41.50 38.40 47.10 30.52 Yearly aver 24.11 24.08 26.07 24.10 25.88 25.99 25.92 38.48 40.11 47.47 30.22 Farm prices of butter
per pound, average for all United States, first of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920.
dollar January 0.278.281.284.290.283.430.549.613 February 0.241.290.276.274.279.276.335.437 0.496 March 0.227.272.275.260.271.341.434.438 April 0.226.271.276.249.258.276.335.407.476 May 0.214.260.27 0.238.257.279.361.399.503 June 0.203.258.228.265.265.350.386.491 July 0.204.234.247.229.242.257.335.382 0.472 August 0.217.237.249.231.261.340.397.482 September 0.231.242.259.253.245.274.361.414.497 October 238.256.275.260.253.290.389.472.515 November 0.252.269.282.263.269.409.497.560 December 0.274.288.292.284.27
6.344.419.527.600 Farm prices of EGGS per dozen, average of all United States, first of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920.
Dollar 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 January 304.2955.266.307.317.463.572.648 February 221.291.228.284.292.268.358.494. 483 March.165.245.194.213.212.338.404.331 April.149.178.164.176.179.259.312.343 May.147.171.161.1 68.171.181.300.310.368 June.145.167.169.173.166.190.311.298.386 July.142.167.170.176.168.197.283. 307.368 August.155.174.172.182.107.207.298.344.393 September.174.191.195.210.108.7.233.332.364.410 October. 200.220.234.235.223.281.374.416.447 November.235.259.274.253.223.394.472.540 December.287.297.330.297.3
06.381.433.550.619 Farm prices of potatoes per bushel, average of all United States, first of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920.
Dollar 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 January 541.845.061.684.997.706.1.4731.210.1.1611.786 February 551.944.531.697.504.8801. 7241.2291.144 March.531.020.527.504.944.407.1.2031.094 April.551.171.503.700.478.976.2.347.9 261.054 May.625.1.273.482.714.505.948.2.796.801.189 June.633.197.552.713.508.2.740.755.1.214 July.96 31.036.498.151.212.325.949.289.491.284 August.136.865.692.871.563.954.1.708.1.4161.928 September 1.137.650.7
53.749.505.
1.093 1.391 1.488 1.875 October 0.883.51 1.739.647 0.488 1.120 1.221 1.436 1.642 November 0.763.455 0.696 0.528 0.608 1.357 1.2 781.272 December 0.799.505.687.487.617 1.4611 1.228 1.192 Retail prices of sirloin
Per pound, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920.
January 0.202.207.238.256.276.326.410.405 February 0.202.207.238.256.286.331. 410 March 0.202.213.245.263.293.336.417 April 0.202.253.256.268.316.364.435 May 0.204.235.256.258. 256.276.321.397.443 June 2.040.241.261.286.326.425.430 July 0.207.243.263.286.286.326.420.433 August 0.207.245.263.278.263.283.329.412.420 September 0.204.263.281.263.215.409 October 202.240.256.261.273.329.407.398 November 0.202.253.253.253.268.314.402.393 December 0.202.233.250.256.250. 0.268.319.402.391 Retail prices of round steak. Per pound, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920. January 0.172.177.205.225.225.245.303.387.370 February 0.172.177.206.225.221.225.259.312. 0.385 March 0.175.179.212.8.219.230.263.316.391 April 0.175.188.219.228.229.237.343.402 May 0.175.201.221.232 0.228.248.294.376.413 June. 177.206.223.259.298.402.400 July. 177.206.230.241.236.256.303.400. 404 August. 170.210.230.256.254.305.393.391 September. 170.220.234.254.294.293.393.379 October. 175.203.230.245.305.387.369 November. 172.199.225.232.225.239.294.382.362 December. 172.199.223.228.223. 236.296.378.359 Retail prices of rib roasts per pound, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920. Dollar January. 168.168.188.200.216.257.327.314 February. 168.117.188.200.198.202.226.263. 0.327 March. 168.172.194.206.234.267.335 April. 170.180.200.202.198.210.251.293.347 May. 168.192.20. 0.202.200.218.257.319.352 June. 168.196.202.204.224.261.335.339 July. 168.194.202.208.206.222.257.33. 3.325 August. 168.196.202.214.206.220.255.327.312 September. 168.192.204.208.259.327.312 October. 168.190.200.206.202.214.257.323.306 November. 166.188.198.204.210.251.321.302 December. 166.184.198.200. 198.210.253.319.303 Retail prices of pork chops per pound, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920. January. 118.174.188.209.186.188.238.344.407.373 February. 181.162.190.211.179.194.264.338. 380 March.181.173.205.211.179.219.219.281.340.388 April.175.1921.217.217.217.226.308.359.416 May.175.194.211.22 4.209.230.308.369.433 June.175.192.209.217.232.312.317.426 July.179.194.217.224.211.234.319.380 .464 August.190.211.219.251.217.245.346.42471 September.192.222.228.232.228.226.264.390.464.460 October. 188.222.232.232.249.390.456.443 November.169.196.215.219.209.234.348.435.421 December.162.181.205.196.184. 224.340.416.381 Retail prices of bacon per pound, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920. January.257.235.257.226.8.276.277.300.491.592.504 February.254.232.259.268.270.276.311.489. 0.560 March.251.232.265.270.268.281.336.494.554 April.248.240.270.274.226.8.285.500.579 May.248.243.273.2 70.268.287.423.511.573 June.248.246.273.272.292.431.521.579 July.251.246.284.276.273.292.434.530. 0.587 August.254.248.287.293.295.437.546.584 September.251.257.284.295.273.300.448.568.556 October. 248.261.289.276.300.486.584.528 November.240.265.276.284.276.303.489.590.510 December.238.262.270.281.2 76.300.494.592.503 Retail prices of ham per pound, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920. $236.231.247.260.269.303.431.529.503 February .236.229.250.269.314.434. 513 March .234.229.258.263.277.333.436.508 April .234.237.263.265.362.284.252.542.524 May .234.239.263.263. 253.290.383.452.524 June .239.242.271.266.258.293.386.460.545 July .245.247.274.261.295.391.481.561 August .247.282.287.261.295.391.479.564 September .245.282.287.288.2.287.258.303.404.513.552 October 239.250.271.279.263.303.423.513.524 November .231.250.276.271.266.303.423.519.505 December .231.247.263.266. 266.303.428.527.499 Retail prices of lard per pound, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920. January .155.136.153.158.153.147.215.329.333.340 February .155.136.155.156.153.149.218.330. 321 March .145.136.156.152.152.239.332.333 April .139.141.158.156.158.264.330.352 May .136.147.158.155. 152.167.278.329.389 June .134.149.158.153.171.280.325.401 July .133.149.160.153.174.275.325.42. 0 August .134.150.161.156.141.175.278.330.420 September .137.155.161.156.139.186.297.337.382 October 137.160.160.155.144.194.313.341.361 November .137.160.160.155.213.327.341.364 December .136.158.198.15
3.145.216.333.341.349 Retail prices of wheat flour per eighth barrel, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920. Dollar January .835.827.803.787.996.96141.6141661.968 February .819.835.803.795.108.1.004 1.3731.6141.630 March .813.803.795.1.0921.641.397.1.6141.554 April .803.843.803.795.100.956.1.654.1.6 141.751 May .803.875.811.956.2.1361.61441.823 June .803.883.811.995.1.630.1.975.1.630.1.823 July .803.811.787.1.004.931.1.767.1.630.1.823 August .811.853.851.996.1.839.1.654.1.799 September .811.843.
0.803.907.
941.188.1.791.1.654.1.775 October .827.827.995.891.907.1.245.1.718.1.630.1.775 November .827.819.795.899.90 71.397.1.670.1.630.1.799 December .827.803.795.907.646.1.630.1.871 Retail prices of cornmeal
Per pound, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920.
January .270.284.287.302.316.310.313.676.600.660 February .270.284.284.299.319.313.394.6 76.580 March .270.284.284.299.310.397.696.574 April .270.294.299.316.313.447.687.580 May .270.299. 284.299.316.313.516.676.600 June .270.302.844.299.316.313.528.647.609 July .273.302.284.299.313.313.5
66.637.629 August.276.302.290.305.313.635.658.638 September.278.302.296.313.328.789.667.670 October 281.305.299.316.313.339.673.658.660 November.281.299.302.316.310.365.682.629.660 December.281.290.302.310.
.310.380.682.618.660 Retail prices of EGGS. Per dozen, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920.
$.$January.398.429.365.425.436.415.534.659.737 February.316.392.309.358.313.41496.598.497 March.267.269.205.9.303.247.341.432.473 April.243.258.247.250.253.267.378.415.483 May.239.253.258.262.2 56.277.392.415.521 June.242.259.273.276.293.294.402.415.524 July.261.278.292.296.273.314.412.479.554 August. 0.286.323.326.297.354.452.523.588 September.317.341.368.361.345.513.574.619 October.355 382.408.381.395.446.540.628.706 November.426.439.486.442.449.503.587.727.794 December.443.412.466.469.45
6.520.621.794 Retail prices of butter. Per pound, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920.
January.365.431.411.400.388.386.454.569.708 February.343.403.415.367.381.469.581.5 74 March.330.371.415.352.361.404.465.554.670 April.303.378.408.331.361.415.512.508.716 May.296.367.361 0.328.350.373.469.512.681 June.298.340.353.365.473.512.635 July.0.308.350.346.358.462.5 27.631 August.328.342.365.363.338.365.477.542.643 September.360.379.379.339.338.392.496.596.662 October.359 377.384.378.354.419.512.654.716 November.385.392.388.396.365.438.531.670.758 December.411.415.400.396.38
8.454.546.731 Retail prices of milk per quart, 15th of each month. 1911, 1912. 1913, 1914. 1915, 1916. 1917, 1918. 1919, 1920. January. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Agricultural prices. Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f. 1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty. Disclaimer of damages except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you ASIS, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from POP. In all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see Sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a nonprofit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's EIN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84116-801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.